Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. A Cross-Disciplinary Approach. Edited by Deborah P. Amory, Sean G. Massey, Jennifer Miller, Allison P. Brown. The authors gratefully acknowledge the generosity of SUNY OR Services for the financial support they lent to this project. Published by State University of New York Press, Albany. Copyright 2022 State University of New York. Printed in the United States of America. The text of this book is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution 4.0 International License, CC by 4.0, except where otherwise noted. https://creativecommons.org/licenses/by/40/. For information, contact State University of New York Press, Albany, New York. www.sunipres.edu. Library of Congress Cataloging in Publication Data. Names: Amory, Deborah Peters, Editor, Massey, Sean G., Editor, Miller, Jennifer, Editor. Brown, Allison P., Editor. Title: Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies, A Cross-Disciplinary Approach / edited by Deborah P. Amory, Sean G. Massey, Jennifer Miller, and Allison P. Brown. Description: Albany, State University of New York Press, 2022 series. Open educational resources includes bibliographical references and index. Identifiers: LCCN 20220222933, ISBN 9781438491707, PBK, AUC paper, ISBN 9781438491691, ebook. Subjects: LCSH, Gay and Lesbian Studies. Sexual Minorities Study and Teaching. Classification: LCCHQ 75.15 I58 2022, DDC 306-76071, DC 23/Eng/20220519. LC record available at https://lccnloc.gov/2022022933. 109876544321. Contents. Acknowledgements 7. Introduction, an open invitation to LGBTQ+ Studies 1. Deborah P. Amory. Part I, Theoretical Foundations. Chapter 1, 30 Years of Queer Theory 20. Jennifer Miller. Research resources compiled by Rachel Wexelbaum. Part 2, Global Histories. Chapter 2, Global Sexualities, LGBTQ+ Anthropology, Past, Present, and Future 50. Joseph Russo. Research resources compiled by Rachel Wexelbaum. Profile, Lucas Avendano, Reflections from Muciedad 70. Rita Palacios. Profile, Queering Pan-Africanism 73. Adriaan van Klinken. Chapter 3, Queer New World, Challenging Heteronormativity. In Archaeology 90. James Amers. Research resources compiled by Rosalinda Linares. 4 contents. Part 3, U.S. Histories. Chapter 4, U.S. LGBTQ+ History 121. Clark A. Pomerleau. Research resources compiled by Kari Perman. Profile: Institutionalizing Sexuality, Sexology, Psychoanalysis, and the Law. Jennifer Miller and Clark A. Pomerleau 140. Chapter 5, LGBTQ+ Legal History 164. Dara J. Silberstein. Research resources compiled by Rachel Wexelbaum. Profile: Anti-LGBTQ+ Hate Crimes in the United States. Histories and Debates. Ariella Rotrimal 179. Part 4, Prejudice and Health. Chapter 6, Prejudice and Discrimination Against LGBTQ+ People 199. Sean G. Massey, Sarah R. Young, and Anne Merriweather. Research resources compiled by Jessica Zempruch and Rachel Wexelbaum. Profile: Minority Stress and Same-Sex Couples 215. David M. Frost. Chapter 7, LGBTQ+ Health and Wellness 233. Thomas Lawrence Long, Christine Rodriguez, Marianne Snyder, and Ryan J. Watson. Research resources compiled by Stephen Stratton. Part V, Relationships, Families, and Youth. Chapter 8, LGBTQ+ Relationships and Families 267. Sarah R. Young and Sean G. Massey. Research resources compiled by Jessica Zempruch and Rachel Wexelbaum. Profile: LGBTQ+ Family Building, Challenges and Opportunity 289. Krista Craven. Contents v. Chapter 9, Education and LGBTQ+ Youth 311. Kimberly Fuller. Research resources compiled by Ray Ann Montague and Melody Scagnelli Townley. Profile: LGBTQ+ Inclusion in Pre-K-12 Teaching and Learning 330. Sabia Prescott. Part 6, Culture. Chapter 10, Screening LGBTQ+ 350. Lynchdahl. Research resources compiled by Susan Wood. Profile: Giving Voice to Black Gay Men Through Marlon Riggs's Tongues Untied 372. Marquis Bay. Profile: How One Day at a Time Avoids Negative Queer Tropes 378. Shyla Saltzman. Chapter 11, LGBTQ+ Literature 395. Edited by Jennifer Miller. LGBTQ+ Children's Picture Books 399. Jennifer Miller. Tropes in Lesbian, Young Adult Literature 409. Madison Lauren Simmons. Trans and Gender Nonconforming Characters in Young Adult Literature 414. Robert Bittner. LGBTQ+ Comics 423. Mycroft M. Rosk and Kathy Corder. Lesbian and Gay Pulp Fiction 432. Kathy Corder. LGBTQ+ Memoir and Life Writing 441. Olivia Wood. 6 Contents. Part 7, Research. Chapter 12, A Practical Guide for LGBTQ+ Studies 461. Rachel Wexelbaum and Gessina A. Phillips. Contributors 482. Index 491. Acknowledgements. An earlier version of the first research profile in Chapter 2, Lucas Avon. Dano, Reflections from Mukiadad, was published on Sawarmeu, a River of Hummingbirds, http://sawarmeu.com. I would especially like to thank Mario Patino, the very talented photographer, for use of the stunning photographs. An earlier version of the second research profile for Chapter 2, Queering Pan-Africanism, was published on Africa is a Country, not the continent with 55 countries, https://africasacountry.com/about. 7. Introduction. An open invitation to LGBTQ+ studies. At the 1984 Hackers Convention, Stuart Brand reportedly uttered the classic phrase, "Information wants to be free." One among this statement's several interpretations is the one reflecting a belief that all people should be able to freely access information and that scientific information should be openly circulated. And I would like to suggest that if information wants to be free, queer information, especially, should always be free. This textbook is dedicated to the bold idea that information and education should be free and widely accessible across age, race, class, gender, and other categories such as the nation-state that are all too often invoked to divide peoples. In the last few years we have experienced a global pandemic, the rise of a radical form of domestic political extremism, a racial reckoning sparked by the murders of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, and the revival of 1990s style culture wars that are not struggles over culture but really about politics and power. In this volatile context, this textbook is more important than ever, especially as nearly 1 in 5 young adults globally who are members of Generation Z, born after 1997, identify as not being straight and almost 4% as not being cisgender. Too free and empowering information is the only answer to the politics of hatred and divisiveness. The information in this textbook can empower readers because it provides an introduction to and an overview of LGBTQ+ studies for kernel leg students and the curious public. It is an open educational resource, which means that it carries an open license so that all its content can be retained, reused, revised, remixed, and redistributed for free, as long as authorship is clearly attributed. The State University of New York, SUNY Genesio's Milne Library is publishing and maintaining this free online resource. Additionally, SUNY Press is publishing paperback and hardcover copies of the textbook for those who would like to hold the text in their hands. Producing an open license textbook for LGBTQ+ studies embodies the spirit of the political struggle for the rights of gender and sexual minorities that also animates the field itself. This textbook is free for everyone to use. It is community-oriented and a cultural production. 1. 2. Introduction to LGBTQ+ studies. Grounded in the struggle to challenge stereotypes, silences, and untruths that have long been circulated about lesbians, gays, bisexuals, trans folk, queer and non-binary people, our histories, and our cultures. It's a kind of DIY LGBTQ+ project for the 21st century. It also helps combat the high cost of a college education in the United States, and around the world. Students all too often simply cannot afford to purchase textbooks for their classes because the books cost too much. This political struggle for the human rights of gender and sexual minorities continues today. Research and writing on LGBTQ+ issues remains vitally important. Equality has advanced in the United States. There is federal recognition of marriage equality, for example, and enhanced visibility for transgender issues on many college campuses, but simultaneously, backlash and hostility toward LGBTQ+ people is widespread. LGBTQ+ people continue to experience hate crimes at unacceptable levels, and state legislators continue to try to pass anti-LGBTQ+ laws and ordinances. 3. Similarly, there are advances in terms of global LGBTQ+ rights. India and Jamaica, two former British colonies, have struck down colonial-era laws against homosexual activity, but violations of LGBTQ+ human rights still occur worldwide. This textbook speaks directly to a broad range of audiences by engaging these critically important social issues. This textbook fills a number of needs for both academic readers and the general public. First, it is the only free, openly licensed textbook on LGBTQ+ issues in the world. It offers accessible, academically sound information on a wide range of LGBTQ+ topics: history, relationships, families, parenting, health, and culture, and a chapter on how to conduct research in LGBTQ+ studies. Second, it employs an intersectional analysis, highlighting how sexuality and gender are simultaneously experienced and constructed through other structures of inequality and privilege, such as race and class. This intersectional analysis is grounded in social theory and a commitment to racial equality. Third, it expands the temporal and spatial perspectives on LGBTQ+ issues, from the ancient world to more contemporary regions. Finally, it aims to support multiple learning styles by integrating visual elements and multimedia resources throughout the textbook. This textbook has evolved over several years of research, writing, and most importantly collaboration with a host of colleagues across the United States and indeed the world. It was originally born out of my experience teaching the Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies course in the online environment at SUNY Empire State College. SUNY Empire students are typically older, average age 36, working full or part. Introduction 3. Time, and taking care of their families, including parents, children, or both. They are struggling to secure a college degree and to learn more about the world they live in. What is most striking about the students in the class, whether they identify as LGBTQ+ or straight, is both their genuine curiosity and their deep desire to learn more so that they can advocate for LGBTQ+ family members, or serve as allies to friends and colleagues in the workplace. Many work in human services, health care, or in educational settings, and they want to know more about how to better support LGBTQ+ youth and fight the discrimination they witness. The textbook for this class cost $93, and I found myself buying textbooks for students when they could not afford them. Out of these experiences came this textbook, an answer to the need for access to critically important and information on LGBTQ+ lives, for free. In January 2019, a call for participants to create this textbook, placed through the Rebus community platform, received dozens of answers from people within 48 hours. I and Sean Massey, who agreed to serve as co-editor, sifted through dozens of impressive resumes to find the right mix of proposed topics, relevant expertise, and comprehensive coverage. Thanks to a grant from SUNY OER Services, we were able to hold a workshop in Saratoga Springs in spring of 2019, where most of the authors met, shared their work, brainstormed learning outcomes and textbook design, and generally enjoyed each other's company. During 2019, each chapter was peer-reviewed at least once and reviewed by the co-editors. And the entire textbook was also peer-reviewed. The beta version of the textbook launched in spring 2020 through SUNY OER Services. On the basis of feedback about that version, we recruited Jennifer Miller to organize a chapter on LGBTQ+ literature, which strengthened Part 6, on LGBTQ+ culture. Along the way, she became a co-editor. Subsequently, SUNY Press joined the project, and the entire textbook was substantially revised to include pedagogical supports and create a uniform structure. Allison Brown served as project manager and digital publishing expert for the entire project. She also served as an editor and developed key content for the pedagogical supports. Her expertise in digital publishing, deft project management skills, and cool, calm influence have kept the project on track and moving in the right direction for 4 long years. We hope you enjoy the results of our efforts. 4. The next section defines LGBTQ+ studies and situates the textbook within the field. The last section provides an overview of the organization of the textbook so that readers will have a sense of the range of topics and ideas that they will encounter. For Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Figure I2. Collective editing of the textbook's learning objectives in spring 2019. Deborah Amory. Figure I1. The authors hard at work at the spring 2019 event where we brainstormed learning outcomes and textbook design. Deborah Amory. Introduction 5. What is LGBTQ+ studies? LGBTQ+ studies examines issues relating to sexual orientation and de identity, usually focusing on lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, and queer people, hence the initialism LGBTQ and their histories and cultures. In the 21st century, that collection of identities has expanded to include asexual, questioning, intersex, and two-spirit peoples, and myriad other genders and sexualities, hence the plus sign in LGBTQ+. The field relies on and benefits from interdisciplinary methods to arrive at new ideas and theories, and it has always been closely aligned with different forms of political activism. This means that scholars in LGBTQ+ studies might combine historical analysis with ideas from literary analysis to make sense of their own experience or the experiences of others with whom they have conducted fieldwork. Finally, the field is hard to categorize simply because it is always evolving and always questioning the politics and poetics of its own practitioners. In fact, different names have marked different periods in the field. It was gay and lesbian studies in the beginning, then came the birth of queer theory in the 1990s, and we call it LGBTQ+ studies now. However it is described, LGBTQ+ studies is dedicated to the simple notion that discrimination against human sexual and gender diversity is wrong. Rather, gender and sexual diversity are to be valued and celebrated, but also critically analyzed and theorized for everyone's benefit. LGBTQ+ studies as a field of inquiry has grown out of various liberation movements in the latter half of the 20th century in the United States, the United Kingdom, and Canada. Indeed, interdisciplinary academic fields have a long history of emerging in response to activist movements and the accompanying demands to understand and legitimate the histories, literatures, and cultures of oppressed peoples. For example, in the United States, the civil rights and Black Power movements of the 1950s, 1960s, and 1970s gave rise to Black studies, and feminist movements of the 1960s and 1970s gave rise to women's studies, or gender studies as it is now often known. As Elisa Solomon and Paisley Kaha argue, LGBTQ studies has its origins in the gay activism that marks its symbolic birth with the Stonewall Uprising of 1969. 5 leaders in what was initially called gay and lesbian studies were also active in lesbian, feminist, gay, and trans liberation movements in the United States and United Kingdom, including Esther Newton, Jeffrey Weeks, Larry Kramer, Jonathan Ned Katz, founder of Gay Academic Union, and Leslie Feinberg. 6. At a very basic level, what was originally called the gay liberation movement gave birth to a new field, gay and lesbian studies. In this field, scholars developed new analyses and research methodologies to 6. Introduction to LGBTQ+ studies. Challenge the silences and erasure of lesbian and gay lives from history, art, politics, and public policy. Activists and scholars sought to build new institutions and transform old ones. Gay interest groups within academic Professional organizations were organized, and archives such as the Lesbian History Archives, in 1974, were set up to safeguard histories, memorabilia, and literature that document lesbian experience. Community centers were founded to provide social, psychological, and material support for community members, and cultural institutions were established to ensure the creation and production of literature, music, and art. Olivia Records was founded in 1973 by radical lesbian feminist members of the Washington, D.C., collective The Furies and the Radicalsbians, and the Michigan Women's Music Festival was founded in 1976. Another key component of our definition of LGBTQ+ studies is a form of analysis called intersectional feminism that emerged in the 1980s. As Black lesbians critiqued racism within the white women's movement, and women's studies, and sexism and homophobia among Black activists, and in Black studies, radical women of color set about creating their own institutions and articulating their own theories, including the Combahee River Collective in Boston and Kitchen Table Press, founded in 1980. The Combahee River Collective statement is an important, early statement of intersectional feminism. 7. Kimberly Crenshaw coined the term intersectionality in 1989 as part of her work in critical race theory. The importance of this analysis has not diminished, as evidenced by Crenshaw's 2016 TED Talk, The Urgency of Intersectionality. 8. By the 1990s, the HIV/AIDS pandemic had started to decimate gay communities, creating a sense of fury and desperation among gays and lesbians and a growing mainstream backlash as well. Lesbian and gay activism took increasingly radical approaches, perhaps best exemplified by ACT UP, the AIDS Coalition to Unleash Power, and Queer Nation. These groups articulated a radical critique of straight culture and developed reverend evolutionary tactics to disrupt business as usual and push the U.S. medical establishment to attend to the ravages of the disease. Within academic contexts, queer theory was born, and perhaps most closely identified with the work of theorists like Michel Foucault, Judith Butler, and Eve Sedgwick. See Chapter 1, 30 Years of Queer Theory. At the same time, in a synergistic relationship among activist movements, the Academy, and Human Services, new names for a broader array of sexual and gender identities emerged, including trans and queer. And somewhere along the way, the meanings of gender and sexuality became much more complicated. The story of LGBTQ+ studies is complicated, ongoing, and hard to understand, but one important element is that it emerged in relationship to historical and political forces hard at work in the late 20th century. Moreover, we emphasize that our definition of LGBTQ+ studies is a broad introduction. 7. An inclusive one. We rely on an intersectional feminist analysis to remind us that discrimination and oppression are not simple, unilinear forces. Rather, multiple interlocking systems of discrimination including racism, sexism, and homophobia affect all our lives in different and complex ways. An additional goal of this textbook is to embrace the original impulse of queer theory to challenge and disrupt the conventions of straight, white, middle-class America. And we heed the call of trans theory to think against the grain and across traditional definitions of sexuality and gender. Finally, in the new millennium of the 21st century, we embrace and seek to celebrate and empower non-binary gender and sexual identities and think to get a sense of the breadth and depth of this gender and sexual revolution. Review PFLAG's National Glossary of Terms. 9. Learning Objectives. Chapter 1, 30 Years of Queer Theory. Identify key approaches and debates within the field of queer theory. Explain the social construction of sex, gender, and sexuality. Describe the relationship among LGBTQ+ history, political activism, and LGBTQ+ studies. Summarize the personal, theoretical, and political differences of the homophile, gay liberation, radical feminism, LGBTQ+ rights, and queer movements. Chapter 2, Global Sexualities. Identify key approaches used in LGBTQ+ studies, including anthropology. Define key terms relevant to particular methods of interpreting LGBTQ+ people and issues, such as anthropology and ethnography. Identify cross-cultural examples of same-sex desire and contemporary LGBTQ+ lives. Describe the connections between identities and embodied experiences. Describe intersectionality from an LGBTQ+ perspective. 8. Introduction to LGBTQ+ studies. Analyze how key social institutions shape, define, and enforce structures of inequality. Describe how people struggle for social justice within historical contexts of inequality. Identify forms of LGBTQ+ activism globally. Chapter 3, Queer New World. Define LGBTQ+ studies and queer theory, and explain why queer theory matters in the field of archaeology. Explain the social construction of sex, gender, and sexuality in both the present and the ancient past. Define key terms such as heteronormativity, gender performativity, and binary oppositions, and explain how they influence interpretations of the past. Describe intersectionality from an LGBTQ+ perspective. Discuss archaeology as a key subfield within LGBTQ+ anthropology. Chapter 4, U.S. LGBTQ+ history. Explain the social construction of sex, gender, and sexuality. Summarize the history of non-normative genders and sexualities, including homosexuality, bisexuality, and transgender identity, as well as queer identity and activism. Describe intersectionality from an LGBTQ+ perspective. Analyze how key social institutions shape, define, and enforce structures of inequality. Describe how people struggle for social justice within historical contexts of inequality. O. Describe several examples of LGBTQ+ activism, particularly in relation to other struggles for civil rights. Identify key approaches used in LGBTQ+ studies, including the study of LGBTQ+ history. O. Define key terms relevant to particular methods of interpreting LGBTQ+ people and issues, such as history and Introduction 9. Primary sources. Describe the relationship between LGBTQ+ history, political activism, and LGBTQ+ studies. O. Summarize the personal, theoretical, and political differences of the homophile, gay liberation, radical feminism, LGBTQ+ rights, and queer movements. Chapter 5, LGBTQ+ legal history. Describe how people struggle for social justice within historical contexts of inequality. Recognize that progress faces resistance and does not follow a linear path. Identify key approaches within LGBTQ+ studies, and discuss at least the legal history approach in detail. Chapter 6, Prejudice and Discrimination Against LGBTQ+ people. Describe the connections between identities and embodied experiences. Analyze how key social institutions shape, define, and enforce structures of inequality. Describe how people struggle for social justice within historical contexts of inequality. Explain how different understandings of sexuality and gender affect self and community understanding of LGBTQ+ people. Chapter 7, LGBTQ+ health and wellness. Summarize the history of non-normative genders and sexualities, including homosexuality, bisexuality, and transgender identity, as well as queer identity and activism. Describe the connections between identities and embodied experiences. Describe intersectionality from an LGBTQ+ perspective. Analyze how key social institutions shape, define, and enforce. 10. Introduction to LGBTQ+ studies. Structures of inequality. Chapter 8, LGBTQ+ relationships and families. Explain the social construction of sex, gender, and sexuality. O. Describe the ways that LGBTQ+ people form relationships and the configurations of LGBTQ+ relationships. O. Describe the myths that exist regarding the quality of LGBTQ+ relationships and the research that refutes those myths. Describe how people struggle for social justice within historical contexts of inequality. O. Describe some of the negative consequences of homophobia, heterosexism, and minority stress and the ways LGBTQ+ people manage those consequences. O. Identify different types of LGBTQ+ family formations, including challenges to family formation and family building. O. Describe sources of stress and buffers for LGBTQ+ families. and for LGBTQ+ individuals within their families of origin. Analyze how key social institutions shape, define, and enforce structures of inequality. O. Describe challenges that some LGBTQ+ families have in interacting with public and private systems, including legal, healthcare and human services, and educational systems. Describe the relationship between LGBTQ+ history, political activism, and LGBTQ+ studies. O. Articulate the queer viewpoint on LGBTQ+ relationships and families. Chapter 9, Education and LGBTQ+ Youth. Describe the connections between identities and embodied experiences. O. Recognize the steps of coming out and the range of responses for gender and sexuality identities. Describe how people struggle for social justice within history. Introduction 11. Equal contexts of inequality. O. Differentiate between the components making schools supportive and inclusive and those needing improvements. O. Assess resources for LGBTQ+ youth facing discrimination, oppression, and marginalization. Describe intersectionality from an LGBTQ+ perspective. O. Analyze how key social institutions shape, define, and enforce structures of inequality. O. Identify health and education disparities for minoritized gender and sexuality identities. Chapter 10, Screening LGBTQ+. Summarize the cinematic history of non-normative genders and sexualities, including homosexuality, bisexuality, and transgender identity. Summarize the history of film censorship as it relates to non-normative genders and sexualities, including homosexuality, bisexuality, and transgender identity. Identify key approaches to critiquing explicit and coded LGBTQ+ identities and themes in film. O. Discuss at least one approach in detail and apply it to an original interpretation of queer film. Chapter 11, LGBTQ+ Literature. Identify and describe resistance to LGBTQ+ cultural representations specific to literary fields, for example, comics, children's literature. Explain how LGBTQ+ content creators overcame censorship to create varied and complex representations of LGBTQ+ identities, desires, and lives. Describe tropes that emerge in particular fields of LGBTQ+ literature. Explain literature's role in identity and community formation. 12. Introduction to LGBTQ+ studies. Overview of the textbook. This textbook is organized into 7 parts, each with one or more chapters that provide a broad overview on a particular topic in a disciplinary approach. Each chapter starts by stating the relevant learning objectives and ends with a key questions section for class discussion that points back to those objectives. Pedagogical supports include resources listed at key places in the chapter and at the chapter's end, with discussion quests tie-ins or suggestions for learning activities, such as presentation topics, creative responses, and debate questions. Many chapters also include one or more profile sections, which provide in-depth looks at particular issues relevant to the broader topic of the chapter. Glossaries are at the end of each chapter. Part I, Theoretical Foundations, consists of Chapter 1, 30 Years of Queer Theory, by Jennifer Miller. It examines the emergence of queer theory and queer theoretical interventions into understandings of gender and sexual identities. It identifies key concepts and theorists in queer theory, and it explores queer theory at the intersection of gender, race, and ability. Part 2, Global Histories, explores different understandings and manifestations of gender and sexuality throughout history and from a global perspective. It provides readers with a historically based understanding of LGBTQ+ identities, lives, and rights in the United States and the complex ways these phenomena have changed and been contested over time. Its 2 chapters explain how gender and sexual diversity is the rule, rather than the exception, across all human cultures. In Chapter 2, Global Sexualities, LGBTQ+ Anthropology, Past, Present, and Future, Joseph Rousseau delineates the many functions, meanings, practices, and methods of conceptualization for sexuality across different cultures and societies, as well as throughout history. Sexuality has come to define an entire spectrum of phenomena. 2 profiles accompany this chapter. Rita Palacios introduces the work of the MUX artist and anthropologist Lucas Avendano in Mexico. Adriaan van Klinken's profile positions LGBTQ+ identities within the Pan-African decolonization movement and specify Cali in relation to religion and LGBTQ+ activism. Chapter 3, Queer New World, Challenging Heteronormativity in Archaeology, by James Amers, explores how new theories of sex and sexuality that have emerged from feminist studies, gender studies, and queer theory have changed the way we see the lives of ancient people. In particular, the assumption that heterosexuality and heteronormativity is and always has been the norm in human culture is challenged. In particular, Amers describes non-heteronormative behaviors and identities. Introduction 13. In Ancient Mesoamerica. Both chapters help us rethink some of our basic assumptions about gender and sexuality and what is normal. Moving from a global perspective, Part 3 focuses on U.S. histories in relation to LGBTQ+ lives. In Chapter 4, U.S. LGBTQ+ History, Clark Pomerleau traces the development of LGBTQ+ concepts, identities, and movements in the United States from white settler colonialism through the 19th century. The broadening from thinking of sexuality as behavioral or to sexuality as identity is highlighted, as is the subsequent development of homosexual communities in the 20th century. Toward this end, the profile by Jennifer Miller and Clark Pomerleau documents how the science of sexology introduced the idea that same-sex attraction was a pathological identity born of mental illness that correlated with gender transgression. Pomerleau's chapter also evaluates the political strategies that influenced LGBTQ+ organizing, including the civil rights movement, radical left tactics, and cross-pollination from 1960s and 1970s student organizing and feminism. Pomerleau sketches how, in response to the AIDS epidemic, LGBTQ+ Americans developed institutions and new forms of political activism that included the rise of queer politics. In Chapter 5, LGBTQ+ Legal History, Dara Silberstein explores the history of constitutional law in the United States and how it has served as the context for critical LGBTQ+ legal battles. She considers the tenets that paved the way for recognition of sexual rights and the process that eventually led the Supreme Court to extend these rights to include lesbian and gay people. The chapter addresses the question of marriage equal ity. This overview of LGBTQ+ legal history is supplemented by Ariella Rotrimel's profile on anti-LGBTQ+ hate crimes in the United States. The profile defines hate crimes and summarizes the history of hate crime laws at both the federal and the state levels. A map in the profile depicts the very uneven development of hate crime laws across the United States. Notwithstanding ongoing violence against LGBTQ+ people. Part 4, Prejudice and Health, begins by drawing on social psychology research to understand how discrimination and prejudice affect LGBTQ+ people. In Chapter 6, Prejudice and Discrimination Against LGBTQ+ people, Sean Massey, Sarah Young, and Anne Merriweather emphasize that even though there have been great strides in recent years in terms of LGBTQ+ acceptance in the United States and elsewhere, ongoing forms of prejudice, discrimination, and violence remain. Their chapter reviews the prevalence and trends of anti-LGBTQ+ prejudice in the United States, sets out what is known about its nature, origins, and consequences, provides a historical overview of attempts to define and measure it, and reviews the variables that increase or reduce its impact on the lives of LGBTQ+ people. Finally, they also discuss the resistance. 14 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies and resilience shown by the LGBTQ+ community in response to prejudice and discrimination. In the accompanying profile, Minority Stress and Same-Sex Coup. Please, David Frost analyzes discrimination and structural violence on same-sex couples that results in minority stress. He and his colleagues have conducted several studies to understand how sexual minority individuals and members of same-sex relationships experience stigma related to their intimate relationships. He demonstrates that stigma harms their mental health and the quality of their relationships. Chapter 7, LGBTQ+ Health and Wellness, explores the history and Culture of Medicine in Relation to LGBTQ+ People. The authors Thomas Long, Christine Rodriguez, Marianne Snyder, and Ryan Watson consider vulnerabilities across the lifespan and across intersectional identities, and disease prevention and health promotion. These experts identify both the negative outcomes for LGBTQ+ people's health and the resistance by LGBTQ+ people to the pathologizing of queer sexuality. Queer communities have sought to take health into their own hands, particularly in relation to the HIV/AIDS epidemic. The authors also discuss mental health and transgender people's health, and they conclude with advice on how to be a smart patient and healthcare consumer. Part V, Relationships, Families, and Youth, continues to draw on psychology research to explore LGBTQ+ relationships and families and the experiences of youth in educational settings. In Chapter 8, LGBTQ+, Relationships and Families, Sarah Young and Sean Massey explore the complex worlds of LGBTQ+ intimate relationships and the varied ways that LGBTQ+ people form families. In her profile, LGBTQ+ Family Building, Challenges and Opportunity, Krista Craven shares insights from her research on the reproductive challenges and experiences of loss that many lesbian and gay couples in the United States face. She argues that support resources should be more inclusive, to help LGBTQ+ families who experience reproductive loss. In Chapter 9, Education and LGBTQ+ Youth, Kim Fuller identifies the social and educational barriers to healthy LGBTQ+ youth development, such as inequities and injustice. She also shows the resiliency of LGBTQ+ youths and the role supportive adults can assume in facilitating positive youth development. She describes the coming out process for young people and how educational institutions and settings can sabotage or support that process. In the profile complementing this chapter, Sabia Prescott reviews the current state of LGBTQ+ inclusion in pre-kindergarten, 10 through 12th grade educational settings and its consequences for learning outcomes for LGBTQ+ youth. Introduction 15. Part 6, Culture encompasses two important realms of LGBTQ+: life, film and literature. In Chapter 10, Screening LGBTQ+, Lynn Stahl reviews various forms of LGBTQ+ film and media from the beginnings of the cinematic form to the contemporary milieu of producing DIY web series and viewing on smartphones. The chapter addresses milestone films and other visual media along with significant laws, political contexts, technological developments, genres, movements, and controversies, primarily in the United States. Stahl's analysis reveals that other structures of oppression, in particular, race and class, have interacted in complex ways with gender and sexuality in the history and contemporary challenges of LGBTQ+ representations on screen, both large and small. Two profiles take an in-depth look at this theme. In Giving Voice to Black Gay Men Through Marlon Riggs's Tongues Untied, Marquis Bay thoughtfully analyzes a canonical film in the archive of Black queer cinema. The 1989 Tongues Untied explicitly addresses, interrogates, and celebrates Black gay identity and culture. Bay also meditates on Riggs's biography and his relationship to the marginalized voices, Black gay cultural practices, and politics of sexuality within Black communities. In the second profile, How One Day at a Time Avoids Negative Queer Tropes, Shyla Saltzman argues that the queer characters of the series are presented in a way that offers nuanced and positive depictions to its queer viewers and allies. Chapter 11, LGBTQ+ literature, doesn't try to capture the varied LGBTQ+ literature within a single narrative arc. Instead, Jennifer Miller, the chapter editor, gathered several discussions that explore fields of LGBTQ+ literature, children's literature, young adult literature, comics, pulp fiction, and memoir. The discussion authors think of literature as both a product and a producer of history. It plays an essential role in the creation of LGBTQ+ culture and the formation of LGBTQ+ communities and identities. Each discussion focuses on tropes, or themes, that emerge in that field. Jennifer Miller's discussion offers an engaging look at LGBTQ+ children's picture books as an important source of empowerment for LGBTQ+ youth and families. She traces the history of the LGBTQ+ picture book in the United States and reviews some of the controversies that surround positive imagery of LGBTQ+ life designed for children. The next two discussions explore young adult literature. Madison Lauren Simmons examines tropes in lesbian young adult literature, and Robert Bittner explores trans and gender nonconforming characters. The last three discussions explore LGBTQ+ comics, by Mycroft Rosk and Kathy Corder, lesbian and gay pulp fiction, by Kathy Corder, and LGBTQ+ memoir and life writing by Olivia Wood. 16 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Part 7, Research, comprises Chapter 12, A Practical Guide for LGBTQ+ Studies. The chapter offers practical steps for conducting LGBTQ+ research. In a world where infinite amounts of information appear online, the search for reliable information can be challenging. Rachel Wexelbaum and Gesina Phillips wrote this chapter to help people search for LGBTQ+ information and resources in an effective, mindful manner. They provide tips on what to ask and where to look. This chapter is intended to complement the Research Resources sections in the chapters and can support student research assignments in class. Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies, a cross-disciplinary approach will acquaint readers with many of the compelling topics found under the broad umbrella of LGBTQ+ studies. Although our intention was to provide Vide global coverage of LGBTQ+ issues. This first edition centers on North America, and particularly the United States. We hope to create a truly global version of this textbook in the future. Nonetheless, we do believe that the textbook you are now viewing on a screen, or holding in your hands, represents a significant contribution to the ever-expanding archive of LGBTQ+ knowledge and literature. Last but not least, enjoy acknowledgements. This project spent 4 years, involved several organizations, and called on dozens of contributors. Thanks to everyone who added their work or art or insights. Your generosity and talent were inspiring and are very much appreciated. We are grateful for the help of a few key individuals and organizations whom we would like to acknowledge individually. First, SUNY OER Services provided financial support for this project with funds from New York State's 2018-2019 budget allocation for open educational resources. The Rebus Foundation, and especially Zoe Wakehyde and Apurva Ashok, included us in their work on developing resources for the creation of OER textbooks. We learned a great deal about the process of creating OERs and developing textbooks along the way, and we benefited enormously from the resources created by folks at the Rebus Foundation. Thanks to SUNY Empire State College for supporting our project. This support included a 6-month sabbatical for Deborah Amory in the spring of 2019, and a Pillars Grant 2019-2020. We especially recognize Kate Scacchetti, who ably organized the June 2019 workshop in Saratoga for authors, Amanda Mickle, who chased down permissions for us when we thought all was lost, and Meg Bank, Provost, who contributed unflagging Introduction 17. Enthusiasm and unfailing encouragement. Everyone's help has meant a great deal. Allison Brown enlisted the help of the SUNY Geneseo Student Pub Lishing assistants Nicole Callahan and Jack Terwilliger, who helped to make the chapters even more beautiful with openly licensed images and artwork. Thanks as well to Milne Library at SUNY Geneseo for hosting the online, digital OER versions of the textbook. Some glossary terms in chapters 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7 are edited ver. Science of definitions found on Wikipedia and Wiktionary and are licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Share-alike License 3.0. For the SUNY Press edition, we thank Mary Ann Short, who did an awesome job on a developmental edit of the entire text and then copy-edited the final stages. Special thanks to Tim Stooksbury, Executive Director of SUNY Press, who saw the value in this project and supported us in the last 2 years, 2020-2022. Finally, 1,000 thanks to Rachel Wexelbaum, our lead librarian and a contributing author, for managing the bevy of librarians who answered the call to develop annotated bibliographies for each and every chapter. Finally, thanks to everyone who responded to calls for participation and pleas for help in producing 2 editions of this textbook. Indeed, as Rita Mae Brown once wrote, an army of lovers shall not fail. We love this project, and together we have made it happen. Notes 1. R. Polk Wagner, Information Wants to be Free, Intellectual Property and the Mythologies of Control, Columbia Law Review 103, 2003, 995, 1034. 2. J. Morrow, Nearly 1 in 5 young adults say they're not straight. Global Survey finds, NBC News, June 9, 2021, https://www.nbcnews.com/feature/NBC Nearly 1/5 young adults say they not straight N12700003 3. Movement Advancement Project, Hate Crimes, accessed March 14, 2022, https://www.map.org/policy-and-issue-analysis/hate crimes 4. Rebus Community, website, https://www.rebuscommunity/SUNY Services, website, https://OER-SUNY-EDU/AboutUs/ Deborah Amory and Massey, eds, LGBTQ+ Studies, an open textbook, beta edition spring 2020. https://courseslumenlearning.com/SUNY LGBTQ Studies/ 5a Solomon and P. K. Introduction to Queer Ideas, the David R. Kessler Lectures in Lesbian and Gay Studies, New York, Feminist Press/CUNY. Center for Lesbian and Gay Studies, 2003, 3. 6a Medhurst and S. R. Munt, Introduction to Lesbian and Gay Stud. IES, A Critical Introduction, ed. A. Medhurst and S. R. Munt, London, Castle. 1997, 15, J. Weeks, The Social Construction of Sexuality, Interview with Jeffrey Weeks, in Introducing the New Sexuality Studies, ed. S. Seidman, N. Fisher. 18 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. N. C. Meeks, London, Routledge, 2006, 14, 20, Solomon and K. Intro. Duction, S. Stryker, Transgender History, The Roots of Today's Revolution, New York, Seal Press, 2017. 7. The Combahee River Collective Statement, in Home Girls, A Black Feminist Anthology, ed. Barbara Smith, New York, Kitchen Table Press, 264-74. And C. Combahee River Collective, website, https://combahee-iver-collective. Weebly.com. 8K Crenshaw, The Urgency of Intersectionality, October 2016, TED Talk. https://www.tedcom/talks/Kimberly_Crenshaw_urgency_of_intersectionality. Language =N. 9. National Glossary of Terms, PFLAG, accessed January 11, 2022, https://pflag.org/glossary. Part I. Theoretical Foundations. 20. 1. 30 Years of Queer Theory. Jennifer Miller. Learning objectives. Upon completion of this chapter, students will be able to do the following. Identify key approaches and debates within the field of queer theory. Explain the social construction of sex, gender, and sexuality. Describe the relationship among LGBTQ+ history, political activism, and LGBTQ+ studies. Summarize the personal, theoretical, and political differences of the homophile, gay liberation, radical feminism, LGBTQ+ rights, and queer movements. Introduction. It is a challenge to create an origin story about a field of study, in this instance queer theory, because ideas are not birthed in a moment, a day, or even a year. They build on what has come before, reflect on it, challenge it, seek to bend or break it, and only eventually, and only sometimes, become an identifiable entity with a name given to them. The story of queer theory's emergence is entwined with queer activism. Queer theory and queer activism are products of their historical moment as well as transformative forces changing how gender and sexuality are understood in multiple academic disciplines and, increasingly, outside academia. Additionally, both queer theory and activism introduced ways of thinking. 30 Years of Queer Theory 21. And acting through politics that went beyond normalizing demands for the inclusion of LGBTQ+ people in existing social institutions. The 1970s and 1980s saw a rapid increase in lesbian and gay activism and scholarship. A police raid at the Stonewall Inn in New York City in 1969 ignited demonstrations. Following the Stonewall Rebellion, lesbian and gay liberation groups started to fight for equal rights, and some scholars started to study the history and culture of lesbians, gays, and bisexuals. Then, in 1987, Larry Kramer, Vito Russo, and others founded the direct action group AIDS Coalition to Unleash Power, ACT UP, to demand that politicians, the medical community, drug manufacturers, and the public acknowledge the AIDS epidemic. The group's motto was, and remains, silence equal death. One an offshoot of ACT UP, Queer Nation, was founded in 1990 to fight the escalating violence and discrimination against LGBTQ+ people. At roughly the same time, the term queer theory began to circulate and quickly gained momentum within academic circles. The film theorist Teresa de Lauretis, Figure 1.1, coined the term at a university. Figure 1.1. Teresa de Lauretis. From Queer, A Graphic History by Meg John Barker and Jules Sheila, provided courtesy of Icon Books. Copyright Icon Books, reprinted with permission. 22 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies of California, Santa Cruz, Conference about Lesbian and Gay Sexualities. In February 1990. The conference proceedings were later collected in a 1991 special issue of Differences, a journal of feminist cultural studies. In her introduction to the special issue, de Laurentiis outlines the central features of queer theory, sketching the field in broad strokes that have held up remarkably well. 2. De Laurentiis suggested gay and lesbian sexualities should be studied, not as deviations of heterosexuality, but on their own terms. She went on to claim gay and lesbian sexualities should be understood and imagined as forms of resistance to cultural homogenization, counteracting dominant discourses. 3. According to de Laurentiis, and queer theorists more generally, lesbian and gay sexualities enact non-normative intimate and social modes of relating. They put new things in the world, and those new things have transformative potential. From its earliest iterations, queer theory challenged norms that reproduced inequalities and, at its best, sought to understand how sexuality intersected with gender, race, class, and other social identities to maintain social hierarchies. In fact, de Laurentiis used the term queer to create critical distance from lesbian and gay studies. Lesbian and gay studies courses began to appear in the 1970s, and programs slowly emerged in the 1980s. De Laurentiis claimed that differences were collapsed within lesbian and gay studies, and the experience of white middle-class gay men was privileged. She notes that although it became standard to refer to lesbians and gays in the 1980s, and obscured differences instead of revealing them. For in addition to sexuality, de Laurentiis hoped queer theory. Watch. In a video in the Inquiry series by them, Tyler Ford explains the history behind the word queer. https://utb/upe0u9dx_24. What are the key events that Ford identifies as defining the broad outlines of the history of the word queer in the English language? What is your own history with the word queer? Where did you first hear it, and how was it used? Do you consider it an insult, a fierce statement of resistance, or something else? Do you self-identify as queer? How does your history with the word relate to the broader history described by Ford in the video? What connections between the two do you find? 30 Years of Queer Theory. 23. Would identify and trouble other constructed silences, for instance, those of race, ethnicity, class, and gender. 5. She wanted to break with the past and transform the future by developing new ways of conceptualizing sexual identities in the present of the 1990s. Gay and lesbian activism has a complex history in the United States, and even more so globally. Activist demands that have been most palatable to cisgender heterosexuals are those that foreground the right to privacy, individual autonomy, and equal access to social institutions, like marriage and the military. However, queer activism and scholarship reject mainstream liberal ideals of privacy, the goal of formal equality under the law, and the desirability of assimilation into existing social institutions. Instead, queer theory and activism demand publicness, reject civility, and challenge the legitimacy, naturalness, and intrinsic value of institutions, whether marriage or the military, that regulate gender and sexuality. 6. Of course, this very critical, very radical relationship to the normative appears in times before the late 1980s and in places other than the United States, but it is then and there that queer activism and queer theory are named and begin to be, however hesitantly, defined. This chapter explores the development of queer theory from the 1990s to the present. It begins by elaborating on distinctions between gay and lesbian studies and queer studies before identifying important trends in queer theory. The constructionist turn in sexuality and gender studies. Lesbian and gay studies assumed clear subjects of analysis: lesbians and gays, who were studied as historical, cultural, or literary figures of significance to reclaim a forgotten past and create a sense of collective identity and continuity in the present. Some would argue that lesbian and gay studies took an essentialist view of sexuality that assumed individuals possessed a fixed and innate sexual identity that was both universal and transhistorical. 7. Queer theorists take a very different approach to understanding identity, which can be understood as constructionist. Constructionists see identity as a socio-cultural construct. To assert that identities are socio-cultural constructs assumes that in different times and places different meanings and values dominate and influence identity. These meanings and values are transmitted through cultural texts like television, music, or film, and are produced within social institutions like schools, museums, and families. As a result, meanings and values change across space and time. Essentialist. The view of sexuality that assumes individuals possess a fixed and innate sexual identity that is both universal and transhistorical. Constructionist. The view that identity is a socio-cultural construct that changes. 24. Introduction to LGBTQ+ studies. In the mid-1970s, the French historian and philosopher Michel Foucault published The History of Sexuality, which describes the origin of modern homosexual identity. In this sweeping history of sexuality, Foucault creates an influential theory of sexual identity formation. For Foucault, sexuality must not be thought of as a kind of natural given which power tries to hold in check, or as an obscure domain which knowledge tries gradually to uncover. It is the name that can be given to a historical construct. 8. By rejecting the idea that something called sexuality exists in all of us, waiting to be liberated, Foucault's work challenged not only how sexuality was understood in popular and scholarly discourses but also how power was understood. For Foucault, power does not repress a pre-existing sexual identity, it provides the conditions needed for sexual identities to multiply. Here it is important to distinguish between sexual identities and sexual practices. Sexual practices have existed in multiple forms across time and space, but only in particular moments do practices congeal into identities that can be named and managed. According to Foucault, power is everywhere, although it is not evenly dispersed. He argues that medical discourse, particularly the field of sexology, which applies scientific principles to the study of sexuality, intersected with legal discourse to simultaneously create the need and the means to identify and produce knowledge about sexual identity, particularly the homosexual. Power in this instance belonged to medical and legal authorities. However, naming the homosexual had unforeseen consequences. Those identified as homosexual in medical discourse appropriated the discourse to revise what the category might mean. Identify 1. Discourses. An institutionalized way of thinking and speaking, which creates a social boundary defining what can be said about a specific topic. Sexology. The scientific study of human sexuality, including human sexual interests, behaviors, and functions. Watch. A video from the School of Life series discusses Michel Foucault, a philosopher of history who explored different institutions, medicine, crime and punishment, and homosexuality with the goal of radically disrupting our understanding of them. https://youtube.com/beebjadenstgu. What was Foucault's personal background, and how do you imagine it might have influenced his academic career? Do you see progress or instead a lack of spontaneity and imagination in the way the West has treated people with mental health issues, criminals, and homosexuals? Did Foucault want us to become nostalgic, or did he want us to learn from the past about better ways of doing things? Now, 30 years of queer theory. 25. Another, build a community, and make political demands. This can be seen in the early homophile movement, which refers to late 19th century and early 20th century homosexual rights activism that emerged in tandem and entwined with sexology and anti-sodomy laws. Foucault's work influenced a new wave of historians committed to studying the construction of modern homosexuality. David Halperin, a historian of classical Greek culture, provided volumes worth of historical evidence to support Foucault's more theoretical claims. 9. Halperin argues that using modern identity frameworks to understand culturally and historically specific expressions of desire is poor scholarship. He interprets sexual histories through a queer lens that does not assume that identities and experiences are universal. John D'Amelio, another queer historian, connects the development of modern gay identity to 19th century urbanization and industrialization. 10. Jonathan Ned Katz, also a historian, focuses a critically queer lens on heterosexuality, arguing that it is also a social construct. 11. By demonstrating that heterosexuality, like homosexuality, is a modern invention, Katz seeks to strip the category of its Normalizing power. Foucault, Halperin, D'Amelio, and Katz contribute to a critical understanding of the social construction of homosexuality and heterosexuality. This does important political and intellectual work in troubling the idea of heterosexuality as normal and natural, a claim that has been used to marginalize homosexuals. Eve Sedgwick, a literary theorist, continues the project of troubling both homosexuality and heterosexuality in her 1990 publication Epistemology of the Closet, which is widely recognized as a foundational queer theory text, Figure 1.2. Sedgwick argues that by the 20th century, in Western culture, every person was assigned a sexual identity. 12.4. Sedgwick, the history of homosexuality is not a minority history, it is the history of modern Western culture. According to Sedgwick, homosexual and heterosexual definition is central to the construction of the modern nation-state, because it informs modern modes of population management. She introduces the terms minoritizing and universalizing to describe competing and coexisting understandings of homosexuality that shape how we imagine sexuality. The minoritizing view sees homosexuality as relevant only to homosexuals. This view sees homosexuals as a specific group of people, a minority, within a largely heterosexual world. This can have its uses, for instance, in creating a discernible community able to make demands of the state, as seen in the homophile movement, as well as in current gay and lesbian rights activism. The universalizing view, in contrast, sees sexuality and sexual definition as important to everyone. This is the minoritizing, a term introduced by Eve Sedgwick to describe the view of homosexuality as relevant only to homosexuals. This view sees homosexuals as a specific group of people, a minority, within a largely heterosexual world. Universalizing, a term introduced by Eve Sedgwick to describe viewing sexuality and sexual definition as important to everyone, rather than focusing on homosexuals as a distinct group. Homophile movement emerging in the United States and the United Kingdom in the 1950s. The movement was a concerted effort to demand equal rights for homosexuals. 26 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Position Sedgwick takes in her book when she claims that sexual definition is central to social organization and identity formation. Social constructionism also influenced understandings of gender. For instance, the cultural anthropologist Gail Rubin's essay The Traffic in Women, notes on the political economy of sex sought to identify the origin of women's oppression across cultures. 13 It is a constructivist account of gender identity that connects the binary construction of gender, man or woman, to heterosexual kinship and by extension to women's Oppression within heterosexual patriarchal cultures, Figure 1.3. Rubin uses the phrase sex-gender system to describe the process by which social relations produce women as oppressed beings. According to Rubin, one begins to have a sense of a systematic social apparatus which takes up females as raw material and fashions domesticated women as products. 14 Rubin writes, as a preliminary definition, a sex. Figure 1.2. Eve Sedgwick. From Queer, a Graphic History by Meg John Barker and Jules Sheila, provided courtesy of Icon Books. Copyright Icon Books. Reprinted with permission. Sex-gender system. A phrase coined by Gail Rubin to describe the social apparatus that oppresses women. 30 Years of Queer Theory. 27. Gender system is the set of arrangements by which a society transforms biological sexuality into products of human activity and in which these transformed sexual needs are satisfied. 15. Although Rubin's work is very influential in feminist and queer theory, one of her basic assumptions, that sex is raw material, and thus lacks the influence of social norms, has been challenged by other queer theorists. The queer feminist science scholar Anne Fausto Sterling's early 1990s work on intersex categories contends that although social institutions are invested in maintaining a dyadic sex system, this system does not map onto nature. Figure 1.4. She argues that sex exists as a spectrum between female and male with a minimum of 5 distinct categories. Fausto Sterling introduces the terms herms, firms, and merms to categorize anatomical, hormonal, and chromosomal differences that fall. Figure 1.3. Gail Rubin. From Queer, a Graphic History by Meg John Barker and Jules Sheila, provided courtesy of Icon Books. Copyright Icon Books. Reprinted with permission. Intersex. Persons who do not have chromosomes, gonads, or genitals that meet medical expectations and definitions of sex within a binary system. 28 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies outside a male-female sex dyad. 16 Like Rubin, Fausto Sterling's early provocation about sex categories sees sex as biological, natural, and unchangeable. It is raw material that culture transforms into gender. Both Rubin's work and Fausto Sterling's early work leave a nature-nurture binary in place and suggest that sex correlates with nature and gender correlates with nurture. Fausto Sterling's work was soon challenged for focusing too much attention on genitals. For instance, the social psychologist Suzanne Kessler was critical of Fausto Sterling's attachment to reading genitals for the truth of sex, insisting that the performance of gender on the body rather than on genitalia was more often used to gender bodies. 17 Fausto. Figure 1.4. Anne Fausto Sterling. From Queer, a Graphic History by Meg John Barker and Jules Sheila, provided courtesy of Icon Books. Copyright Icon Books, reprinted with permission. 30 Years of Queer Theory 29. To Sterling has since conceded Kessler's point. 18 Most queer theoretical engagements with gender deprivilege the body, particularly genitals, as a site of truth by suggesting that the appearance of binary sexed bodies is actually an effect of binary gender discourse and, as discussed in the next section, binary performances of gender. In other words, a binary sex-gender system that assumes a correlation between sex and gender is an effect of power, not nature. Gender performativity. The cultural anthropologist Esther Newton published Mother Camp, Female Impersonators in America, a groundbreaking ethnography of drag culture in 1972. Newton uses the term drag queen to describe a homosexual male who often, or habitually, dresses in female attire. 19 Newton separated the sexed body from the gender expressed on it, suggesting that there is no natural link between the two, as discussed in the previous section, but in 1972 the link between sex and gender remained tightly clamped. Newton writes, the effect of the drag system is to wrench sex roles loose from that which supposedly determines them, that is, genital sex. Gay people know that sex-typed behavior can be achieved, contrary to what is popularly believed. They know that the possession of one type of genital equipment by no means guarantees the naturally appropriate behavior. 20. Like Rubin, Newton was writing before the 1990 birth of Queer the Ori. Also like Rubin, her intellectual investments and theoretical findings were harbingers of things to come. In fact, Judith Butler, who is often identified as an early and formative player in the creation of queer theory, cites both theorists as influential to her work on performativity. Judith Butler's Gender Trouble, originally published in 1990, Intro. Uses the term performativity to suggest that gender identity is not natural and does not emanate from an essential truth that can be located on or in the body, figure 1.5. For Butler, gender is established as consistent and cohesive through its repeated performance. 21 Importantly, for Butler, because gender must be constantly reperformed, it can be intentionally or unintentionally troubled, revealing it as an ongoing project with no origin. This is similar to Newton's observation of drag, particularly her suggestion that drag reveals gender as a performance. Gender Trouble was critiqued for ignoring the materiality of the body and real sex differences. In a follow-up publication, Butler argues that sex is a regulatory ideal that forces many bodies into a two-part SYS. Drag refers to the performance of femininity or masculinity, and is most frequently used to describe the performance of gender expressions that differ from those associated with the performer's natal sex assignment. Drag queen. Most often someone who identifies as a man, who behaves in an exaggerated performance of femininity. Drag queens are often associated with gay culture, performativity, the capacity of language and expressive actions to produce a type of being. 30 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Figure 1.5. Judith Butler. From Queer, a Graphic History by Meg John Barker and Jules Sheila, provided courtesy of Icon Books. Copyright Icon Books. Reprinted with permission. Watch. Judith Butler describes the social construction of gender, and the policing of gender, by social institutions. In this video in the Big Think series, https://gogeneseo.edu/Judith Butler. Clearly a social constructionist, Butler emphasizes that she considers gender an important site of freedom and pleasure. Butler states that there is a difference between saying that gender is performed as opposed to saying gender is performative. Describe that difference in your own words. What exam, please, of different kinds of behavior help you understand that difference? And if you disagree with this idea, explain why you do not see an important difference between the two. Butler names institutional powers like psychologists and psychiatrists, and informal practices like bullying that try to keep us in our place. Has someone you know had their gender presentation challenged or censored? Was there any way for the person to resist that challenge? How would you respond to that challenge today? 30 Years of Queer Theory. 31. Tem. 22. This is likely reminiscent of Fausto Sterling's provocation that there are 5 discernible sexes. Butler responded to critique by arguing that although discourse does not produce material sex differences, it organizes these differences, gives them meaning, and renders them legible. 23. In Female Masculinity, Jack Halberstam continues the work of disentangling gender from genitals through a series of interpretive readings of literary, filmic, and historical representations. Figure 1.6. Halberstam argues that female masculinity actually affords us a glimpse of how masculinity is constructed as masculinity. 24. In other words, women and especially lesbians who are masculine reveal masculinity as a construct, in much the same way that drag queen performances reveal femininity as a construct. Halberstam convincingly claims, masculinity must not and cannot and should not reduce down to the male body and its effects. 25. Like many queer theorists engaging gender, Halberstam de-emphasizes genitals, refocusing on gender expressions. In other words, much as Newton observes about drag performances of femininity, anybody can put on a gender expression. Queer theories of gender have influenced scholars across disciplines, radically transforming how we think about gender. For Butler, there is no natural and essential gender or sexuality that queers deviate from. For Newton, femininity is not the property of women, just as for Halbers. Tam masculinity is not the property of men. Instead, we are all citing, at times contesting, at others complying with, existing ideas about gender. Figure 1.6. Jack Halberstam. At work at a conference at the University of Southern California on gender, race, and sexuality in pop music. Professions presented in association with the 2011 Pop Conference at the University of California at Los Angeles. CC by S.A. Joe Mabel. Jack Halberstam. A gender and queer theorist and author. Perhaps best known for work on tomboys and female masculinity. 32 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies and Sexuality. Additionally, these ideas, and the value hierarchies that adhere to them, are maintained only by their reproduction. The work discussed in this chapter dissipates some of the power that coheres around the idea of natural gender and sexuality, an idea that has often been used to mark queer genders and sexualities as unnatural, and by extension inferior to heterosexuality. Transgender studies. Transgender studies is an interdisciplinary field of knowledge production that, like queer theory, challenges discursive and institutional regimes of normativity. However, whereas queer theory is sometimes guilty of the privileging of homosexual ways of differing from heterosexual norms, transgender studies challenges naturalized links between the material body, psychic structures, and gendered social roles. 26 Transgender studies emerged in activist and academic circles around the same time as queer activism and theory. The anthropologist David Valentine attributes the term's early emergence to activist communities in the United States and the United Kingdom, noting that it was seen as a way of organizing a politics of gender variance that differentiated it from homosexuality. 27. Susan Stryker provides an even more specific periodization, finding that the term transgender emerged in the 1980s but didn't take on its current meaning until 1992, when Leslie Feinberg published Trans Gender Liberation, a movement whose time has come. 28. At this point, transgender began to be used broadly to refer to discomfort with role expectations, being queer, occasional or more frequent cross-dressing, permanent cross-dressing and cross-gender living, through to access major health interventions such as hormonal therapy and surgical reassignment procedures. 29. Before the 1990s, transgender referred specifically to persons who socially transitioned to a gender other than the one they were assigned at birth without using hormones or surgery to medically transition. By refusing to accept that there is a right way to be transgender, and encouraging coalition building under the newly flexible term trans gender, Feinberg hoped transgender persons could build a transformative, activism-oriented community. 30. Feinberg's 1993 publication, Stone Butch Blues, is a fictionalized personal account of negotiating New York City as a butch lesbian in the 1970s. 31 Feinberg experienced harassment and brutality at the hands of police, and the vivid descriptions of violence in the book illustrate the consequences of not embodying a socially sank. Susan Stryker, an American professor, author, filmmaker, and theorist whose work focuses on gender and human sexuality, and a founder of transgender studies. 30 Years of Queer Theory. 33. Tioni Gender Expression. Work like this and work published by other trans scholars demonstrates the importance of thinking gender and sex queerly. Another example is Kate Bornstein, whose 1995 publication, Gender Outlaw, on Men, Women, and the Rest of Us, humorously and accessibly describes her experiences with gender and sexuality. 32 Bornstein writes, I identify as neither male nor female, and now that my lover is going through his gender change, it turns out I'm neither straight nor gay. 33. She matter-of-factly expresses her feelings of shame at not fitting into normative gender identities and a corresponding sense of relief with intellectual work coming out in the 1990s that made it possible to understand gender as a social construct. 34. Against normativity. In the first years of the 2000s, groups like the Human Rights Campaign (HRC), which takes a formal rights approach to securing legal protections for LGBTQ+ persons, experienced many successes. 35 For instance, Don't Ask, Don't Tell, a policy of forced silence about sexuality for gay, lesbian, and bisexual service members instituted by the Bill Clinton administration in 1993, was repealed in 2011. Additionally, as of June 26, 2015, same-sex marriage is legal in the United States. Although inclusion in these institutions is contingent, precarious, and not evenly distributed. Human Rights Campaign, the largest U.S.-based LGBTQ+ advocacy group. It works for legal protections for LGBTQ+ persons, such as promoting legislation to prevent discrimination and hate crimes. Don't Ask, Don't Tell. The U.S. military's policy on gays, bisexuals, and lesbians serving in the military, introduced in 1994 by Bill Clinton's administration. The policy required gay, lesbian, and bisexual persons to remain closeted while in the military. In exchange, it prohibited the discrimination of closeted service persons. Same-sex marriage, the marriage of two people of the same sex or gender in a civil or religious ceremony. Watch. The advocate interviews Kate Bornstein, and she explains the gender revolution. https www.advocate.com/transgender/2018/11/20/iconic. Kate Bornstein explains gender revolution. Restate, in your own words, what Kate Bornstein means when she talks about gender in 4 dimensions. What are some examples of what Bornstein calls the multiplicity of gender truths discussed in this chapter so far? Bornstein describes how she sees the future of gender. What hopes do you have for the future of gender? What fears? Why? 34 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Among all members of the LGBTQ+ community, these 2 shifts in policy secured access and rights for some LGBTQ+ persons, specifically white middle-class gay men, for whom marriage equality has often been a primary political concern. Queer critics of the HRC maintain that the organization has a limited vision of human rights, is pro-capitalist, and supports bills that fail to include transgender persons. For example, the proposed 2007 Employment Non-Discrimination Act for queers invested in transformative justice-oriented politics, the assimilationist strategies employed by liberal LGBTQ+ organizations typified by the HRC stand in the way of meaningful social change. Many queer theorists and activists are concerned that emphasizing single issues, marriage or the military, and centering LGBTQ+ politics on inclusion into existing institutions diminishes the radical potential of queer thought and action. The desire for radical social change that is central to the queer theoretical project is discussed further in the next section. Lisa Duggan coined the term homonormativity to describe the activist work of groups like the HRC. 36 According to Duggan, groups like the HRC represent the interests of white middle-class gay men whose privilege provides them cover to access social institutions and benefit from assimilation in ways unavailable or undesirable to other members of the LGBTQ+ community. For instance, a primary benefit of marriage is access to health insurance, but one partner must have health insurance for marriage to help a couple in this way. Job discrimination, housing discrimination, street harassment, and access to identification documents are central to the politics of queers of color as well as women and lower-income members of the LGBTQ+ community. Many express criticism that assimilationist a strategy or one who enacts such strategy to gain access to, or assimilate into, existing social structures, like monogamous marriage, or serving in the U.S. military. Homonormativity. Academics and activists use the term to discuss attempts by LGBTQ+ persons to assimilate into institutions like marriage and the military that reproduce hierarchy and are associated with oppression. Explore. Visit the website of the Human Rights Campaign, HRC, https://www.hrc.org/ and explore. What issues and whose interests does the HRC most seem to represent? Is diversity present in the HRC? Is there a place for organizations like the HRC in queer politics? 30 Years of Queer Theory 35. Groups like the HRC have become representative voices of the LGBTQ+ community and are failing to represent its most vulnerable members. Published only a few years after Duggan's work on homonormativity and neoliberalism, Jasper Poyer's terrorist assemblages, homonationalism in Queer Times confirms that some queer subjects have been incorporated into U.S. national life as valued citizens. However, according to Poyer, this benevolence towards sexual others is contingent upon ever narrowing parameters of white racial privilege, consumption capabilities, gender and kinship normativity, and bodily integrity. 37 Poyer further argues that welcoming some queers into national life requires queerness to be projected onto other bodies. She suggests that the deviancy and abjection previously associated with gay and lesbian sexualities is redirected to brown Muslim bodies and instrumentalized to justify the war on terror. That is, the United States appeals to its tolerance of some queers to construct itself as civil and progressive. It then attaches sexual backwardness and violent homophobia to Islamic nations. Duggan and Poyer are critical of activist initiatives that are based on inclusion into existing social institutions, because they see these institutions themselves as damaging. Furthermore, they argue that capitalism and militarism do harm and can only contingently benefit individual LGBTQ+ persons. Neoliberalism, a political ideology that espouses economic liberalism, such as trade liberalization and financial deregulation, and small government. It accepts greater economic inequality and disfavors unionization. Read. In an article for Afropunk, Growing Up Queer, a brief lesson on hetero and homonormativity, Justin Allen talks about the social consequences of heteronormativity. https://afropunk.com/2013/03/ Growing Up Queer, a brief lesson on hetero and homonormativity. Using your own words, define heteronormativity and homonormativity. Then explain the relationship between the terms. Do you think challenging homonormativity is important? Why? Or why not? In the article, Allen states that one purpose of this post is to create a conversation about the complexities of the contract ADIC. Tie-ins many people's identities present to preconceived societal ideas. Have you ever felt that your identity challenged accept social norms? If so, describe how, and if not, explain why that might be the case. 36 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Queer Politics, Transformative Politics. Queer theorists like Duggan and Poyer are critical of assimilationist politics, but neither offers tangible suggestions for what a socially just and queer inclusive world might look like. Other queer theorists, particularly queer of color theorists, are doing the important work of imagining politics and society radically differently. Their scholarship gestures toward what a queerly transformed world might look like. José Esteban Muñoz's hope-affirming work claims the future for queers, figure 1.7. He writes, "The future is queerness's domain. Queerness is a structuring and educated mode of desiring that allows us to see and feel beyond the quagmire of the present." 38 For Muñoz, conditions of everyday life are simply not viable for queer people of color, which prompts many to imagine a transformed world. In Cruising Utopia, the then and there of queer futurity, Muñoz explores the critical imagination, which he refers to as transformative thought that can prompt and shape social change. This idea, along with Muñoz's intersectional theorization of oppression and social transformation, resonates with many other queer theorists. 39. The activist Charlene A. Carruthers's unapologetic, a black, queer, and feminist mandate for radical movements foregrounds the importance of intersectional thinking. She introduces a black queer feminist lens, which she describes as a lens through which people and groups see to bring their full selves into the process of dismantling all systems of oppression. 40 Whereas libertarian, conservative, and even liberal lesbian and gay groups seek to diminish the importance of sexual and other differences, Carruthers suggests that bringing a black queer feminist lens to political thought and praxis renounces the middle-class notion of the public sphere as a place where identity should be abandoned to maintain the myth of universality. 41 Even more, her vision of activism descenders. Figure 1.7. José Esteban Muñoz. From Queer, A Graphic History by Meg John Barker and Jules Sheila, provided courtesy of Icon Books. Copyright Icon Books, reprinted with permission. José Esteban Muñoz. An academic in the fields of performance studies, visual culture, queer theory, cultural studies, and critical theory. His book Disidentifications, Queers of Color and the Performance of Politics, 1999, uses performance studies to investigate the performance, activism, and survival of queer people of color. Intersectional, overlapping or intersecting social identities, such as race, class, and gender, that are produced by social structures of inequality. Charlene A. Carruthers. A black queer feminist, activist and organizer. Her work aims to create young leaders in marginalized communities to fight for community interests and liberation. Public sphere, where identity should be abandoned to maintain the myth of universality. 30 Years of Queer Theory. 37. queerness, she demands that multiple types of oppression, types that will not be experienced the same way or even at all by the entire LGBTQ+ community, must be acknowledged to imagine and enact a truly transformed, justice-oriented social world. Figure 1.8. Charlene A. Carruthers. Photo by Lucy Hewitt. Courtesy of Charlene A. Carruthers. Watch. Charlene Carruthers, Figure 1.8, describes the Black queer feminist lens. In this video, https://gogenesio.edu/Carruthers. What is Carruthers referring to when she talks about telling more complete stories? Carruthers states that unless we move the margins into the center, none of us will be free. What does she mean by that statement? Carruthers presents an intersectional analysis in the video. For example, she says, you cannot talk about racial justice without talking about economic justice. Describe and define more fully Carruthers's intersectional analysis, and be sure to cite specific statements she makes in the video as evidence. 38 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Like Munoz, Carruthers emphasizes the importance of the Black imagination, specifically the ability to imagine alternative economics, alternative family structures, or something else entirely. 42 This work cannot be accomplished if groups like the HRC, which has a clear pro-capitalist agenda, shape public discourse about LGBTQ+ issues. In After the Party, A Manifesto for Queer of Color Life, Joshua Chambers-Letson explores the affect music and art can have on audiences. In an attempt to theorize the conditions necessary to envision collective change, he suggests that creative work can expand imaginative possibilities and prompt new modes of being together in the world. His project explores the ways minoritarian subjects mobilize performance to survive the present, improvise new worlds, and sustain new ways of being in the world. 43. Similar to Munoz and Carruthers, he argues that radical transformation is the only way forward for queers of color. Instead of asking, how can we include queers in the existing social world, he asks, how can we queer the existing social world to make it habitable by queers? Additionally, like Carruthers, Chambers-Letson dissentaires the queer sexual subject and queer theory to explore intersectional possibilities for speculative world-making and practical activism. For him, experiencing performance allows audiences to rehearse new ways of seeing and being in the world together, which is why he emphasizes the importance of art and music. Importantly, Chambers-Letson does not see art and performance as able to fulfill the promise of revolutionary transformative change. Instead, it is a site where possible worlds are imagined, but they must still be materially enacted. 44. Conclusion. This chapter maps the emergence of queer theory over time and across disciplines, out of the lived experiences of diverse LGBTQ+ people. Both Activism and theory are historically and geographically contingent, taith, aired to time, space, and the material body in its specificity. Queer theory is flexible enough to account for differences of race, class, gender, and nation, although it does not always do so. It does, however, have at its founding, and through the twists and turns of its development, an investment in radical social change tethered to a belief that, because gender, sexual, and other forms of social hierarchy are reproduced and regulated through discourse and social institutions, those institutions can and must be changed for the better. 30 Years of Queer Theory. 39 Key questions. What are the differences between essentialist and constructionist theories of identity? Which perspective views identity as fixed, or innate, and which perspective argues that identity is produced through social processes? What evidence does each perspective use to support its argument? What do we mean when we talk about gender performativity and the implications of the constructionist turn? What are the similarities and differences between transgender studies and queer studies? Who are some of the key thinkers and activists who have contributed to these movements? What do we mean when we talk about intersectional anal YSs, and how have they contributed to queer theory? Who are some important queer of color theorists we should know about? Research resources compiled by Rachel Wexelbaum. Discuss, choose one or two resources listed in this chapter, and discuss them in relation to what you have learned about queer theory. Present, choose a key topic or event found in this chapter. Then locate one or two resources from the quick dip and deep dive sections and develop a presentation for the class. Explain the significance of the topic, and provide additional details that support your explanation. Create, what idea, person, or event from this chapter really moved you? Do more research on that idea, person, or event based on the resources in this chapter. Then create your own artistic response. Consider writing a poem, drawing a picture, or creating a short video in a way that demonstrates both what you have learned and how you feel about the issue or person. 40 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Debate, with a partner or split into groups, choose a topic, idea, or controversy from this chapter. Have each partner or group present an opposing perspective on it. Use at least 2 of the chapter's research resources to support your argument. Quick dip, online resources. Gender Critical, by ContraPoints. ContraPoints is an irreverent video essayist who explores gender identity and queer theory while using her extensive background in academic philosophy. In Gender Critical, she addresses transphobic feminists. https://youtube.be/1ptpujjqsi. Other videos by the same essayist are at https://www.youtube.com/channel/ucnvsionjdj5e 4EXMA65VYPA. My Generation. An independent documentary series, My Generation explores gender variance in short films. https://www.youtube.com/user/mygeneration/ Videos. Queer Nation New York. Queer Nation was the first national activist group to employ the term queer in its name. The group was founded by veterans from ACT UP, and the group's activism enacted and enabled queer theory. Read about the group's history at https://queernation.org/history. Queer Theory and Gender Performativity, by Paul Fry. In this lecture at Yale University, the professor Paul Fry introduces Judith Butler's and Michel Foucault's works on sexuality and gender. https://yahoo.be/7bkfljfxyf0. Queer Theory Reading List, from Brown University. This living list of queer scholarship includes many important intersectional texts. https://www.brown.edu/campuslife/support/lgbtq/graduate student resources/queer theory reading list. 30 Years of Queer Theory 41. Deep Dive, Books and Articles. Aberrations in Black, Toward a Queer of Color Critique. By Roderick A. Ferguson. Roderick A. Ferguson analyzes how sociologists articulate theories of racial difference by using theories of sexuality. Ferguson demonstrates that predominantly white sociologists have used works by Richard Wright, Ralph Ellison, Toni Morrison, and other African American writers to construct theories about black sexualities, and therefore black people. Minneapolis, University of Minnesota Press, 2003. Beautiful Bottom, Beautiful Shame, Where Black Meets Queer, by Catherine Bond Stockton. In this Lambda Literary Award finalist and Modern Language Association's Crompton Knoll Award winner for Best Essay in Gay and Lesbian Studies. Stockton analyzes the embracing of shame among black and queer people, and the role of shame in fostering attraction, the arts, storytelling, and recording of history. And Camp, Durham, NC, Duke University Press, 2006. Black Performance on the Outskirts of the Left, A History of the Impossible, by Malik Gaines. Malik Gaines expands on Butler's theory of performativity by depicting how artists, musicians, playwrights, and actors perform race, black political ideas, and resistance politics to disrupt mainstream views of race, gender, and sexuality. Because queer theory focuses on the interruption, disruption, and decentering of whiteness and on patriarchy, heteronormativity, homonormativity, and cisnormativity, this is a must-read. New York, New York University Press, 2017. Crip Theory, Cultural Signs of Queerness and Disability. By Robert McRuer. Robert McRuer is one of the founders of queer disability studies and a major contributor to the fields of transnational queer theory and disability theory. In this book, he coins crip theory to describe the intersectionality tie-in of disability, gender, and sexuality, and an interdisciplinary approach to critical disability theory, which encompasses queer theory. McRuer examines how dominant and marginal physical and sexual identities are. 42 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies constructed, and he demonstrates through popular culture, politics, and higher education how disabilities and queerness disrupt and transform those identities. New York University Press, 2006. Invisible Lives, The Erasure of Transsexual and Transgendered People, by Vivian K. Namaste. Winner of the Gustavus Myers Center/Study of Human Rights Outstand Ing Book Award. This book provides the first scholarly study of trans people. In it, Namaste argues that trans people are erased rather than produced in a wide variety of institutional and cultural settings. Chicago University of Chicago Press, 2000. Also, Namaste talks about the book and the struggles of transgender people in society in an interview. http://newsocialist.org/old_mag/magazine/39. Irresistible Revolution, Confronting Race, Class, and the Assumptions of LGBT Politics, by Urvashi Vaid. Urvashi Vaid is a frequently cited attorney and leader of LGBTQ+ social justice movements. She applies queer theory to her activism and advocacy, pursuing the notion that LGBTQ+ equality will be achieved once heteronormativity and homonormativity within the institutions of family, society, and government are interrupted, disrupted, and are to become more inclusive of racial, gender, and economic diversity. New York, Magnus Books, 2012. My New Gender Workbook, A Step-by-Step Guide to Achieving World Peace Through Gender Anarchy and Sex Positivity, by Kate Bornstein. Kate Bornstein is a famous author, playwright, performance artist, actress, and gender theorist. She was one of the first people to publicly identify as transgender, then later as non-binary and gender non-conforming. Her updated version of the classic My Gender Workbook, 1997, is an accessible, humorous, and interactive introduction to contemporary gender theory, as well as the intersection of gender, sexuality, and power. New York, Routledge, 2013. Nobody Passes, Rejecting the Rules of Gender and Conformity, edited by Matilda Bernstein Sycamore. This anthology of essays explores the concept and act of passing, critiquing the visible and invisible systems of power involved in this perfer. 30 Years of Queer Theory. 43. Mance, Emeryville, CA, Seal Press, 2006. Matilda Bernstein Sycamore is also the author of the influential That's Revolting: Queer Strategies for Resisting Assimilation, New York, Soft Skull Press, 2004, and Why Are Faggots So Afraid of Faggots? Flaming Challenges to Masculinity, Objectification, and the Desire to Conform, Oakland, CA, AK Press, 2012. The Normalization of Queer Theory, by David Halperin. David Halperin traces the origin of the term queer theory to Teresa D. Lauretis in 1990 in this 2003 article in the Journal of Homosexuality. Volume 45, Numbers 2, 4, https://www.resetarchgate.net/publication/ 8980528_the_normalization_of_queer_theory. He identifies major contributors to a canon of works that built up the theory. Halperin is co-founder of GLQ, a journal of lesbian and gay studies. Queer, A Graphic History, by Meg John Barker and Jules Sheila. Meg John Barker, an academic and activist, teamed up with the cartoonist Jules Sheila in this nonfiction graphic novel to illuminate the histories of queer thought and LGBTQ+ action. London, Icon Books, 2016. Queer Theory and the Jewish Question, edited by Daniel Boyarin, Daniel Itzkovitz, and Anne Pellegrini. This book is the first compilation of essays to address the intersection of queer theory with Jewish identity, homophobia, and anti-Semitism, and the invention of the homosexual and the modern Jew. The book includes essays written by Judith Butler and Eve Kosofsky-Sedgwick. The editors are scholars and authors of Jewish studies, queer theory, and religious studies. New York, Columbia University Press, 2003. Queer Theory for Everyone, a review essay, by Sharon Marcus. This 2005 article in Signs, Journal of Women in Culture and Society. Volume 31, Number 1, https://doi.org/101086/432743, covers the history of queer theory and gives an overview of its origins. It explains the problematic and complicated histories of library classification of queer texts and includes an excellent bibliography of queer theorists. Queer Theory, Gender Theory, An Instant Primer, by Ricky Wilchins. The influential transgender activist Ricky Wilchins wrote this classic work to make queer theory and gender theory accessible to a non-academic. 44 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Audience. It is a starting point for first-year undergraduates, New York. Riverdale Avenue Books, 2014. Queer Theory Revisited, by Michael Hames Garcia. This frequently cited essay challenges queer theorists to apply the theory to address the oppression, policing, and marginalization of people of color, the poor, and the colonized. Hames Garcia is the first to identify two schools of queer theory, the separatist, which keeps race, class, and gender outside descriptions of sexuality, and the integrationist, which blurs these categories and may abandon the concept of identity altogether. His essay is included in Gay Latino Studies, A Critical Reader, edited by M. Hames Garcia and E. J. Martinez, Durham, NC, Duke University Press, 2010, 1945, which won the 2011 Lambda Literary Award for Best LGBT Anthology. Sexual Futures, Queer Futures, and Other Latina Longings, by Juana Maria Rodriguez. Rodriguez deconstructs the archetype of the gesturing emotional Latina femme to discuss how gestures and types of bodies inform sexual pleasures and practices, as well as racialized sexual and gender identities. New York, New York University Press, 2014. This book won the Allen Bray Memorial Book Prize presented by the Gay Lesbian Queer Caucus of the Modern Language Association and was finalist for the 2015 Lambda Literary Foundation LGBT Studies Award. Rodriguez is also author of Queer Latinidad, Identity Practices, Discursive Spaces, New York, New York University Press, 2003. A View from the Bottom, Asian American Masculinity and Sexual Representation, by Tan Hoang Nguyen. Tan Hoang Nguyen reassesses male effeminacy and how it is racialized in cinema, art, and pornography. Nguyen challenges the concept of bottom as passive and shameful, transforming it into a sexual position, a social alliance, a romantic bond, and an art form. According to Nguyen, this reinvention of the term bottom has the potential to interrupt, disrupt, and transform sexual, gender, and racial norms. Durham, NC, Duke University Press, 2014. 30 Years of Queer Theory 45. Glossary. Assimilationist. A strategy or one who enacts such strategy to gain access to, or assimilate into, existing social structures, like monogamous marriage or serving in the U.S. military. Charlene A. Carruthers. A black queer feminist activist and organizer. Her work aims to create young leaders in marginalized communities to fight for community interests and liberation. Constructionist. The view that identity is a socio-cultural construct that influences identity formation. Discourses. An institutionalized way of thinking and speaking, which creates a social boundary defining what can be said about a specific topic. Don't ask, don't tell. The U.S. military's policy on gays, bisexuals, and lesbians serving in the military, introduced in 1994 by Bill Clinton's administration. The policy required gay, lesbian, and bisexual persons to remain closeted while in the military. In exchange, it prohibited the discrimination of closeted service persons. Drag refers to the performance of femininity or masculinity, and is most frequently used to describe the performance of gender expressions signs that differ from those associated with the performer's natal sex assignment. Drag queen. Most often someone who identifies as a man who behaves in an exaggerated performance of femininity. Drag queens are often associated with gay culture. Essentialist. The view of sexuality that assumes individuals possess a fixed and innate sexual identity that is both universal and transhistorical. Homonormativity. Academics and activists use the term to discuss attempts by LGBTQ+ persons to assimilate into institutions like marriage and the military that reproduce hierarchy and are associated with oppression. Homophile movement. Emerging in the United States and the United Kingdom in the 1950s, the movement was a concerted effort to demand equal rights for homosexuals. Human Rights Campaign. The largest U.S.-based LGBTQ+ advocacy group. It works for legal protections for LGBTQ+ persons, such as promoting legislation to prevent discrimination and hate crimes. Intersectional. Overlapping or intersecting social identities, such as race, class, and gender, that are produced by social structures of inequality. 46 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Intersex. Persons who do not have chromosomes, gonads, or genitals that meet medical expectations and definitions of sex within a binary system. Jack Halberstam. A gender and queer theorist and author, perhaps best known for work on tomboys and female masculinity. José Esteban Muñoz. An academic in the fields of performance studies, visual culture, queer theory, cultural studies, and critical theory. His book Disidentifications, Queers of Color and the Performance of Politics, 1999, uses performance studies to investigate the performance, activism, and survival of queer people of color. Minoritizing. A term introduced by Eve Sedgwick to describe the view of homosexuality as relevant only to homosexuals. This view sees homosexuals as a specific group of people, a minority, within a largely heterosexual world. Neoliberalism. A political ideology that espouses economic liberalism, such as trade liberalization and financial deregulation, and small government. It accepts greater economic inequality and disfavors unionization. Performativity. The capacity of language and expressive actions to produce a type of being. Public sphere. Where identity should be abandoned to maintain the myth of universality. Same-sex marriage. The marriage of two people of the same sex or gender in a civil or religious ceremony. Sex-gender system. A phrase coined by Gail Rubin to describe the social apparatus that oppresses women. Sexology. The scientific study of human sexuality, including human sex. UAL interests, behaviors, and functions. Susan Stryker. An American professor, author, filmmaker, and theorist, whose work focuses on gender and human sexuality, and a founder of transgender studies. Universalizing. A term introduced by Eve Sedgwick to describe viewing sexuality and sexual definition as important to everyone, rather than focusing on homosexuals as a distinct group. Notes. 1. ACT UP New York, website, accessed March 8, 2021, https://actionecom/. 2. Teresa de Lauretis, Queer Theory, Lesbian and Gay Sexualities, in SPE. Chale Issue, Differences, A Journal of Feminist Cultural Studies 3, No. 2, 1991, 3. 3. De Lauretis, 3. 4. De Laurentiis, 6. 30 Years of Queer Theory 47. 5. De Laurentiis, 4. 6. Lisa Duggan, Making It Perfectly Queer, in Theorizing Feminism par. Allele Trends in the Humanities and Social Sciences, ed. Anne C. Herman and Abigail J. Stewart, Boulder, Co., Westview Press, 2001, 219. 7. Anna Marie Jagos, Queer Theory, An Introduction, New York, New York. University Press, 1997, 8, Duggan, Making It Perfectly Queer, 225. 8. Michel Foucault, The History of Sexuality, Vol. 1, An Introduction, Trans. Robert Hurley, New York, Vintage, 1990, 23. 9. David Halperin, 100 Years of Homosexuality, and Other Essays. On Greek Love, Illustrated Edition, New York, Routledge, 1989, David Halperin. How to Do the History of Homosexuality, Chicago, University of Chicago Press. 2002. 10. John D'Amelio, Capitalism and Gay Identity, in the Gender/Sexuality. Reader, Culture, History, Political Economy, ed. Roger N. Lancaster and Michaela De Leonardo, New York, Routledge, 1997, 169-178. 11. Jonathan Ned Katz, The Invention of Heterosexuality, Socialist Review. 20, March 1990, 7:34. 12. Eve Kosofsky-Sedgwick, Epistemology of the Closet, 2nd ed. Berkeley. University of California Press, 2008, 1. 13. Gail Rubin, The Traffic in Women, Notes on the Political Economy of Sex, in Women, Class, and the Feminist Imagination, ed. Karen V. Hansen and Eileen J. Phillipson, Philadelphia, Temple University Press, 1990, 74-112. 14. Rubin, The Traffic in Women, 78. 15. Rubin, 79. 16. Anne Fausto Sterling, The Five Sexes, Why Male and Female Are Not Enough, Sciences 33, No. 2, March, April 1993, 20-24. 17. Suzanne J. Kessler, Lessons from the Intersexed, New Brunswick, N.J. Rutgers University Press, 1998. 18. Anne Fausto Sterling, The Five Sexes, Revisited, Sciences 40, No. 4. July-August 2000, 18-23. 19. Esther Newton, Mother Camp, Female Impersonators in America, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1979, 100. 20. Newton, Mother Camp, 103. 21. Judith Butler, Gender Trouble, Feminism and the Subversion of Identity. New York, Routledge, 2006. 22. Judith Butler, Bodies That Matter, On the Discursive Limits of Sex, New York, Routledge, 1993. 23. Butler, Bodies That Matter. 24. Judith Jack Halberstam, Female Masculinity, Durham, N.C., Duke Uni. Versity Press, 1998, 1. 25. Halberstam, 1. 26. Susan Stryker, D. Subjugated Knowledges, An Introduction to Trans Gender Studies, in the Transgender Studies Reader, ed. Susan Stryker, London. Routledge, 2006, 7. 27. David Valentine, Imagining Transgender, An Ethnography of a Category. Durham, N.C., Duke University Press, 2007, 33. 28. Leslie Feinberg, Transgender Liberation, a Movement Whose Time Has Come, in Stryker, The Transgender Studies Reader, 4. 48. Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. 29. Stephen Whittle, Forward to Stryker, The Transgender Studies Reader. 11. 30. Feinberg, Transgender Liberation. 31. Leslie Feinberg, Stone Butch Blues, Los Angeles, CA, Allison Books. 1993. 32. Kate Bornstein, Gender Outlaw, On Men, Women, and the Rest of Us. New York, Vintage, 1995. 33. Bornstein, Gender Outlaw, 4. 34. Bornstein, 12. 35. About, Human Rights Campaign, accessed May 12, 2021, https://www.hrc.org/about. 36. Lisa Duggan, The New Homonormativity, The Sexual Politics of Neo-Liberalism, in Materializing Democracy, Toward a Revitalized Cultural Politics. Ed. Russ Castronovo and Dana Nelson, Durham, N.C., Duke University Press. 2002, 175-193. 37. Jasper Poyer, Terrorist Assemblages, Homo-Nationalism in Queer Times. Durham, N.C., Duke University Press, 2007, 12. 38. Jose Esteban Munoz, Cruising Utopia, The Then and There of Queer Futurity, New York, New York University Press, 2009, 1. 39. Munoz, Cruising Utopia. 40. Charlene Carruthers, Unapologetic, A Black, Queer, and Feminist Man. Date for Radical Movements, Boston, Ma, Beacon Press, 2018, 10. 41. Carruthers, 10. 42. Carruthers, 39. 43. Joshua Chambers Letson, After the Party, A Manifesto for Queer of Color Life, New York, New York University Press, 2018, 4, 5. 44. Chambers Letson, 33. Part 2. Global Histories. 50. 2. Global Sexualities. LGBTQ+ Anthropology, Past, Present, and Future. Joseph Russo. Learning objectives. Upon completion of this chapter, students will be able to do the following. Identify key approaches used in LGBTQ+ studies, including anthropology. O. Define key terms relevant to particular methods of interpreting LGBTQ+ people and issues, such as anthropology and ethnography. Identify cross-cultural examples of same-sex desire and contemporary LGBTQ+ lives. O. Describe the connections between identities and embodied experiences. Describe intersectionality from an LGBTQ+ perspective. O. Analyze how key social institutions shape, define, and enforce structures of inequality. Describe how people struggle for social justice within historical contexts of inequality. O. Identify forms of LGBTQ+ activism globally. Global Sexualities 51. Introduction. Sexuality has long been an interest of socio-cultural anthropological research. When anthropologists study sexuality, they examine how the values of a culture are expressed through sexuality practices by analyzing things like kinship systems, hierarchy, and social roles. Anthropologists are interested in not only categories of sexuality but also the purpose or function sexuality serves within a particular culture, as well as across cultures. Heterosexuality was the presumed norm in sexuality studies until the mid-20th century. Because of its widespread practice and its association with the reproduction of human life, heterosexuality has also been connected to the sustainment of human culture. Although widespread, heterosexuality varies across cultures, and anthropology has significantly contributed to understanding these differences. This chapter discusses anthropological studies of non-Western and indigenous sexualities that question the status of heteronormativity as a global model of social organization. Questioning the status of heteronormativity, however, does not mean that heterosexual kinship and the reproductive unit are not prominent features of nearly all cultures. Rather, this study of global sexualities shows the pertinence of questioning the imperative to be heterosexual. An understanding of sexual difference is enriched by putting sexuality practices in conversation with concepts of gender, race, and class, and even with capital, industry, colonialism, and statecraft. 1. Instead of dismissing non-heteronormative sexuality as an outlier or anomaly, this chapter pursues culturally and historically specific data on different cultures across the globe to examine how LGBTQ+ anthropology posits the integral social function of these other sexualities. Anthropology is the study of human societies and cultures. One of its subfields is socio-cultural anthropology, which explores cultural variation, norms, and values. This subfield is the focus of this chapter, with an emphasis on socio-cultural ethnographic studies of gender and sexuality. Ethnography is the systematic study of human cultures and is the primary qualitative research method used by anthropologists. Socio-cultural anthropologists use ethnography's immersive, experiential techniques to glean valuable knowledge about human behavior. For instance, they usually live in the communities they study, among the people who reside there, for a significant length of time, to understand life from the point of view of those being studied. Previous distinctions between sexuality and gender and previous understandings of gender as a binary system do not stand up to scrutiny. The anthropology of sexualities explores the intertwining of gender and sexuality in a culture and the variations among cultures. Studies have heterosexuality, romantic attraction, sexual attraction, or sexual behavior between persons of the opposite sex or gender. Sociocultural anthropology refers to social anthropology and cultural anthropology together, focusing on the study of human culture and society. Ethnography, an account of social life and culture in a particular time and place, written by an anthropologist. The account is based on detailed observations of people interacting in a particular social setting over time. Sexuality, the way people experience and express themselves sexually and involving biological, erotic, physical, emotional, social, or spiritual feelings and behaviors. 52 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies found several ways that sex, sexuality, and gender relate to one another in different global cultures. They can form discrete yet related categories, have closely interwoven qualities, and even have qualities that directly inform one another and are occasionally interchangeable or confluent. Gender refers to the characteristics of femininity and masculinity that emerge as social norms and manifest in socio-cultural practices and identities. Some theorists maintain that there are boundaries between gender identity and sexuality, but boundaries are not evident in all cultures and throughout all historical periods. Further, defining sexuality and gender as identity formations is not a universal practice. Some cultural conceptions of sexuality and gender see them as a collection of practices or functions. Additionally, the commonly held belief in a gender binary is not a universal belief. Many cultures have a third gender, a fourth gender, and even a fifth gender. Other cultures understand certain individuals as neither male nor female, either because they embody both genders, moving between gender embodiments, gender fluidity, or they embody neither, gender neutrality. Most research on non-heteronormative gender and sexuality practices focuses on third-gender individuals who were assigned male at birth, but attention to other genders and sexualities is growing. Some other examples are third-gender individuals who were assigned female at birth and queer sexualities, such as female two-spirit, gender-fluid queerness, and lesbianism. As discussed later, Native studies have traced this oversight to colonization and the effort of the colonizer to eradicate Native sexualities. Under colonialism, the Native body was seen as sexually deviant. This belief helped justify the elimination and Figure 2.1 2013 Rally for Transgender Equality CC by S. A. Ted Eiden. Gender. The range of characteristics pertaining to, and differentiating between, masculinity and femininity, depending on the context. These characteristics may include biological sex, i.e., the state of being male, female, or an intersex. Variation, sex-based social structures, i.e., gender roles, or gender identity. Some societies have genders that are in addition to male and female and are neither, such as the Hijras of South Asia. These are often referred to as third genders. Some anthropologists and sociologists have described fourth and fifth genders. Identity. In psychology, the qualities, beliefs, personality, looks, or expressions that make up a person, self-identity, or group, particular social category or social group. Gender binary. The classification of gender into two distinct, opposite, and disconnected forms of masculine and feminine, whether by social system or cultural belief. Third gender. A concept in which individuals are categorized either by themselves or by society as neither man nor woman. Global Sexualities 53. Disappearance of Native people and was part of the systematic oppression inherent in colonialism. Edward Carpenter was an outspoken socialist, philosopher, and activist early in the struggle for rights for homosexuals. His pioneering work, Intermediate Types Among Primitive Folk, published in 1914, explores the integral social function of non-heteronormative sexualities and general practices. 3. This work is a combination of archival historical research and armchair ethnography that compiles field notes, travel writings, and anecdotes of settlers, explorers, and missionaries in their encounters with non-heteronormative sexuality and gender practices around the world. In the book, Carpenter developed the theory of intermediacy, which repositions non-heteronormative subjects, previously referred to as inverts or Uranians, to an ambiguously gendered middle ground. They occupy special positions, such as ritual practitioners or creators of arts and crafts. Carpenter includes in his account the samurai code of Japan and military practices in ancient Greece. Military histories from previous eras record same-sex pair bonds and sex acts between warriors. These were often societally enforced sexual and romantic bonds between men in mentorship and initiation, although the reasoning behind such activities, and the way societies treated them is still a matter of debate. Carpenter calls these intermediates an umbrella term for any person who falls outside the normative definitions of sexuality or gender practices. During the mid-20th century, LGBTQ+ visibility and political organization in Europe and the United States increased, leading to a deeper engagement with Western LGBTQ+ culture by anthropologists. Esther Newton's 1972 Mother Camp, Female Impersonators in America is often cited as the first U.S. ethnography on non-heteronormative sexuality and gender. Its subject is drag performance by drag queens, called female impersonators at the time, in the mid-20th century United States. 4. Newton's work encouraged other LGBTQ+ anthropologists to pursue ethnographic research of LGBTQ+ sexualities in the United States and around the world. Evelyn Blackwood's pioneering edited volume The Many Faces of Homosexuality, Anthropological Approaches to Homosexual Behavioral presented in 1986 a global ethnography of forms of homosexuality. 5. Feminist and gender theory, as well as the rise of queer theory, added complexity to some anthropological concepts. These theories continue to challenge the field today to address ethnographic research that supports LGBTQ+ people and feminist, anti-racist, and anti-colonialist and decolonizing perspectives. For example, one of anthropology's main theories in studies on global sexualities is the adverse effects European colonialism has had and continues to have on the textures and conceptions of indigenous sexualities and gender embodiments worldwide. These violent inverts, used by sexologists primarily in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, to refer to homosexuals. Sexual inversion was believed to be an inborn reversal of gender traits. Male inverts were inclined to traditionally female pursuits and dress, and vice versa for female inverts. Drag queens, people who use stereotypically gendered clothing and makeup to imitate and often exaggerate gender signifiers and gender roles in an entertainment performance. Drag queens are associated with gay men and gay culture. Queer theory, a field of critical theory that emerged in the early 1990s out of the fields of lesbian and gay studies and women's studies. Queer theory seeks to challenge and overturn sex and gender binaries and the normative expectations that support those binaries. 54 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Homogenizing colonial encounters were rooted in racist, heteronormative religious orthodoxies that sought to erase indigenous lifeways. 6. Will Roscoe's study of Two-Spirit Zuni people and the development of Two-Spirit activism in North America brought an indigenous perspective to the idea of the erotic 7. This reframing of the erotic accounted for sexuality on its own terms rather than in constant comparison to a norm from which sexual and gender practices deviate. Some queer indigenous scholars developed the initialism GLBTQ2, that is, gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender, queer, two-spirit 8 to describe the spectrum of sexualities and gender embodiments included in indigenous conceptualizations of sex and gender. Embracing the terms queer and two-spirit, these scholars argue for the decolonization of indigenous sexualities, and they critique heteronormativity, finding it a product of colonialism. In so doing, these scholars insist on the autonomy of indigenous people in controlling and contributing to knowledge production about themselves. Anthropologists study non-heteronormative sexuality and sexual practices, both today's globalization of Western LGBTQ+ sexualities, and community and pre-colonial global sexuality and gender non-normativity. The encounter of non-Western cultures with Western models of LGBTQ+ identity has had far-flung effects on identity politics and rights-based notions of identity and community. Governments and organizations even explore. Read about the history of the Association for Queer Anthropology and explore the association's website, http://queeranthro.org/business. ACA history/ Why did it take 8 years from the introduction of the Res. Olution on homosexuality to the first official meeting of the Anthropology Research Group on Homosexuality? On the Resources page, members share syllabi for classes on LGBTQ+ anthropology. Which class would you most like to take, and why? On the awards page is a link to the Ruth Benedict Prize, which is awarded annually for a scholarly book written from an anthropological perspective about a lesbian, gay, bisexual, or transgender topic. Choose one of the books that have won the prize and determine the author's main argument in the book. How does its central idea expand or challenge your understanding of sexuality, gender, or both? Global Sexualities 55. Use pinkwashing, or LGBTQ+ people's presence, or themes, to simultaneously downplay or distract from other unethical or illegal, oppressive, and violent behavior. Henry Abe Love and John D. Emilio have suggested that so-called modern sexual identities such as heteronormativity and LGBTQ+ identity, specifically addressing gay male and lesbian identity and community formation, coincide with the rise of industry and capitalism of the late 19th to early 20th centuries in the West. 9. D'Amelio connects the rise of lesbian and gay identities to the reduced centrality of the heteronormative family unit as a productive labor force necessary for self-sufficiency and survival. A thread in historical studies and cultural critique traces the now relatively common presence of LGBTQ+ communities globally through capitalism and industry, largely in urban century. TERS. Anthropological contributions to this theory describe and document local, regional, and cultural variations, noting that queerness as such, individuals engaging in non-heteronormative sexual practices and gender embodiments, precedes these modern historical developments, often back to ancient periods. Anthropological work emphasizes that indigenous concepts and terminology more accurately describe the nuanced differences of indigenous gender and sexuality than do Western LGBTQ+ neocolonial models. For instance, the Maori word for a same-sex partner is takatapui and is used as an identifier for LGBTQ+ identity in modern Maori culture. However, the term has a meaning beyond the mainstream Western definition of LGBTQ+ identity. It describes non-heterosexual identity generally as well as men who have sex with men but do not identify as LGBTQ+. 10. In Hawaiian culture, aikane is another culturally specific term that describes men and women who have same-sex relationships. Historically, this was a socially accepted role in Hawaiian culture. LGBTQ+ people may describe someone as aikane today, but the term retains nuances that the English language lesbian or gay might not capture. Both terms were common in pre-colonial usage. Takatapui has become repopularized in today's society and is used as a marker to create a distinction between indigenous Maori modes of queerness and mainstream settler colonialist LGBTQ+ models of identity. The Americas. North America. North American indigenous conceptions of non-heteronormative sexual ity and gender practices were documented by settlers, missionaries, and takatapui. The Maori word meaning a devoted partner of the same sex. Aikane, a Hawaiian term used in pre-colonial times for same-sex relationships between men. 56 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Explorers. The individuals engaging in these practices traditionally held integral social roles that fulfilled particular social and ceremonial functions within their respective tribes. 17th and 18th century white French settlers and missionaries labeled such a person a berdache, the term, denoting a passive homosexual partner or slave, is now usually rejected as a slur. Figure 2.2. Settler colonialists eventually discouraged these roles and violently eliminated those in them. Indigenous groups in the 1990s adopted the term two-spirit to emphasize an individual's experience of dual gender and spiritual embodiments. Two-spirit embodiment, while holding specific meaning and terminology intratribally, commonly signifies a religious or healer role. In Cherokee, the two-spirit term ACG translates to strange and is used by some as the modern connotation of queer. The origin of the berdache role is unclear, and various reasons for the presence of two-spirit individuals have been offered. Some scholars interpret historical material as showing that communities probably assigned this social role, possibly foisting it on a feminine boy or extraneous son. To be a passive sex partner, to bolster and reinforce a hierarchy. 11. However, this interpretation is largely rejected by the two-spirit community, and is contradicted by the first-hand accounts of two-spirit individuals, such as Osh Tish, also known as finds them and kills them, Osh. Figure 2.2. Dance to the Berdash, 1835–1837. By George Catlin. Public domain. Berdash. Before the late 20th century, a term bestowed by anthropologists who were not Native American or First Nations in Canada, people to broadly identify an indigenous individual fulfilling one of many mixed-gender roles in a tribe. Anthropologists often applied this term to any male whom they perceived to be homosexual, bisexual, or effeminate by Western social standards, leading to a wide variety of individuals being categorized under what is now considered a pejorative term, two-spirit, a modern umbrella term used by some indigenous North Americans to describe Native people in their communities who fulfill a traditional third gender, or other gender variant, ceremonial role in their cultures. ACG. A Cherokee term for two-spirit people. Global Sexualities 57. Tish was a crow bait, or bait, a male-bodied person who performs some of the social and ceremonial roles usually filled by women, who lived from 1854 to 1929 and famously fought in the Battle of the Rose Bud. The story of Osh Tish suggests two major points about agency in Crow two-spirit social roles. 1. The role was a cultural institution, and chosen by individuals who exhibited exemplary traits, such as excelling at women's work, and 2. Two-spirit individuals could also perform the roles of traditionally gendered males or females, as Osh Tish's part in the Battle of the Rosebud suggests. Similarly, the idea that demographic necessity dictated who would be a two-spirit person is not sufficient to explain female two-spirits. Many Crow women took on the traditionally male warrior role, making it difficult to classify two-spirits as a response. Figure 2.3. Bay Area. American Indian Two-Spirit. Marchers at San Francisco. Pride in 2014. CC by Sarah Stierch. Watch. Learn more about the history of the word two-spirit from Geo Neptune. On this episode in the Inquiry series, https://youtube/a4lbibzun. Describe the history of the term two-spirit. Why was it important for Native American activists to create this umbrella term? In what ways is the meaning of two-spirit similar to, and different from, gay and queer? Were there elements of the history of the development of the term two-spirit that surprised you? What were they, and why? Were you surprised? 58 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. To a shortage of men. A well-known instance is by a Wakhiite woman, chief of the Crow, 1806-1858. Two-spirit presence has been noted in more than 130 native American tribes. Among the Great Plains Indians alone are instances in the Arapahoes, Arikaras, Assiniboines, Blackfoot, Cheyennes, Comanches, Plains Crees, Crows, Gros Ventres, Hidatsas, Kansas, Kiowas, Mandans, Plains Ojibwas, Omahas, Osages, Otos, Pawnees, Poncas, Potawatomis, Quapaws, Winnebagos, and the Siouan tribes, Lakota or Dakota. Female. Two spirits, although documented among the Cheyennes, were more wide spread among Western North American tribes. 12 These practices were often, but not always, associated with non-heteronormative sexuality as well as non-binary gender. Some two-spirit people engaged in same-sex or queer sexual or romantic and marriage relations. The most common explanation for two-spirit embodiment suggests that the person prefers avocations traditionally associated with the opposite sex, experiences cosmological dreams and visions, or both. The conception of gender as a binary is challenged by two-spirit notions of being neither male nor female, or being both male and female. Further, Inuit, culturally similar indigenous peoples of the circumpolar North, Arctic, Canada, Alaska, and Greenland, conceptions of non-heteronormative gender and sexuality were often connected to the Inuit shamanic role of an Angakuk. Although an Angakuk is not always or even usually non-heteronormative, inclusion of non-heteronormative people in its traditional social role shows an association with LGBTQ+ ways of being. Two-spirit people have also been noted in other Arctic cultural contexts, such as among the Aleutians, in Western Canada, and in Greenland. 13. Latin America and Central America. The Zapotec in Mexico call themselves Bensa, cloud people. They are indigenous peoples concentrated in southern Mexico and especially in Oaxaca. Third gender Zapotec roles such as Mux or Muxhi in Oaxaca and Bizaa in Teotitlán del Valle receive more respect in regions where the Catholic faith has less influence than elsewhere and are believed to bring good luck to their communities. They are often thought of as care takers of the community and of their families. Figure 2.4. The Western notion of gender dysphoria does not describe the third gender experience. Muxes are culturally accepted as not being in an either-or position. They are not placed on only one side of the male-female gender binary. Muxes have various sexualities that are not necessarily determined by their gender variance, which has local categories based on dress, including vestidas, wearing women's clothing, and pintadas, wearing men's. Mux or Muxhi. In Zapotec cultures of Oaxaca, southern Mexico, a person who is assigned male at birth but who dresses and behaves in ways otherwise associated With women, the person may be seen as a third gender. Bizaha, a Zapotec term similar to the Oaxacan mux, describing a male-bodied individual who acts and dresses in feminine ways. Gender dysphoria, the distress some individuals feel if their gender identity does not match their sex assigned at birth. Gender variance, behavior or gender expression by an individual that does not match masculine or feminine gender norms, also called gender nonconformity. Global Sexualities 59. Clothing, sometimes wearing makeup. Also, if a mux chooses a male partner, called a mayate, neither is necessarily thought of as a gay man or homosexual male. South America. In South America, travestis are a well-studied LGBTQ+ group. The term is shared among Peruvian, Argentinian, and Brazilian cultures. Traves. Tis are assigned male at birth individuals who use female pronouns and self-identify on a gender spectrum. This spectrum runs the gamut from transgender to a type of third gender role that is distinct from transgender identity. Travestis are often working-class sex workers. Their societal positions are precarious but also openly recognized. They are open to body modification and transitional surgeries and tend to favor black market industrial silicone enhancements and intensive hormone therapies. Don Kulik's study of Brazilian travestis, however, found that they had generally negative attitudes about gender-affirming surgery, preferring to retain their penises for their sex work. They also view transness itself as Figure 2.4. Lucas Avendano, a Zapotec mux who is an artist and anthropologist from Mexico. CC by S.A. Mario Patino. Travesti. In South America, a gender identity describing people assigned male at birth who take on a feminine gender role and gender expression, especially through the use of feminizing body modifications such as hormone replacement therapy, breast implants, and silicone injections. 60 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Abnormal to some extent. 14 For these urban Brazilian travestis, gender was a men, not men binary, in which the not men category encompassed women, homosexuals, and travestis. The travesti category describes a wide spectrum of self-identifying gender non-normative individuals. 15 A spectrum that often shifts with changes in politics, legislation, gender, medical science, and cultural conceptions of self. Asia and Polynesia. South Asia. The Indian subcontinent's transgender, or third gender category, Hijra, referred to in different regions as Aravani, Aruvani, Chakha, and Jagapa, is perhaps one of the more well-documented, by anthropology, non-heteronormative gender embodiments. Hijra is a social category that has been mobilized for political organizing, advocacy, and debate. Hijra. People refer to themselves as Kinnar or Kinnar, a reference to the Hindu celestial dance of the hybrid horse-human figure. From Indian antiquity to now, Hijra people have been considered closer to third gender categories than to modern Western binary notions of transgender. 16 In recent political developments, India and Bangladesh have legally recognized Hijras as third gender individuals. Interestingly, the word Hijra derives from a Hindustani word that translates to eunuch and is used to designate actual eunuchs, people throughout history, most commonly men whose genitals were mutilated or removed, often for social functions such as guarding women, singing, or religious purposes, and intersex people. Watch. What does wearing a sari mean to Hijras? Find out in the video. India's transgender community, the Hijra, by Refinery 29, https://youtube/mgw7mjabmg. Why is it so important for Hijras to be able to wear a sari? What does the Ritu Kala Samskara ceremony symbolize for them? The host of the video states, "Fashion is our most ready means available to us to express in a visual statement our identity." How do you see this play out in your own society? What similarities and differences do you see between the Hijra identity and Two-Spirit people? Hijra. A eunuch, intersex, or transgender person. Hijras are officially recognized as a third gender in countries on the Indian subcontinent, and considered neither completely male nor female. Kinnar or Kinnar, the preferred term of members of the Hijra community in India, referring to the mythological beings that excel at song and dance. Intersex. Individuals born with any of several combinations in sex characteristics, including chromosomes, gonads, sex hormones, or genitals. Global sexualities. 61. Those born with bodies that appear neither completely male nor female. Therefore, many third-gender people in India find the term offensive and have created more accurate and appropriate self-identifiers such as Kinnar. In India and Pakistan, Hijra people usually are employed in sex work. In this precarious and often violent occupation, they experience higher rates of violence, higher rates of HIV infection, and higher rates of homelessness, displacement, and depression. Southeast Asia. Southeast Asian third-gender embodiments have also been influenced by globalization and capitalism. Third-gender individuals are popularly associated with industries that value their distinct cultural traits. In the Philippines, third-gender embodiments are referred to as bakla. In the Tagalog language, Bayo, Cebuano and Bisaya, or Agi, Hiligaynon, and Ilonggo. Third-gender individuals are incorporated into the social and cultural structures of Filipino life and often work in the beauty and entertainment industries. Anthropologists such as Martin Manalansan have documented how modern Bakla life is lived in the context of the diaspora, immigration, globalization, and community, noting that Bakla presence challenges Western notions of gay identity and the assumed connection between LGBTQ+ people and progressive politics. 17. In Indonesia, Evelyn Blackwood has explored tomboy identity among women who identify more closely with masculine cultural traits and enact masculinity in particular ways, thereby blurring the distinctions between male and female social roles. 18. In Thailand, third gender and third sex embodiments are described by the identifying term kathoi, or lady, boy. 19. These are distinctive identities, often understood as contrasting with trans identity in Thailand, but not exclusively. Scholars have noted that kathoi can describe a spectrum of gender and sexualities, ranging from trans woman to effeminate gay man, and opinions on what constitutes kathoi identity differ. Figure 2.5. The historical connotation of kathoi was much wider. Before the 1960s, it referred to anyone falling outside heteronormative sexuality or gender categories. The English translation of kathoi as ladyboy has been adopted across other South East Asian countries as well. Polynesia and Pacific Islands. Polynesian language and culture have specific terms for LGBTQ+ identity ties and for third gender or non-binary assigned male at birth individuals. These individuals are understood as embodying characteristics that lead Bakla. In the Philippines, a person who was assigned male at birth but usually adopts feminine mannerisms and dresses as a woman. Bakla are often considered a third gender. Many Bakla are exclusively attracted to men but are not necessarily gay. Some self-identify as women. Tomboy, a West Sumatran term for women who dress like men and have relationships with women. Kathoi, in Thailand, describes a male to female transgender person or person of a third gender or an effeminate homosexual male. Ladyboy, another term for kathoi. 62. Introduction to LGBTQ+ studies. Them to self-select or to be socialized as women. In Samoa, the fa'afafine, meaning in the manner of a woman in Samoan, third gender or non-binary role, 20. Similar to the mooks, has cultural associations with the family and hard work. Figure 2.6. Fa'afafine is distinct from fa'afadama, male to female trans individuals, and the designation's origin is disputed. The term may have been introduced in the 19th century with the advent of British colonialism and the introduction of Bibles translated into Samoan. 21. This suggests that before the introduction of Christianity, gender-variant individuals may have simply been referred to as fafine. women. Fine sexualities express along a spectrum, from male to female partners, although literature has suggested that fine do not form sexual relationships with one another. As in other cultures with non-binary or third-gender individuals, fine celebrate their cultural heritage and gender variance in pageantry. The word fine is cognate with other Polynesian language words. In Tongan, Cook Islands Maori, Niyin, Toklauan, Tuvaluan, Gil, Bertus, and Wallisian describing third gender and non-binary roles. In Figure 2.5, the Muay Thai boxer, actress, and model Perinya Karo Fall, also known as Nong Thum, is a well-known Kathoi. Pictured here at Fairtex Gym in Bangkok. CC by Fairtex from Thailand. Fine or Phaeton. People who identify themselves as having a third gender or non-binary role in Samoa, American Samoa, and the Samoan diaspora. It is a recognized gender identity or gender role in traditional Samoan society, and an integral part of Samoan culture. Fine are assigned male at birth and explicitly embody both masculine and feminine gender traits in a way unique to Polynesia. Global sexualities 63. Hawaiian and Tahitian, the word is mahu. Third gender or non-binary. Assigned female at birth individuals in Samoa can be referred to also as Phaeton. Dan Talapapa McMullen, a fine scholar, argues that the shared history of the words fine and Phaeton and those individuals' integral role in society demonstrate that Samoan culture lacks heteropatriarchal structures. He further observes that daughterless Samoan families choosing a son to become a fine is an anthropological myth. 22 McMullen notes that Western anthropological work on Samoan culture that is seen as authoritative conflates gender and sexual categories in order to make false statements about the status of fine. 23. Figure 2.6. Auckland, Samoa. Fine Association. Marches in Auckland Pride Parade in 2016. CC 01.0. Universal Public Domain. Dedication. Watch this video about fine in New Zealand. What is a fine, by Pacific Beat Street. https://gogenesio.edu/fine. How would you describe what it means to be fine? After watching the video, Phil Esha talks about the difference between tolerance and acceptance. What are some examples of the difference between these attitudes? Phil Esha uses both fine and transgender to describe herself, but she also describes her gender identity as being neither male nor female. Does her explanation of her identity change how you understand what it means to be transgender? Why or why not? Mahu. The word for in the middle in Kanaka, Maoli, Hawaiian, and Mahi, Tahitian, cultures. Describing third gender. Persons with traditional, spiritual and social roles within the culture. 64 Introduction to LGBTQ+ studies. Further, the suppression of gender variance in the Samoa Islands in the 19th century was a direct and violent result of British colonialism and missionary work. Third gender identities of Samoan migrants to the United States and Europe were also repressed. East Asia. Japanese cultural norms around non-heteronormative sexuality and general practices have shifted over time. Historians have focused on the homosexualities of men. These are traced through ancient homoerotic, military and warrior practices of samurai and gender embodiments used in ancient times for sacred and erotic purposes. For example, adolescent boys dressed as traditional geishas in the third gender wakasha role. Figure 2.7. Male homosexuality in ancient and pre-modern Japan is general, narrowly separated into the categories of nanshoku, translating to male. Figure 2.7. Samurai and wakashu by Miyagawa. Isho depicts kabuki actors of the 1740s portraying a wakashu, left, and an adult male, right. Public domain, Miyagawa Isho. Metropolitan Museum of Art. Wakashu. The Japanese term for young person, although never used for girls, it is a historical Japanese term indicating an adolescent boy, and in Edo period Japan, considered as suitable objects of erotic desire for young women, older women, and older men. Nanshoku, literally meaning male colors in Japanese and widely used to refer to male sex in pre-modern Japan. Global sexualities 65. Colors and referring to practices of sex between men, and of shudo and wakashido, translating to the ways of teenage and adolescent boys. The decline of these terms' use and the discouragement of these practices began with the rise of sexology in Japan in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, Meiji period, when Western notions of sex and sexuality started to replace traditional Japanese norms. Homosexual practices were relegated to areas of Japanese society in which certain transgressions were tolerated, such as among kabuki performers, some of whom dressed as women. Kabuki and no theater barred women from performing, and males played female roles. Today, homosexuality practices in Japan are similar to the Western model, with culturally specific variations. Homosexuality is not illegal, but as of 2022, same-sex marriage was still not legal at the national level. Same-sex partnerships are recognized in some cities, and anti-discrimination laws vary according to region, much as in the United States and Europe. The LGBTQ+ community is especially visible in urban centers like Tokyo and Osaka, and modern terms for gay and lesbian identities exist. Also, non-normative gender categories exist, such as the genderless Donchi. These are generally young men who adopt third gender and androgynous elements, for example, makeup, but who often define themselves using cisgender and heterosexual markers. Donchi are often public performers, for example, musicians whose fan base is mostly adolescent girls. Some gay erotica and media in Japan, such as the yaoi genre, typically depict adolescent boys in romantic or erotic relationships. Yaoi is generally authored by women and read by adolescent females. Conversely, bara, another form of gay erotica, is made primarily by gay men and has a majority gay male audience. Among the audience are men who love men, MLM, and men who have sex with men, museum. Both types may or may not self-identify as gay. Africa. African formations of sexuality and gender include culturally specific norms of indigenous groups in urban, rural, and religious contexts. Rudolf Gaudio's work on Yandadu, or effeminate men in the Hausa language, in the northern Nigeria city of Kano finds differences between sexual identity and sexual practices. Yandadu are thought of, by themselves and by the public at large, as effeminate male sex workers who are not necessarily homosexual, even though they regularly have sex with men. They also occupy a socially ambiguous space with regard to their Islamic faith. 24 Rugine Obler studied female husbands among the Nandi of Kenya. She describes a cultural position occupied by older, childless, or more specifically, without a son, women who marry other women. Shido and Wakashido. The Japanese words for the ways of teenage and adolescent boys, respectively. Yandadu, a Nigerian Hausa term meaning men who act like women. Female husbands describes the union of two women in marriage. In many African cultures, including the Nandi of Kenya, Donchi, a Japanese term literally meaning herbivore men, describing men who have no interest in getting married or finding a girlfriend. Herbivore men also describes young men who have lost their manliness. 66 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. They take on wives, receive bride wealth, and perform male duties, while not necessarily making their position part of their sexualities or gender embodiments. Obler argues that maleness and the woman-woman marriage bond is understood as a matter of necessity and function in Nandi patrilineal societies. 25 Some authors argue that Obler did not sufficiently explore the possibilities of a sexual relationship between the women. 26 IFI. Amadium similarly explores female husbands in Igbo culture, as does Kenneth Chukwuemeka Nwako. 27 Among the Tanala, a Malagasy ethnic group in Madagascar, third gender embodied individuals are referred to as Sarambhavi. They have been described as occupying a cultural position like that of Native American Two-Spirits. The Swahili on the East African coast also have third, or alternative gender identities. In the late 20th century, leaders of new African states typically derided homosexuality as un-African, and they supported the persecution of lesbians and gay men. Nonetheless, after decades of struggle against apartheid in South Africa, the new South African Constitution in 1996 enshrined protections against discrimination on the basis of sex, UAL orientation. The increase in studies on post-colonial LGBTQ+ rights and gender nonconformity and sexual minorities in Africa constitutes a relatively recent Pan-African political movement. In post-colonial African cities, sexual violence against lesbians in South Africa, and gender, or sexuality-based oppression and violence have occurred. 28 scholars have focused on a variety of topics, including sexual violence against lesbians in South Africa, and knowing women, a term for working-class women in southern Ghana who share friendship and intimacy. 29 The 21st century has witnessed a surge of activism by gender and sexual minorities across Africa. This activism promotes both indigenous terms and histories of sexuality and gender. It also draws on international LGBTQ+ culture and activism in creating identities that resist and critique colonial and neo-colonial heteronormativity. Figure 2.8. Europe. Binary formations of sexuality and gender are widely characterized as Western, European, Euro-American, or American European cultures. However, also have multiple instances of third gender, or non-binary general deformations. For example, Italy's traditional Neapolitan culture has the femminile, the plural form is femminile, an assigned male at birth homosexual with gender variant expression. Figure 2.9. Members of this group play prominent roles in cultural festivities. These individuals have specific roles in religious parades, are often asked to hold newborn infants, and participate in games such as bingo and raffles. Femminile. A member of a population of homosexual males with markedly feminine gender expression in traditional Neapolitan culture. The plural is femminile. Sarambhavi. A Tanala Malagasy term referring to third gender males who adopt the behavior and roles of women. Global Sexuality 67. Figure 2.9. Portrait of A.D. Pardadita, a femminile. Public domain, Abilde Blasio. Figure 2.8. The 2013 winners of the annual Mississippi Gay Daviton pageant in Daviton, a township in East Rand, Gauteng, South Africa. CC by Colin Mfazwi of Inkeni Iso, Africa is a country. Tombolas. Moreover, recent studies suggest that today's Neapolitan culture is more accepting of femminility than mainstream LGBTQ+ notions of sexuality and gender. 30. This assignation as femminile is associated with the long-standing references to gender ambiguity, androgyny, and intersex individuals in Italian custom, going back to ancient myths about Hermaphroditus, the intersex son of Aphrodite and Hermes, and Tiresias. The cult of Hermaphroditus traces back to ancient Cypriot rites in which men and women exchanged clothing before the statue of a bearded Aphrodite. Richter Norton chronicles 18th and 19th century England's Molly houses, meeting places for gay men, or mollies. Although it is unclear whether this term was a pejorative one or used as a self-designator. 31. Socializing, romancing, and same-sex sexual encounters took place there, as well as cross-dressing activities such as faux wedding rituals between men and mock births. Figure 2.10. Molly House. A meeting place. In 18th and 19th century England, generally taverns, public houses, or coffee houses, where homosexual men could socialize or meet sexual partners. 68. Introduction to LGBTQ+ studies. Figure 2.10. A man and a woman in dishabille swapping clothes. Public domain, Yale Center for British Art. These venues were illegal, and homosexuality of any kind was a capital offense in England until the late 19th century. Police regularly raided Molly houses, and the homosexuals who frequented them were recognizable social types. This complicates Michel Foucault's suggestion. Global Sexualities. 69. That the public categorizing and punishment of homosexuals and homosexuality did not begin until later. 32. Conclusion. Throughout history and all around the world, many peoples engaged in same-sex relations. In many societies these practices were accepted and even celebrated. Christianity and colonialism were two key forces that brought homophobia to many societies and influenced local social constructions of gender and sexuality. The study of global sexualities is an ever-evolving discipline. This chapter describes the range of gender and sexual practices that have existed in different places and times and that continue to evolve. In the 21st century, globalization continues to spread Western notions of LGBTQ+ liberation, and in turn, local and regional cultural practices affect contemporary Western expressions and struggles over gender and sexuality. View. On the BBC's Travel Gallery, Naples' beloved third sex wedding, http://www.bbc.com/travel/gallery explores a play, a local ritual, that takes place in the Italian town of Pagani. Although the ritual dates back to the 17th century, it is kept alive today by the gay community. The play, The Wedding of Zizia, features a marriage between a Feminiello and a straight man. Don't Mississippi. The video on page 5 of the slideshow. What does The Wedding of Zizia show us about this region? In Italy's past, present, and future? Why do you think the gay community keeps this tradition alive? Discuss why the tradition of the characters taking off their costumes at the end of the play is an integral part of this celebration. 70 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Profile, Lucas Avendeo, Reflections. From MUXEIDAD. Rita Palacios. Lucas Avendano, 1977, is a MUX artist and anthropologist from the Tehuantepec Isthmus in Oaxaca, Mexico. In his work, he explores notions of sexual, gender, and ethnic identity through Muciedad. Aben Dano describes Muciedad as un hecho social total, a total social fact, performed by people born as men who fulfill roles that are not typically considered masculine. Though it would be easy to make an equivalency between gay and MUX or between transgender and MUX, it can best be described as a third gender specific to BENAZAA, Zapotec, culture. MUXes are a community of indigenous people who are assigned male at birth and take on traditional women's roles, presenting not as women, but as MUXes. Avendano's work is a reflection on Muciedad, sexuality, eroticism, and the tensions that exist around it. Though Muciedad is understood and generally accepted as part of BENAZAA society, it exists within a structure that privileges fixed roles for men and women, respectively. It is important to note that his work provides a reflection on Muciedad from within rather than without. That is, he critically explores what it means to be MUX as MUX himself, providing an alternative to academic analyses that can exoticize. Read the article in Han Dynasty China, Bisexuality Was the Norm, by Sarah Prager, explores studies that document China's long history of dynastic homosexuality. https://gogenesio.edu/handynasty. What are some catchphrases that refer to love between men in ancient China? Where do they come from? What evidence does the author present that bisexuality, and not heterosexuality or homosexuality, was the norm in China's Han Dynasty? Do you agree or disagree with this characterization? What is one of the only references to love between women in ancient China? Why isn't there more documentation of women's sexuality? Global Sexualities 71. In Requiem para un Al-Kataban, Avendano reflects on traditional women's roles, particularly in rites and ceremonies of the Tehuantepec region, a wedding, mourning, a funeral, many of which are denied to MUXes. For the wedding ceremony, the artist prepares the stage by December, orating for the occasion, and then, blindfolded, selects a member of the audience who presents as male to marry him. Such a union would not be well regarded in traditional BENAZAA society, even though same-sex marriage was recently legalized in Oaxaca, an initiative spearheaded by a MOOCs scholar and activist, Amaranta Gomez Regalado, in August 2019. On May 10, 2018, in Tehuantepec, Avendano's younger brother, Bruno Avendano, disappeared during a brief vacation from his duties in the Navy. He hasn't been found since, and the artist has used his platform as an international artist to bring attention to the issue of the disappeared in Mexico. Other artists and activists join him as he travels. Figure 2.11. Lucas Avendano. Copyright Mario Patino. Courtesy of Sawar Mayu. 72 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Around the world to show his work and create spaces where he can ask for answers at Mexican consulates and embassies for his brother, as well as the more than 60,000 individuals who have disappeared in Mexico in the last decade and a half. Figure 2.12. Lucas Avendano performing. Copyright Mario Patino. Courtesy of Sawar Mayu. Global Sexualities 73. Profile, Queering Pan-Africanism. Adriaan van Klinken. The recent politicization of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender, LGBT identities and rights in many parts of Africa has given rise to a renewed emergence of Pan-Africanist thought in two directions. 33 First, there is the well-known narrative of antique Pan-Africanism, invoked by many African statesmen, clergy, and opinion leaders. It uses sexuality as a key site to defend and preserve African values and identities vis-a-vis perceived foreign imperialism. LGBT sexualities are framed here as un-African, and violence against sexual minorities is legitimized in the name of African pride. The Ugandan human rights lawyer Adrian J. Chuko summarizes. Figure 2.13. Lucas Avendano, MOOCs artist. Copyright Mario Patino. Courtesy of Sawar Mayu. 74 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. This is the rise of a conservative streak of Pan-Africanism. 34 Second. And of greater interest here, LGBT activists and allies across the continent resist this popular narrative through a discursive counter-strategy in which they deploy progressive Black and Pan-Africanist figures, ideas, and symbols. One key example of this emerging discourse is the African LGBTI Manifesto, drafted at a meeting in Nairobi in April 2010 by activists from across the continent. 35 It opens with a strong, explicitly Pan-Africanist vision. As Africans, we all have infinite potential. We stand for an African revolution which encompasses the demand for a reimagination of our lives outside neo-colonial categories of identity and power. The manifesto then explicitly states its specific concern with sexuality but links it to the project of total liberation of the African continent and its peoples, we are specifically committed to the transformation of the politics of sexuality in our contexts. As long as African LGBTI people are oppressed, the whole of Africa is oppressed. A similar emphasis on mainstreaming sexuality in a broader project of decolonization is found in the emerging body of literature in African queer studies. For instance, Sokari Ekine and Hakima Abbas state that at the root of queer resistance in Africa is a carrying forward of the struggle for African liberation and self-determination. 36 African queer politics is a project concerned not just with LGBT identities and rights, but with the struggle against patriarchy, heteronormativity, homophobia, and neoliberal capitalism. It aims at a comprehensive liberation of African peoples and societies from the multiple structures of domination and oppression. As much as the Queer African Project is about the future of the continent, there is a critical sense of retrieving something that has been lost in the course of history and that can be recovered for contemporary political purposes. In the talk titled Conversations with Baba, the late Kenyan literary writer Binyavanga Wainaina uses an inclusive we to reclaim Africa as a continent that has always been characterized by diversity, and he thus sets an example to the rest of the world. We, the oldest and the most diverse continent there has been. We, where humanity came from. We, the moral reservoir of human diversity, human aid, human dignity. 37. In Wainaina's commentary, this rich and strong tradition of diversity characterizing African societies was only interrupted by those people who came from that time of colonization to split us apart, until our splitting apart came from our own hearts. Thus, he suggests that the interruption came from outside, from the forces of colonialism and missionary Christianity. He further suggests that moral conservatism and global sexuality's 75 rigidity have been adopted and internalized by certain sections of society. In post-colonial Africa, in particular conservative religious actors such as Pentecostal Christian pastors. Vis-a-vis such forces, Wainaina calls for a reclaiming of indigenous African moral traditions that recognize human diversity. In Part 2 of his 6-part video, We Must Free Our Imaginations, Wainaina describes socio-political and religious homophobia in Africa as the bankruptcy of a certain kind of imagination. He urges fellow Africans to engage in creative, liberating, and imaginary thinking, reclaiming the past in order to reimagine the future, a future free from oppressive modes of thought. In a more popularized form, the same narrative is found in the same Love music video. 38 released in 2016 by the Kenyan band Art Attack. Under the leadership of the openly gay musician and activist George Barasa, the video was presented as a Kenyan song about same-sex rights, LGBT struggles, and civil liberties for all sexual orientations. The lyrics and imagery present a progressive Pan-Africanist vision, which unfolds in 2 steps. First, the video draws critical attention to the recent politics against homosexuality across the continent, showing newspapers with strong and sensationalist anti-gay messages and images of Kenyan anti-gay political protests. This part of the song concludes by stating, "Homophobia is the new African culture / everyone's the police. Everyone's a court judge, mob law, street justice / kill M1. You see M / blame it on the West, never blame it on love, it's un-African to try and show a brother some love." In the next part, the lyrics specifically refer to Uganda and Nigeria, the two countries that in 2015 became internationally known for passing new anti-homosexuality legislation. Then the song calls upon Africa as a whole, saying, "Uganda stands strong, Nigeria, Africa, it's time for new laws. Not time for new wars / we come from the same God, cut from the same cord, share the same pain and share the same skin." A positive Pan-Africanist vision is presented here, emphasizing the unity and common history of African peoples. The basis for this vision is a religious one, the idea of African peoples as created by God. This echoes an important tradition of religiously inspired Pan-Africanist thought, century teetering on the belief that Africa's destiny is God-given. 39 In the words of Marcus Garvey, God Almighty created us all to be free. 40 Originally, this religious notion allowed for resisting racial discrimination and over 76 Introduction to LGBTQ+ studies. Coming the inferiority of people of African descent vis-a-vis white soup. Rarity. Same love appropriates it to resist sexual discrimination and to overcome divisions that exist today about who counts as truly African. In its opening statement, this song goes out to the new slaves. The new blacks, same love, situates the experience of same-sex love. Ing people in Africa in a longer history of racial and ethnic oppression. The lyrics suggest continuity between the civil rights movement in the United States and the contemporary LGBT rights movement in Africa. This is acknowledged later in the video when images of some prominent African queer individuals appear on the screen, while the vocals in the song state that Luther's spirit lives on. The suggestion is that the spirit of Martin Luther King Jr. lives on in those Africans campaigning for the human rights of sexual minorities today. This allows the producers of the video to claim a moral high ground, implicitly appropriating King's prophetic dream of racial liberation in the United States and applying it to the struggle for queer freedom in Africa. Figure 2.14. Wainanas tweets about James Baldwin. In 2014. Global Sexuality 77. Figure 2.15. Wainanas 2015 Facebook post. Invoking the tradition of progressive black religious thought. Wainaina has also invoked the name of King, and of the African American literary writer James Baldwin, as part of his queer Pan-Africanist imagination. He referred to Baldwin as a source of inspiration, recognizing him as Black, African, ours, as a gay icon of freedom, and canonizing him as a writer of new scriptures, figure 2.14. While commenting on the anti-homosexuality bill in Uganda, he further stated that the pastor of the former U.S. President George W. Bush has had more influence on the imagination of Africans than Martin Luther King and James Baldwin. Elaborating on this, Wainaina invoked the tradition of progressive black religious thought, explicitly referring to the Jesus of James Baldwin and Martin Luther King, which, he critically observes, is a dead man in Africa, figure 2.15. 41 describing Jesus as a liberating figure, who is in solidarity with the marginalized. Wainaina criticized the Church in Africa for maintaining structures of oppression and exclusion. The invocation of progressive traditions of black religious thought is particularly significant in light of popular discourses that denounce homo. 78 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Sexuality as both un-African and un-Christian. The question of whether religion, in particular Christianity, can make a constructive contribution to queer Pan-Africanist discourse is a debatable one. Many African queer scholars and activists tend to see Christianity as a colonial and conservative religion from which Africa and Africans need to be liberated. This is understandable, but one could ask whether it not also reflects the influence of Western queer scholarship and politics with its secular inclination and anti-religious tendencies. Both Wainaina and the Same Love video agree with the post-colonial critique of Christianity. Yet they also suggest that progressive traditions of Christian thought can inspire the Black African queer imagination. Hence, they invite us to engage creatively and constructively with the resources within religious traditions toward Black Pan-African queer liberation. Key questions. What is anthropology and how has it contributed to our understanding of sex, gender, and sexuality? What are some examples of same-sex desire and LGBTQ+ identities from different parts of the world? What do we mean by third gender, and what are some examples of third gender identities? How are the new identities you learned about in this chapter both the same as and different from your understanding of gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender, and queer identities in your own culture? How has anthropology played a role in the struggle for LGBTQ+ rights in the United States and around the world? Research resources compiled by Rachel Wexelbaum. Discuss, choose one or two resources listed in this chapter and discuss them in relation to what you have learned about queer anthropology. Present, choose a key topic or event found in this chapter. Then locate one or two resources from the quick dip and deep dive sections and develop a presentation for the class. Global Sexualities 79. Explain the significance of the topic, and provide additional details that support your explanation. Create, what idea, person, or event from this chapter really moved you? Do more research on that idea, person, or event based on the resources in this chapter. Then create your own artistic response. Consider writing a poem, drawing a picture, or editing a photograph in a way that demonstrates both what you have learned and how you feel about the issue or person. Debate, find a partner or split into groups, and choose a topic, idea, or controversy from this chapter, and have each partner or group present an opposing perspective on it. Use at least 2 of the resources in this chapter to support your argument. Quick tip, online resources. The Asia-Pacific Transgender Network. The Asia-Pacific Transgender Network, http www.wearaptn.org, is an advocacy and community network for transgender rights in China, Pakistan, India, and Nepal. The network releases reports and other publica tie-ins to guide social and public policy. Digital Transgender Archive. The Digital Transgender Archive, https://www.digitaltransgenderarchive.net/ is an online hub for digitized archival materials on non-normative gender practices from around the world. Jen Deeran-Water. Jen Deeran-Water is a Two-Spirit citizen of the Cherokee Nation and has written on Medium, https://medium.com/@JenDeeran-Water, and Truthout. https://truthout.org/authors/Jen Deeran-Water/page/1/ about the intersectionalities of Indigenous or Native identity and queer or Two-Spirit in North America. A map of gender-diverse cultures. An interactive Google map displays Indigenous cultures around the world that have gender and sexual identities distinct from those of Western. 80 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Cultures, http www.pbs.org/independent-lens/content/TWO-spirits-html/. This map ties in with other supplementary materials, linked on the web page, to support the documentary Kumuhina, about the Hawaii Ian Mahu Muxas Identidades Patifáticas. See the Instagram account of the non-binary MUX performer Lucas Avendano, who advocates for MUX rights and awareness, instagram.com/muxe_lukas_avendano_muxes. This chapter's profile by Rita Palacios describes Avendano's work. Outright Action International. Outright Action International, https://outrightinternational.org/, founded in 1990, works internationally to support the rights of LGBTIQ people. They advocate for LGBTIQ human rights and equality, and they provide technical assistance, training, and funding to local grassroots LGBTIQ groups around the world. They also publish reports and briefing papers on key topics that affect LGBTIQ people. Takatapui, a resource hub. This resource guide and podcast series is about and for LGBTQ+ Maori people and their families, https://takatapuinc/ Deep dive, books and articles. Boy wives and female husbands, studies in African homosexualities, edited by Stephen O. Murray and Will Roscoe. This book was first published in 1996 and provided the first study of same-sex sexuality and gender diversity in Africa. It includes ethnographic essays based on research conducted in the 1990s and oral rise and translations of early ethnographic reports by German and French authors. The book was republished as an open educational resource in 2021. SUNY Press, https://sourcesuny.edu/handle/2500-12648/1714. With a new foreword by Mark Eprecht that situates the book in the history of studies of indigenous African sexualities and genders. Global Sexualities 81. Coloring the Rainbow, Black, Queer and Trans Perspectives. Life Stories and Essays by First Nations People of Australia. Edited by Dino Hodge. The experiences of Indigenous Australians with diverse sexual and gender identities are revealed through personal stories and academic essays. Dino Hodge is an award-winning Australian LGBTQ+ studies scholar who is known in his country for his histories of LGBTQ+ existences in Australia and his work with Indigenous communities in HIV/AIDS treatment, audiology, career development and education. Mile End, Australia. Wakefield Press, 2018. The Complicated Terrain of Latin American Homosexuality. By Martin Nesvig. In this 2001 article in Hispanic American Historical Review, Volume 81, numbers 3, 4, pages 689-729, Nesvig provides a comprehensive, well-cited history of Latin American homosexualities and the impact of Spanish colonialism and Catholicism on these identities. Gender identity and sexual identity in the Pacific and Hawaii. Introduction. This constantly updated research guide includes clear definitions of vernacular terms for queer identities in the Pacific and Hawaii and links to resources and groups supporting Pacific Islander gender and sexual identity organizations. https://guides/library Manoa Hawaii edu/Pacific Sexual Identity. The guide was originally created by Eleanor Kleiber, a librarian at the University of Hawaii at Manoa, Pacific Collection librarian, and D. Keeley Mackenzie, during his internship with the Library's Hawaiian and Pacific Collection in 2012. Invisible, Stories from Kenya's Queer Community. By Kevin Wachiro. This collection of short stories and essays about the queer experience in Kenya includes first-hand perspectives from both rural and urban queer folks. The author is a renowned gay rights activist, Nairobi, Kenya. Goethe Institute Kenya, 2014. 82 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Ladyboys, Tomboys, Rentboys, Male and Female Homosexualities in Contemporary Thailand, edited by Peter A. Jackson and Gerard Sullivan. Academic essays in this book cover portions of the populations of Thailand that the Western world would label LGBTQ+. These case studies reveal the challenges that ladyboys, tomboys, rentboys, and other LGBTQ+ populations in Thailand face. Essay authors challenge Western theories and models of queerness in their interpretation of Thai identities. Binghamton, New York, Hayworth Press, 2000. Jackson is a specialist in Thai history at Australian National University and conducts research on gender and sexual identities in Thailand. The Many Faces of Homosexuality, Anthropological Approaches to Homosexual Behavior, by Evelyn Blackwood. Originally published in 1986, this book is one of the first collections of ethnographic materials on same-sex relations from different cultures and historical periods. It also provides an early critique of traditional anthropological approaches to studying homosexuality. New York, Routledge. 2010. Same-sex relations and female desires, transgender practices across cultures, edited by Evelyn Blackwood and Saskia Waringa. In this collection of essays, historians, sociologists, and anthropologists offer evidence that non-Western women have autonomy over their identities and that same-sex female desire exists independently of Western colonialism and globalization. The book won the Ruth Benedict Book Award in Anthropology, New York, Columbia University Press, 1999. Sexualities and Genders in Zapotec, Oaxaca, by Lynn Stephen. This ethnography of sexual identities provides an overview of the history and culture of sexual and gender identities in Oaxaca, including an examination of the role of muxes. The 2002 article is published in Latin American Perspectives, Volume 29, Number 2, http www.jsdr.org. Stable/3185126. Sexuality and Translation in World Politics, edited by Caroline Codet and Manuela Lavinazpic. Caroline Codet and Manuela Lavinazpic brought together essays from authors around the world to demonstrate that Western imposition of global sexualities 83 LGBTQ+ terminologies on non-Western populations obstruct these populations' civil rights movements and erase traditional cultures. Bristol, UK, International Relations, https://www.eirinfo/publication/sexuality and translation in World Politics/ Stories of Our Lives, Queer Narratives from Kenya. From Nest Collective. In June 2013, the Kenyan multidisciplinary group Nest Collective traveled across Kenya to record over 250 personal accounts of persons identifying as gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender, and intersex. This book presents a selection from the resulting archive to explore the consciousness, ambition, and expression of many queer Kenyans in their daily interactions with family, friends, schools, workplaces, religion, and ideas of the future. And in diverse social contexts. Nairobi, Kenya, Nest Arts, 2015. Tommy Boys, Lesbian Men, and Ancestral Wives. Female Same-Sex Practices in Africa, by Ruth Morgan and Saskia Waringa. This pioneering work on lesbian identities in 6 sub-Saharan African countries is based on an oral history project and presents the voices of African women from Kenya, South Africa, Namibia, Tanzania, and Uganda talking about their lives and loves. Reviewers have noted the problematic nature of 2 white women as authors of such a volume, as well as how they collected the stories from the participants, but this book remains valuable. Johannesburg, South Africa, Jacana Media, 2005. Two-Spirit People, Native American Gender Identity, Sexuality, and Spirituality, edited by Sue Ellen Jacob, Wesley Thomas, and Sabine Lang. The first major contemporary work about the North American indigenous Two-Spirit identity. This book covers how Two-Spirit people identify themselves and describe their lived experiences, how other Native Americans treat them, and how anthropologists and other scholars interpret and depict them. The Society of Lesbian and Gay Anthropologists, now the Association for Queer Anthropology, granted this book the Ruth Benedict Prize in 1997, Champaign, University of Illinois Press, 1997. With respect to sex, Negotiating Hijra Identity in South India, by Gayatri Reddy. This is the definitive work on hijras, traditionally, South Asian men who sacrifice their genitals to a goddess in order to bless newlyweds with. 84 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Fertility. Hijras live as the third sex in India and Pakistan, usually in segregated, stigmatized communities. This ethnography focuses on how hijras navigate the complexities of identity, sexuality, morality, and local and global economies. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2005. Glossary. Aikane. A Hawaiian term used in pre-colonial times for same-sex relationships between men. ACG. A Cherokee term for Two-Spirit people. Bakla. In the Philippines, a person who was assigned male at birth but usually adopts feminine mannerisms and dresses as a woman. Bakla are often considered a third gender. Many Bakla are exclusively attracted to men but are not necessarily gay. Some self-identify as women. Berdache. Before the late 20th century, a term bestowed by anthropologists who were not Native American, or First Nations in Canada, people to broadly identify an indigenous individual fulfilling one of many mixed gender roles in a tribe. Anthropologists often applied this term to any male whom they perceived to be homosexual, bisexual, or effeminate by Western social standards, leading to a wide variety of individuals being categorized under what is now considered a pejorative term. Bizaha. A Zapotec term similar to the Oaxacan mux describing a male-bodied individual who acts and dresses in feminine ways. Donchi. A Japanese term literally meaning herbivore men, describing men who have no interest in getting married or finding a girl friend. Herbivore men also describes young men who have lost their manliness. Drag queens. People who use stereotypically gendered clothing and makeup to imitate and often exaggerate gender signifiers and gender roles in an entertainment performance. Drag queens are associated with gay men and gay culture. Ethnography. An account of social life and culture in a particular time and place, written by an anthropologist. The account is based on detailed observations of people interacting in a particular social set. Ting over time. Fa'afafine or Fa'atan. People who identify themselves as having a third gender or non-binary role in Samoa, American Samoa, and the Samoan diaspora. It is a recognized gender identity or gender role in global sexualities. 85. Traditional Samoan society and an integral part of Samoan culture. Fa'afafine are assigned male at birth and explicitly embody both masculine and feminine gender traits in a way unique to Polynesia. Female husbands. Describes the union of two women in marriage in many African cultures, including the Nandi of Kenya. Famaniello. A member of a population of homosexual males with markedly feminine gender expression in traditional Neapolitan culture. The plural is famanielli. Gender. The range of characteristics pertaining to, and differentiating between, masculinity and femininity. Depending on the context, these characteristics may include biological sex, i.e., the state of being male, female, or an intersex variation, sex-based social structures, i.e., gender roles, or gender identity. Some societies have genders that are in addition to male and female and are neither, such as the Hijras of South Asia. These are often referred to as third genders. Some anthropologists and sociologists have described fourth and fifth genders. Gender binary. The classification of gender into two distinct, opposite, and disconnected forms of masculine and feminine, whether by social system or cultural belief. Gender dysphoria. The distress some individuals feel if their gender identity does not match their sex assigned at birth. Gender variance. Behavior or gender expression by an individual that does not match masculine or feminine gender norms. Also called gender nonconformity. Heterosexuality. Romantic attraction, sexual attraction, or sexual behavioral or between persons of the opposite sex or gender. Hijra. A unique, intersex, or transgender person. Hijras are officially recognized as a third gender in countries on the Indian subcontinent, and considered neither completely male nor female. Identity. In psychology, the qualities, beliefs, personality, looks, or express signs that make up a person, self-identity, or group, particular social category or social group. Intersex. Individuals born with any of several combinations in sex characteristics, including chromosomes, gonads, sex hormones, or genitals. Inverts. Used by sexologists primarily in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, to refer to homosexuals. Sexual inversion was believed to be an inborn reversal of gender traits. Male inverts were inclined to traditionally female pursuits and dress, and vice versa for female inverts. Kathoi in Thailand describes a male to female transgender person or person of a third gender or an effeminate homosexual male. 86 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Kinner or kinner, the preferred term of members of the Hijra community in India, referring to the mythological beings that excel at song and dance. Ladyboy, another term for Kathoi. Mahu, the word for in the middle in Kanaka Maoli, Hawaiian, and Mahi, Tahitian, cultures describing third-gender persons with traditional spiritual and social roles within the culture. Mali House, a meeting place in 18th and 19th century England, generally taverns, public houses, or coffee houses, where homosexual men could socialize or meet sexual partners. Mux or muxhi. In Zapotec cultures of Oaxaca, southern Mexico, a person who is assigned male at birth but who dresses and behaves in ways otherwise associated with women, the person may be seen as a third gender. Nanshoku, literally meaning male colors in Japanese and widely used to refer to male sex in pre-modern Japan. Queer theory, a field of critical theory that emerged in the early 1990s out of the fields of lesbian and gay studies and women's studies. Queer theory seeks to challenge and overturn sex and gender binary rise and the normative expectations that support those binaries. Sarambaby, a Tanala Malagasy term referring to third-gender males who adopt the behavior and roles of women. Sexuality, the way people experience and express themselves sexually, and involving biological, erotic, physical, emotional, social, or spiritual feelings and behaviors. Shudo and wakashido, the Japanese words for the ways of teenage and adolescent boys, respectively. Sociocultural anthropology refers to social anthropology and cultural anthropology together, focusing on the study of human culture and society. Takatapui, the Maori word meaning a devoted partner of the same sex. Third gender, a concept in which individuals are categorized, either by themselves or by society, as neither man nor woman. Tomboy, a West Sumatran term for women who dress like men and have relationships with women. Travesti, in South America, a gender identity describing people assigned male at birth who take on a feminine gender role and gender express. Zion, especially through the use of feminizing body modifications, such as hormone replacement therapy, breast implants, and silicone injections. Two-spirit, a modern umbrella term used by some indigenous North Americans to describe Native people in their communities who fulfill global sexualities. 87. A traditional third gender, or other gender variant, ceremonial role in their cultures. Wakashu. The Japanese term for young person, although never used for girls, it is a historical Japanese term indicating an adolescent boy, and in Edo period Japan, considered as suitable objects of erotic desire for young women, and older men. Yandadu. A Nigerian Hausa term meaning men who act like women. Notes. 1. Mark Rifkin, When Did Indians Become Straight? Kinship, The History of Sexuality and Native Sovereignty, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2011. 2. Chris Finley, Decolonizing the Queer Native Body, and Recovering the Native Bull Dyke, Bringing Sexy Back and Out of Native Studies Closet. In Queer Indigenous Studies, Critical Interventions in Theory, Politics, and Lit. Irature, ed. Q. L. Driscoll, C. Finley, B. J. Gilley, and S. L. Morganson, Tucson. University of Arizona Press, 2011, 31-42. 3. Edward Carpenter. Intermediate Types Among Primitive Folk, New York. Mitchell Kennerly, 1914. 4. Esther Newton, Mother Camp, Female Impersonators in America, Upper Saddle River, N.J., Prentice Hall, 1972. 5. Evelyn Blackwood, The Many Faces of Homosexuality, Anthropological Approaches to Homosexual Behavior, London, Routledge, 1986. 6. Scott Loria Morganson, Theorizing Gender, Sexuality and Settler Colo Nihilism, An Introduction, Settler Colonial Studies 2, No. 2, 2012, 2-22. 7. For Two-Spirit Zuni Peoples, see Will Roscoe, The Zuni Man-Woman. Albuquerque, University of New Mexico Press, 1991, For Development of Two-Spirit Activism in North America, see Sue Ellen Jacobs, Wesley Thomas, and Sabine Lang, eds, Two-Spirit People, Native American Gender Identity, Sexuality, and Spirituality, Urbana, University of Illinois Press, 1997. 8. Quolie Driscoll, Chris Finley, Brian Joseph Gilley, and Scott Loria Moore. Jensen, eds, Queer Indigenous Studies, Critical Interventions in Theory, Politics, and Literature, Tucson, University of Arizona Press, 2011. 9. Henry Abe Love, Some Speculations on the History of Sexual Intercourse. During the long 18th century in England, Genders, No. 6, 1989, 125. 130, https://doi.org/105555/general 1989 6 125, John D. Emilio, Capitalism and Gay Identity, in the Lesbian and Gay Studies Reader, ed. H. Abe Love, M. A. Barali, and D. M. Halperin, New York, Routledge, 1993, 467-476. 10. Clive Aspin, Exploring Takatapui Identity Within the Maori Community, Implications for Health and Well-Being, in Driscoll et Alabama, Queer Indigenous Studies. 11. See, for example, Richard Trexler, Making the American Bardash, Choice or Constraint, Journal of Social History 35, No. 3, 2011, 613-636. 12. Roscoe, Zuni Men Woman. 13. J. Briggs, Eskimo Women, Makers of Men, in Many Sisters, Women. In Cross-Cultural Perspective, ed. C. Mathieson, New York, Free Press, 1974. 88. Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. 271, J. Briggs, Expecting the Unexpected, Canadian Inuit Training for an Expert. A Mental Lifestyle, Ethos 19, 1991, 266, J. Robert Lamblin, Ammisalik, East. Greenland, End or Persistence of an Isolate? Anthropological and Demographic Study on Change, Meddelelser om Gronland, Man and Society, Museum TUS. Cullinan Press, 1986, 42. Saladin d'Anglour found the same percentages in his area. C.B. Saladin d'Anglour, Du Fetus au Camini, La Construction done. Trois Sex, Inuit, Etudes Inuit 10, 1986, 68. 14. Don Kulik, Travesti, Sex, Gender and Culture among Brazilian Trans. Gendered Prostitutes, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1998. 15. Josefina Fernandez, Cuerpos Desobedientes, Travestismo e Identidad. De Género, Disobedient Bodies, Cross-Dressing and Gender Identity, Barcelona. Spain, Ed Hassa, 2004. 16. Rajesh Tilwar, The Third Sex and Human Rights, New Delhi, India. Jun, 1999, Dianita Singh, Myself Mona Ahmed, Zurich, Switzerland, Scalo. Verlag, 2001. 17. Martin Monalanson, Global Divas, Filipino Gay Men in the Diaspora. Durham, NC, Duke University Press, 2003. 18. Evelyn Blackwood, Tomboa in West Sumatra, Constructing Masculinity. An Erotic Desire, Cultural Anthropology 13, No. 4, 1998, 491, 521. 19. Richard Totman, The Third Sex, Kathoi, Thailand's Ladyboys, Lon. Don, Souvenir Press, 2004. 20. Nancy Bartlett and Paul Vassie, A Retrospective Study of Childhood. Gender Atypical Behavior in Samoan Philippine, Archives of Sexual Behavior. 35, No. 6, 2006, 659, 666. 21. D. T. McMullen, Philippine Notes, on Tagalo, Jesus and Nafanua. Amerasia Journal 37, No. 3, 2011, 114-131. 22. McMullen, Philippine Notes. 23. For an example of conflation, see Jeanette Marie Maggio, Theorizing Self in Samoa, Emotions, Genders, and Sexualities, Ann Arbor, University of Michigan Press, 1998. 24. Rudolph Palgadio, Alamedas, Sexual Outlaws in an Islamic Afri. Kent City, West Sussex, UK, Wiley Blackwell, 2009. 25. Rajeen Smith Obler, Is the Female Husband a Man? Woman/Woman. Marriage Among the Nandi of Kenya, Ethnology 19, No. 1, 1980, 69, 88. 26. Ruth Morgan and Saskia Waringa, Tommy Boys, Lesbian Men, and Ancestral Wives, Female Same-Sex Practices in Africa, Johannesburg, South Africa, Jacana Press, 2005, Gay and Lesbian Coalition of Kenya, Research on the Lived Experiences of Lesbian, Bisexual and Queer Women in Kenya, 2016. https://www.icop.org/wp-content/uploads/2016/10/research on the lived exp. Renses of LBQ Women in Kenya PDF. 27. Ifimadium, Male Daughters, Female Husbands, Gender and Sex in an African Society, London, Z Press, 1987, Kenneth Chukwuemeka. Female Husbands in Igbo Land, Southeast Nigeria, Journal of Pan-African Studies 5, No. 1, 2012, 6982. 28. Serena Dankwe, The One Who First Says I Love You, Love, Seniority, and Relational Gender in Post-Colonial Ghana, in Sexual Diversity in Africa, Paul. Idex, Theory and Citizenship, ed. S.N. Nyuk and M. Eprecht, Montreal, Ken. Ada, McGill Queen's University Press, 2013, 171-87, Zanili Muhali, Thinking Through Lesbian Rape, Agenda, Empowering Women for Gender Equity 18, No. 61, 2004, 116-125, https://www.jst.org/stable/40666614. Global Sexualities 89. 29. Serena Owusu Dankwe, Knowing Women, Same-Sex Intimacy, General. An Identity in Post-Colonial Ghana, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. 2021. 30. Achille della Ragione, I Femminili in Italian, accessed March 17. 2022, http://www.guidecampanea.com/dellaragiones/articolo3/articolo htm number 99. 31. Richter Norton, Mother Claps Molly House, The Gay Subculture in England, 1700-1830, Farnham, Surrey, UK, Heretic Books, 1992. 32. Michel Foucault, The History of Sexuality, Vol. 1, An Introduction, New York, Vintage Books, 1978. 33. The profile, slightly edited, is from the website Africa is a Country. https://africasaCountry.com/2020/01/ Queering Pan-Africanism. 34. Adrian J. Jucco, The Protection and Promotion of LGBTI Rights in the African Regional Human Rights System, Opportunities and Challenges, in Protecting the Human Rights of Sexual Minorities in Contemporary Africa, ed. Sylvie Namways and Adrian J. Jucco, Pretoria, Pretoria University Law Press. 2017, https://www.pulpupacza/latest publications/179 Protecting the Human Rights of Sexual Minorities in Contemporary Africa. 35. African LGBTI Manifesto/Declaration, Black Looks, posted by Sokari. May 17, 2011, http://blacklooks.org/2011/05. The manifesto is also printed in Sokari Ekine and Hakama Abbas, eds, Queer. African Reader, Nairobi, Fahamu Books, an imprint of Pambazuka Press, 2013. 52, 53. 36. Ekine and Abbas, Queer African Reader. 37. Binyavanga Wainaina, Conversations with Baba, Tidksustan Talk. https://www.youtube.com/watch, v=e5uaobu9 epg and t=605s. 38. Art Attack, Same Love, Remix, https://www.youtube.com/watch, v=8 etalkbe. 39. Hakim Adi, Pan-Africanism, A History, London, Bloomsbury, 2018. 40. Marcus Garvey, The Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus Garvey, or Africa for the Africans, Comp. Amy Jacques Garvey, 1923-1925, read per. Dover. Ma. Majority Press, 1986. 41. Binyavanga Wainaina, That Name Baldwin, is Black, African. Hours, Twitter, March 9, 2014, 6:42 p.m., https://twitter.com/binyavanga status/442792599582035968, Binyavanga Wainaina, The Baldwin Who Was a Gay Icon of Freedom, Twitter, March 25, 2014, 9:44 p.m., https://twitter.com/binyavanga/status/448636702379491329, Binyavanga Wainaina, James. Baldwin wrote New Scriptures, Twitter, February 6, 2014, 7:48 p.m., https://twitter.com/binyavanga/status/431590250788294656, Binyavanga Wainaina. George Bush's pastor has had more influence on the Twitter, January 24, 2014. 10:55 a.m., https://twitter.com/binyavanga/status/426745152778944512, Bin. Yavanga Wainaina, The Jesus of James Baldwin and Martin Luther King is a Dead Man in Africa, Twitter, May 4, 2015, 3:13 a.m., https://twitter.com/binyavanga/status/595124119127097344. 90. 3. Queer New World. Challenging Heteronormativity in Archaeology. James A. Mears. Learning Objectives. Upon completion of this chapter, students will be able to do the following. Define LGBTQ+ studies and queer theory, and explain why queer theory matters in the field of archaeology. Explain the social construction of sex, gender, and sexuality in both the present and the ancient past. Define key terms such as heteronormativity, gender performativity, and binary oppositions, and explain how they influence interpretations of the past. Describe intersectionality from an LGBTQ+ perspective. Discuss archaeology as a key subfield within LGBTQ+ anthropology. Introduction. The word archaeology is derived from the Greek words archaeos, which means ancient, and logos, or study. Archaeology is generally defined as the study of the human past using material evidence, i.e., physical things as diverse as pottery or pollen. In North America, archaeology, Queer New World 91, is typically a subdiscipline of anthropology, along with cultural anthropology, linguistics, and bioanthropology. Archaeologists focus on the prehistoric, or pre-literate, past, whereas historians study the literate past. These fields overlap, however, because historical records are sometimes used in archaeology. The origins of archaeology are themselves archaeological because we know that ancient people across the world collected artifacts from periods that preceded them. For example, the Aztecs of Mexico collected objects from the earlier site of Teotihuacan, and officials in the Chinese Song Empire excavated, catalogued, and studied ancient artifacts from their own culture. The current discipline of archaeology developed out of antiquarianism, an interest in ancient Rome, which has roots among Europe as early as the 15th century but is most closely associated with the collection of ancient objects in the 19th century. These include objects related to sex and sexuality, many of which were placed in collections of erotica like the Secr Edom at the British Museum, and, for objects from Pompeii and Herculaneum, in the Gabinetto Segreto of the Naples Archaeological Museum. Until relatively recently, these sorts of collections were typically privately owned or restricted from public view, showing the discomfort that scholars and the public have had in addressing issues of gender and sexuality in open and systematic ways. The use of physical evidence to reconstruct the past is challenging, because things can have multiple meanings to different people or mean different things in different contexts. In 1917, the artist Marcel Duchamp placed an ordinary, mass-produced urinal in an art exhibit, and that new context changed its meaning from a functional, everyday object to a work of art, figure 3.1. Similarly, cows are ordinary animals in North America and Europe, but in India they are sacred. Thus, to understand artifacts, archaeologists must interpret them according to the cultural contexts the artifacts came from. This can be difficult because the context may be unknown, as in the case of looted artifacts, inadequately excavated. For example, constraints of time or funding, or drastically changed by time, for example, weather, erosion. Even when we have texts that relate to the artifacts, those texts may not address the issues with which we are concerned. For example, ancient Maya hieroglyphic writing describes politics and ritual, but not sex and sexuality. We also cannot ask the people who made or used archaeological objects what they meant, although we can ask their descendants. Their cultures may have changed enough that the original meanings are lost. The use of objects to understand complex and culture ally varied concepts like gender and sexuality is especially challenging. Bioanthropology, a scientific discipline concerned with the biological and behavioral aspects of human beings, their extinct hominin ancestors, and related non-human primates, particularly from an evolutionary perspective. Antiquarianism, the study of history, with particular attention to ancient artifacts, and archaeological and historical sites. Looted artifact, an artifact that has been removed from its original archaeological context, usually illegally, by non-archaeologists who do not record contextual information. Looted artifacts are often sold on the art market away from their place of origin. Archaeologists despise looting because an artifact without context is much less informative about the culture that produced it than an artifact with contextual information. 92 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. In this chapter, I identify some LGBTQ+ themes in the archaeology of Mesoamerica and the Andes. I show that many of these new estates and observations have been inspired by feminist and queer theory. Although some aspects of queer theory have become almost mainstream in archaeology, the topics of sex, gender, and sexuality remain challenging ones for archaeologists. Figure 3.1. Duchamps. Fountain. Public domain, Alfred Stieglitz. Watch. View, Queer Archaeology, Some Basics, by James Amers, https://go. geneseo.edu/queerarchaeology, a companion introduction to this chapter. What are some examples of categories and classifications in our study of the past that show how hard it is to be neutral? In Western culture, homosexual behavior didn't have a fixed definition or identity until the late 1800s. Why is it important to understand this type of context when studying ancient cultures and artifacts? Mesoamerica, an archaeological region defined by precontact cultural traits such as a distinctive calendar system, maize agriculture, and state-level political organization. It extended from northern Mexico through Belize, Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, Nicaragua, and northern Costa Rica. Within this region, pre-Columbian societies flourished before the Spanish colonization of the Americas. Andes, the longest continental mountain range in the world, forming a continuous highland along the western edge of South America. Queer New World 93. Queer theory and archaeology. Queer theory is often considered an aspect of critical theory with roots in feminism. It is counter-hegemonic and challenges archaeological normativity of all sorts, most notably heteronormativity. But critiques of queer theory are not limited to sexuality, and some people argue that queer theory is not a theory, or set of theories, that explains the world, but rather a way of looking critically at normative assumptions about the world. 2. Archaeological engagement with queer theory came mainly through the influence of feminism. 3. The growing influence of feminism in the 20th century led to critiques of existing norms around gender, sex, and sexuality in many fields, and by the late 1970s these critiques began to inform archaeological studies. Nevertheless, many archaeological studies implicitly assumed that the norms and institutions that we take for granted today were present and important in the distant past. Thus, archaeologists often assumed that the Western sex and gender binary oppositions, male versus female and man versus woman, were normative across all cultures, or that institutions such as the nuclear family and monogamy also applied to ancient cultures. 4. During the 1980s and 1990s, feminist ideas became mainstream in archaeology, as shown in the many works about and by women in those decades. An important development was the entry of queer theory into the archaeological mainstream in the first years of the 2000s with two seminal collections, a thematic issue of World Archaeology, and the proceedings from a 2004 conference titled Q.E.ing Archaeology. 5. Since then, archaeologists have increasingly investigated assumptions about sex, gender, and sexuality, and queer theory has been used to challenge normative assumptions of all sorts. Although potentially any topic can be examined through a queer theory lens, the most influential uses of queer theory in archaeology have been in relation to gender, sex, and sexuality. This is in part because queer theory challenges essentialist and socio-biological ideas about these issues in popular discourse and in some scholarship. If we think of queer as being fundamentally disruptive, then a lot of early work that challenged fundamental assumptions could be called queer, even if those works were not labeled as such by their authors. 6. These studies express a queer emphasis on the instability of the subject and the fluidity of identity, as well as the inclusivity characteristic of queer theory. 7. Queer theory has questioned universals, essentialisms, and especially the categorizations we use in archaeology. 8. In archaeology, binary Oppositions related to sex, gender, and sexuality, like man versus woman. Critical theory. The reflective assessment and critique of society and culture by applying knowledge from the social sciences and the humanities to reveal and challenge power structures. Critical theory has origins in sociology and also in literary criticism. Feminism. A range of social movements, political movements, and ideologies that share a common goal to define, establish, and achieve the political, economic, personal, and social equality of the sexes. Counter-hegemonic. A confrontation or opposition to a status quo or hegemonic power and its legitimacy in politics, but also appears in other spheres of life, such as history, media, and music. Normativity. Normativity is the phenomenon in human societies of designating some actions or outcomes as good, or desirable or permissible, and others as bad or undesirable or impermissible. Heteronormativity. The belief that heterosexuality, predicated on the gender binary, is the norm or default sexual orientation. Binary oppositions. Words and concepts that are considered to be direct opposites, such as man and woman, male and female. 94 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. And homosexual versus heterosexual have been the most heavily critiqued. A truly queer archaeology will question received categories of present-day sexual politics and seek to develop archaeological methodologies that do not depend on these problematic sexual taxonomies. 9. My work with the classification of ancient Maya pottery reminds me that all classifications are created to answer particular questions and that not every question can be addressed with a single classification. So the idea that there is one transhistorical, all-purpose classification of bodies or gender or sexuality is no more reasonable than the belief that one really great way of classifying pottery could answer all our questions. The constructedness of sex. One classification that most people probably consider unchallengeable is that of the two sexes, male and female. But about 2% of humans are born intersexed, and Anne Foster-Sterling and others have drawn attention to the range of variability in the sexual characteristics of human bodies. 10. Biological sex is multifaceted, potentially designated in reference to chromosomes or DNA, hormones, breasts, genitals, reproductive ability, ties, or in archaeology, skeletal characteristics. As Foster-Sterling notes, labeling someone a man or a woman is a social decision. 11. These complexities have been acknowledged by bioarchaeologists who study human remains. In a discussion of ancient Maya human remains, Pamela Geller remarks that femaleness and maleness reside at opposite ends of a continuum with ambiguities situated in the middle. Thus, it would appear that a strict binary opposition of female and male is supplanted by a continuum of sexual difference. 12. Indeed, Rebecca Story may have identified an intersex person in a royal Maya tomb at Copan, Honduras. 13. Some suggest approaching sex in a similar way to race, as a social construct, the ways in which race is described as a social construct may be translatable to sex. What we understand to be a biological sex is composed of a diverse set of variables that may not invariably pattern out into what we socially comprehend as male and female. 14. In a 2016 issue of the Journal of Archaeological Method and Theory dedicated to challenging binary binds, the editors heralded recent attempts to resist predetermining the types of persons we expect to see in the archaeology Cal record. 15. Many scholars now approach sex and gender as a continuum, emergent in practice, and potentially variable throughout the life course. 16. Some archaeologists now prefer to see identity in general bioarchaeologists, those who study human remains in archaeological sites, first coined by British archaeologist Graham Clark in 1972 as a reference to zoarchaeology, the study of animal bones from archaeological sites. Queer New World 95. As fluid and changeable, that is, a phenomenon that is processual, and not a taxonomy, or a set of taxonomic specificities. 17. Furthermore, we cannot assume that physical sex differences were as important to people in the past as they are to us, and that they were given as much weight in identifying people. Even contemporary ideas about sex turn out to be, from the perspective of archaeology, relatively new. In his book Making Sex, Thomas Laqueur shows that perceptions of the sexed body changed radically from antiquity until the 20th century. 18. Up until the 18th century, anatomical and physiological representations of male and female bodies in Western and Eastern medicine relied on a common androgynous body with differently positioned but homologous reproductive organs in each sex, the vagina being an inverted and internalized penis, and so forth. Physiological differences were explained by relative humoral balances, heat, or measures of yin or yang. 19. Even when the physical differences between the sexes were recognized, they were not important until the end of the 1700s, when they became useful in arguments for or against the role of women in education and public life. 20. It bears repeating that classifications are not neutral, they are created in specific cultural contexts in relation to specific questions. Queering sex and gender binaries. The distinction between sex as biologically determined and gender as socially learned was popularized by John Money and Anke Ehrhardt, and is now a standard view in academia and beyond. 21. But even the sex gender binary has been problematized by queer theory. Judith Butler influentially argued that our biology is not a neutral base on which gender is culturally constructed. 22 As shown by Laqueur and others, even our bodies are culturally constructed in that they are understood in culturally specific ways. 23 According to Butler, perhaps this construct called sex is as culturally constructed as gender. Indeed, perhaps it was already gender, with the consequence that the distinction between sex and gender turns out to be no distinction at all. 24. Although some bioarchaeologists remind us that sex has a material reality and that the conceptual separation of sex from gender has been generally productive, others have followed Butler in arguing that our processual, the methodological study of cultural change and variability in archaeology, taxonomy, the practice and science of classification of things or concepts, including the principles that underlie such classification. 96 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Now standard sex-gender model often reduces gender to sex and tends to create normative and non-normative gender categories that risk being as simplistic as racial categories. 25. For example, in studies of women buried with weapons, like the famous Moche Señora de Cao burial in Peru, normative approaches to sex and gender may lead to the creation of an exotic gender type. Instead of simply a woman, probably taking part in warlike activities during her life. 26 A replica of Señora de Cao can be seen in Figure 3.2. We don't expect to find women warriors, so we are surprised when we do, and this prompts us to treat them as anomalies in need of explanation. Taken at face value, however, imagery from the past often does not present what we might consider non-normative gender expression as non-normative at all. One of the roles of the Aztec goddess Xochiquetzal, also known as Itzpapalotl, was as a primordial warrior, and she is depicted with warrior imagery. 27 In Maya art, women warriors are depicted similarly to their male counterparts. A female warrior occupies a position of authority on the central axis of a prominent relief at the Maya site of Chichen Itza, Mexico, wearing a high-status feathered headdress, and Figure 3.2. A replica of Señora de Cao. CC by S.A. Manuel Gonzalez Olechea y Franco. Queer New World 97. Snake skirt and carrying weapons typical of an Itza warrior. Clearly defined bare breasts signal that she is a woman. 28 Like male rulers, female rulers at several other Maya sites are depicted on carved stone stelae as warriors with subjugated captives on which they literally stand. Figure 3.3. 29. As early as 1990, some recommended we consider both sex and gender in terms of intensity or as existing on a spectrum, with some cultures allowing more freedom and flexibility in gender expression than others. 30 Evidence for gender fluidity has been cited by archaeologists. for decades and is often interpreted as symbolic of power rather than deviance. 31. For example, mixed gender imagery on figurines from the Gulf Coast of Mexico could be an expression of supernatural power. 32. In one case, a female figure wearing a high belt that is atypical for women may be assuming a certain status or role, or even a level of power, that is usually, but not exclusively, associated with men. 33. A study of Oaxacan figurines from the early formative period, 1400 BC, 850 BC, suggests that the lack of attention to genitalia on figurines tracks with observations. Figure 3.3. Maya stela from Naranjo, Guatemala. Public domain, Thomas Joyce. Gender fluidity. Cultural ideas about gender frequently imply that one's gender identity is fixed and unchanging. Gender fluidity describes situations in which a person's gender identity may change throughout the life cycle or in different contexts. 98. Introduction to LGBTQ+ studies. From throughout Mesoamerican groups that primary sexual characteristics often are not the focus of gender differentiation and identity. 34. Back in 1977, the gender fluidity of deities was associated with cycles, such as the maize god and the moon god. 35. In this century, the major Aztec god Tezcatlipoca was found to have bisexual and trans gender qualities, figure 3.4. 36. In studies of the so-called Great Goddess imagery on the Tepantitlan murals at the huge central Mexico City state of Teotihuacan, researchers have suggested that the murals referred to a mixed gender deity, and this fits a broader pattern in which binary gender is not clearly represented at the site, figure 3.5. 37. Analogies to figure 3.4. A drawing of Tezcatlipoca, one of the deities described in the Codex Borgia. Public domain. Figure 3.5. A reproduction of one of the murals depicting the great goddess of Teotihuacan. CC00. Mastafan, National Museum of Archaeology, Mexico City. Queer New World 99. Historically known and living indigenous two-spirit people have been used to explain cross-dressing or mixed-gender imagery in Maya art. 38. Male bloodletting from the penis arguably conceptually transformed the male genitalia into a doubly potent agent of fertility, capable of shedding two life-giving fluids, semen and blood. 39. Images like Stela H at the Maya site of Copan, Honduras, figure 3.6, in which a man is depicted in a net skirt, have also been interpreted as female-associated characteristics expressing power. 40. The use of powerful feminine imagery by a man may be exemplified in the colonial United States by Edward Hyde, or Lord Cornbury, whose purported portrait is shown in figure 3.7, who as the governor of New York and New Jersey between 1701 and 1708, was Queen Anne's representative. When he was criticized for reportedly opening the assembly dressed in women's clothing, he is said to have answered, "You are very stupid not to see the propriety of it. In this place and particularly on this occasion I represent a woman and ought in all respects to represent her as faithfully as I can." 41. Figure 3.6. Copan, Honduras, Stila H. Public Domain, Frederick Catherwood, Views of Ancient Monuments in Central America, Chiapas. Figure 3.7. The purported portrait of Lord Cornbury. 1661-1723, dressed as a woman, there is no evidence about the identity of the sitter. Public domain. Ecumenic. 100 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Colonial New Yorkers may have thought of Lord Cornbury as a trans person or cross-dresser, but Hyde's own words suggest a less essentialized, more contextual identity. Many questions remain about the Lord Cornbury story, but it reminds us that trans behavior in other times and places may have symbolic resonance beyond simply deviance. Further complicating interpretation is a warning about projecting our notions of fixed, public identities including trans identities, on ancient Mesoamerica. Maya imaginations presented transsexuality as a strategy for understanding cosmic power. For other elements of transsexuality to fall completely outside of that context would have been unimaginable. 42. Abjection and normativity. How does the re-evaluation of gender and sex relate to sexuality? The historian Michel Foucault influentially argues that sex and sexuality are embedded in discourses shaped by power. 43. More recently, the historian David Halperin's book How to Do the History of Homosexuality describes the problems inherent in applying our contemporary concept of sexuality to other places and times. 44. This attention to categorizations and binaries. Read. Christina Kilgrove points out the mistakes that contemporary assumptions may lead to when interpreting the past in Is That Skeleton Gay? The Problem with Projecting Modern Ideas Onto the Past, published in Forbes, April 8, 2017, https://www.forbes.com/sites/Christina Kilgrove/ 2017/04/08/ Is That Skeleton Gay? The Problem with Projecting Modern Ideas Onto the Past. What does Kilgrove want readers to take away from the discussion of the three examples of skeletons or burials that don't fit within our understanding of gender and sexuality? In the past, Kilgrove highlights a remark by Geller, discoveries of dissidents whose bodies have been identified as romantically entangled, compulsorily reproductive, or occupationally divid. Ed say more about our present state of socio-sexual affairs than they do about past interactions and intimacies. What is said about our culture's current views on same-sex relationships by the media coverage of the same-sex skeletons found together? Queer New World 101 is a hallmark of queer theory because categorizations of people and their actions depend on ideas about what is normal and what is deviant. 45 In other words, culturally varied meanings of abjection and who is abject help define and maintain the normative. Yet there is good evidence that what we define as abject sexualities, for example, homosexuality, transsexuality, would not have been considered so deviant in many places and times in prehistory. For Mesoamerica, the domain of the abject involved concerns about being incompletely human or physically unusual, for example, human-animal hybrids, dwarfs. 46 Intersex people, known as hermaphrodites in earlier times, fall in this context. 47 But the ancient Maya may not have been concerned so much with homosexual sex as with sex or anything else taken to excess. 48 The sexuality of young men in post-classic and classic Maya society may itself have been more fluid than any normative hetero-sexual model would allow. In art, young men were routinely represented as the objects of the gaze of older men and adult women. 49 Carved stone reliefs at a possible public building for young men at the Maya site of San Diego depict enema insertion, erratic, probably drunken, dances, disheveled hair, and what may be autoerotic asphyxiation. 50 And many depictions are with a decided undertone of homoeroticism. 51 Dichotomies like normal or deviant, and man or woman implicitly define heterosexual sexuality as normal and same-sex desire as deviant. This often occurs without adequate consideration of how people in other times and places have framed sexuality differently. Our contemporary social norms lead us to believe that homosexuality and same-sex desire are deviant. However, people in other times and places may have framed sexuality differently, and in fact the contemporary Western focus on sexual practice as a fundamental aspect of social identity is itself historically unusual. Ingrid Fugelstvedt concludes that there is nothing wrong with studying sexuality when this is relevant. What is argued is rather that the sex/gender paradigm insists on the enduring and absolute relevance of sexuality. 52 Intersectionality, intersectionality, performance, and performativity. The diversity of gender in the ancient world has drawn attention to our assumptions about gender hierarchy, that is, the ranking of men above women. Gender complementarity, sometimes called gender parallelism, is an alternative to gender hierarchy in Mesoamerica. 53 However, both gender hierarchy and gender complementarity have been critiqued as binary oppositions that downplay variability and difference. While these abjection, the state of being, cast off, post-structural explorations find the term's use inherently disturbing to conventional identity and cultural concepts. One who is abject has been rejected. Gender hierarchy How genders are ranked. Men are typically ranked higher than women, having more power, prestige, and so on. Gender complementarity. Men and women, and other genders, if they are recognized, play similarly important roles, but in different areas of social life. Gender complementarity more accurately describes gender relations than gender hierarchy in some times and places. Gender parallelism. Men and women, and other genders, if culturally recognized, have similar levels of power and prestige but in different areas of social life. Often used interchangeably with gender complementarity, and as an alternative to gender hierarchy in some times and places, for example, in the Inca Empire. 102 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Models have most certainly been useful in structuring our analyses. They rely on binary understandings of the relationship between biological sex and gender and tend to obscure variability in ways we should not ignore. 54 This variability is captured by the concepts of intersectional ity and positionality that are characteristic of third-wave feminism and queer approaches to gender, sex, and sexuality. 55 Both are related to the idea that people have multiple aspects to their identity, for example, race, ethnicity, class, that they emphasize or downplay in different contexts and that take on different importance in different contexts. 56 Many societies take pains to gender individuals with objects, tasks, and food, yet we repeatedly see that gender is not as important in the very young and the very old, and that gender is often most strongly marked when people are of reproductive age. 57 Similar criticisms can be made about the, often implicit, assumption that sexuality was as important in the creation of identity in the past as it is now. Fugelstved suggests that we consider a scale of intensity for societal interest in sex, gender, and sexuality. 58 In these terms, many contemporary people live in societies with unusually high-intensity attitudes to gender, sex, and sexuality. For the Maya, the data suggest not only that Maya gender ideologies may not have been founded on a belief that binary biological sexes translate into binary gendered identities, but also that other aspects of social identity such as age or class may have played a more prominent part in determining gender roles. 59 Ethnographic and colonial sources suggest that the aging moon may have changed gender over the course of the month. Did a similar model apply to aging people? Lunar and related deities, for example, the Polke god 60, are typically bisexual and multi-gendered. 61. Likewise, Maya and Aztec carnivalesque gender blending occurred near the ends of temporal cycles. 62. As noted previously, in Butler's writing even the sexed body is performed rather than existing as a preggiven, in a performative approach. The body gains legibility through cultural interaction rather than as an ontologically prior reality. 63. Gender and sexuality can be compared to style in that they are ways of doing, as much as ways of being. An ongoing performance rather than inborn, static states. The repeated stylizations of the body, everyday acts and gestures are themselves performatives, producing the gendered identity of which they are thought to be the expressions. 64. Intersectional approaches to ancient identity, some examples. The deconstruction of received, often binary, categorizations, a focus on individuals and variation over groups and norms, and Butler's concept of performativity have led to more contextual, localized, diachronic intersectionality. Social identities, such as race, class, and gender, that overlap or intersect, and the related systems of oppression, domination, or discrimination. Positionality, the contexts that make up an individual's identity, such as race, class, gender, and sexuality, and how these affect the person's view of the world. Performative, a linguistics term referring to utterances that do not just describe the world but change it. For example, I pronounce you husband and wife. Performativity, popularized by the scholar Judith Butler. In gender studies, the term highlights the idea that gender is not a given but must be continually demonstrated through word, action, dress, and so on. The concept derives from the linguistics term performative. Queer New World 103. Changing over time, approaches. Some have called for more contextual, intersectional, from the ground up studies, in some cases focused on individuals, not groups, thus effectively deconstructing gender as an ontological category. 65. Indiana. This view. Prehistoric identities do not rely on the notion of a core, sta. Blee self that remains unchanged throughout the life course. Instead, identity is context-dependent and enacted or embodied in ways that capture the lived experiences of past peoples. 66. Because we enact exclusionary practices on our data through the analytical categories we deploy to make the past known to us, many scholars now advocate intersectional approaches that allow variation along more than one or two axes. 67. The following are some New World examples. Gender, sexuality, age, and occupation. A study of the early historical Chumash of California argues that ERS were either men who engaged in homosexual acts or postmenopausal women. They were categorized together because their sexual activity did not result in conception and birth. 68. In this case, occupation, age, and reproductive potential intersected with gender and sexual behavior in a classification system that differs greatly from familiar contemporary ones. Sexuality, ethnicity, and status. Like gender, sexuality may be thought about, experienced, and acted on differently according to age, class, ethnicity, physical ability, sexual orientation and preference, religion, and region. 69 Recognition of this is apparent in the concept of ethnosexual conflict used in a study of Spanish colonialism to refer to the clash between incompatible cultural beliefs and practices related to sexuality. 70 Pete Seigel cites evidence for an institutionalized availability of passives, the Sochi was mentioned later, for elite men in pre-contact Aztec society. Seigel has also drawn broad comparisons between Greek and Maya pederasty in the training of elite boys. 71 The discourse, language of Ziwi Yua showed that nobles were allowed to engage in intergenerational erotic games that stressed the power of the elder noble over the younger. 72 Religion, status, and sexuality. The Moche of Peru, CAAD 100-700, produced a huge number of sexu ally explicit pottery vessels that were often placed in high-status burials. 104 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Figures 3.8 and 3.9. Researchers linked the sexual imagery not to sex identity but to politics and power, including dependent relationships with dead ancestors. 73 One researcher has described the religious use of male same-sex sexuality in the Andes, and others have done the same for Mesoamerica. 74 For example, among the Aztecs, the effeminate figure 3.8 phallic pottery vessel. CC by S.A. Laszlo Varga, Wikimedia Commons, https://commons wikimedia.org/wiki. File, Larco_museum_Lima_ Peru_Laszlo Varga_ 68, JPG. Figure 3.9. Two Lovers. Pottery vessel. CC by S.A. Prishov, Wikimedia Commons, https://commons.wikimedia.org. Wiki/file, Larco_museum_ erotic_art_v JPG. Queer New World 105. Sochi was provided warriors with a variety of services, including sex. At other times, the Sochi was, some of whom were housed in the Tem. Pleas were available for sexual favors and other chores to priests and other members of the high nobility. 75 Seigel asserts that sodomy in the period immediately preceding the Aztec conquest was related to the gods, sacrifice, and ritual, and closely associated with disease and woe. 76. And he notes that the ancient Maya forcibly sodomized their gods in order to masculinize themselves and gain power from the gods. 77 Indeed, Seigel concludes that concepts like the transsexual penis and floating Phallus are almost incomprehensible to a Western imagination. For the Maya, sexual desire and fantasy went beyond the field delineated by Freud and the sexologists. Sexual behavior did not exist as a discernible category of sexuality but rather as an element of ritual. 78. Gender, sexuality, and colonialism. Gender and status were intimately linked in both indigenous and colonial Latin America. Some indigenous cultures, for example the Maya and Aztec, shared with the Spanish the idea that people conquered in war were gendered feminine, and sodomy was a metaphor for conquest. Elites among the Maya considered passivity in males feminine and viewed the vanquished warrior as symbolically if not actually passive. 79. Nevertheless, many authors have argued that the intersection of gender, sexual and status intensified during the Spanish invasion and subsequent colonial period, leading to the increased oppression of women and others of all sorts. Read the article Mosh Sex Pots, Reproduction and Temporality in Ancient South America, by Mary Weismantel in the September 2004 issue of American Anthropologist, http://faculty.fairfield.edu/d. Weismantel PDF. When you look at the Mosh phallic pottery vessel in Figure 3.8, what do you see, and what do you think it means? How does factoring in general knowledge about Mosh religion and politics alter our interpretation of the pottery vessel? What is an example of an object or imagery from the present time and culture that shows the intersection of religion, status, and sexuality? Sochi was effeminate men who had a range of institutional roles in Aztec society. 106. Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Europeans in the New World sought to eliminate often brutally expressions of gender and sexuality that did not correspond with their Inquisition-era ideas. An infamous print, Figure 3.10, depicts Vasco Núñez de Balboa, a Spanish explorer, conquistador, and governor, as he throws some Indians, who had committed the terrible sin of sodomy, to the dogs to be torn apart. 80. Indeed, one of the insidious legacies of colonialism is the widespread idea that indigenous cultures have always been conservative and restrictive around issues of gender, sex, and sexuality, when in many cases that conservatism was imposed on them during colonization. Archaeologists and our colleagues in cultural anthropology and history are showing instead that the many pre-Columbian cultures of the New World held diverse ideas about these issues and that this evidence must be understood on its own terms, not on ours. Conclusion. Academics in many fields now challenge normative classifications of plea and behavior. Just as anthropologists long ago abandoned terms like savage and the application of racial classifications, so in archaeology we are gradually abandoning the uncritical use of terms like heterosexual. Figure 3.10. Indians being attacked by dogs, illustration from Les Grandes Voyages. 1596, by Theodore de Bry. 1528–1598. CC by S.A. Theodore de Bry. Queer New World 107. And homosexual and ethnocentric assumptions about gender, sexuality, and their centrality to identity. Foucault wrote about the role of experts in medicine and science in the creation of normative categories. 81. Archaeologists are some of those experts, and we have become more self-critical about our interpretations of issues around sex, gender, and sexuality. The heteronormativity of museum dioramas that present a timeless view of the nuclear family has been criticized. 82. Even as recently as 2013. A study of 70 years of reconstructions of ancient life in National Geographic concluded that women and women's work are significantly underrepresented and undervalued, and that a vigorous archaeology of gender has had little impact on the magazine's imagined past. 83. Clearly, we have more to do. Archaeologists who engage with these issues are not just trying to dig up LGBTQ+ people, we are trying to challenge normativity in all its forms. Key questions. Why is an understanding of queer theory important in studying ancient gender and sexuality through archaeology? What are 3 examples of the social construction of sex, gender, and sexuality in either the present or the ancient past? How do heteronormativity, gender performativity, and binary oppositions influence interpretations of the past? How would you define intersectionality, and why is it important to queer archaeology? How has the study of sex and gender changed over the years in archaeology? Research resources compiled by Rosalinda Linares. Discuss, choose 1 or 2 resources listed in this chapter, and discuss them in relation to what you have learned about queer archaeology. Present, choose a key topic or event found in this chapter. Then locate 1 or 2 resources from the quick dip and deep dive sections and develop a presentation for the class. Ethnocentric. A term used in social sciences and anthropology to describe the act of judging another culture by the values and standards of one's own culture, in the belief that one's culture is superior, especially with respect to language, behavior, customs, and religion. 108. Introduction to LGBTQ+ studies. Explain the significance of the topic, and provide additional details that support your explanation. Create, what idea, person, or event from this chapter really moved you? Do more research on that idea, person, or event based on the resources in this chapter. Then create your own artistic response. Consider writing a poem, drawing a picture, or editing a photograph in a way that demonstrates both what you have learned and how you feel about the issue or person. Debate, find a partner or split into groups, and choose a topic, idea, or controversy from this chapter. Have each part or group present an opposing perspective on it. Use it. least two of the resources in this chapter to support your argument. Quick Tip, online resources. More Sex, Studying Sexuality and Gendered Roles in Archaeology, from Rosemary A. Joyce. Rosemary A. Joyce is professor of anthropology at the University of California, NIA, Berkeley, and a preeminent scholar in sex and sexuality in archaeology. Joseph Skoldenrein, in his podcast Indiana Jones, Myth, Reality, and 21st Century Archaeology, interviewed Joyce, https://www.voiceamerica.com/episode/83272/more sex studying sexuality and gendered roles in archaeology. She discusses the evolution of research in the archaeology of gender and sex as a subdiscipline beginning in the 1980s, when archaeologists began to more directly explore and interrogate gender roles, labor, and societal structures of the past. In the latter half of the interview, Joyce describes the emergence of feminist and queer archaeology in the 1990s as a rejection of archaeological practices that naturalized gender and sex as heteronormative and binaristic. Joyce discusses many detailed examples from the Paleolithic, Assyrian, Egyptian, Greek, Roman, medieval, and Mesoamerican time periods and up to modern ethnographies to illustrate the varied methods and interpretations used in the study of gender, sex, and sexuality in the archaeological record. Queer Archaeology, from Chelsea Blackmore and Megan Springate. Chelsea Blackmore is Assistant Professor of Anthropology at the University of California, Santa Cruz, and Megan Springate is a historical archaeologist. Queer New World 109. August, who edited and contributed to LGBTQ America, a theme study of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer history for the National Park Foundation and the National Park Service. In this interview, on the podcast Go Dig a Hole, hosted by Christopher Sims, https://player.fm/series/Go Dig a Hole/Queer Archaeology, Episode 16, they provide a broader view of queer archaeology, including not only theory and site-based scholarship but also how queering the field is present in other types of professional work. Blackmore discusses definitions of queer archaeology in relation to queer theory and feminist theory, und ihre contributions by eminent figures in the field. Springate introduces the LGBTQ Heritage Project within the National Park Service, which preserves important LGBTQ+ sites on the National Register of Historic Places of the National Historic Landmarks Program. They describe what queer archaeology and building inclusive archaeology means to them in academic and professional spaces. They also give advice to early career archaeologists and undergraduates on how to acquire knowledge and skills in queer theory and archaeology. SAA, Queer Archaeology Interest Group. The first meeting of the Queer Archaeology Interest Group occurred at the 80th annual meeting of the Society for American Archaeology, SAA, in 2015. The group focuses on queer experience in the field, and its interests lie in supporting professional archaeologists who identify as LGBTQ+. They advocate for establishing a network of scholars interested in sexuality studies and other forms of queer research, work to develop a support and mentorship program for LGBTQ+ archaeologists as a means to connect senior, junior, and student archaeologists, and facilitate the involvement of LGBTQ+ archaeologists in all aspects of the SAA. See https://www.saa.org/quicknav/about/saa/interest groups. What Knowers Know Well, Why Feminism Matters to Archaeology, by Alison Wiley. Alison Wiley is a professor of philosophy and anthropology at the University City of Washington and professor of philosophy at Durham University in the United Kingdom. In 2016, Wiley gave the Katz Distinguished Lecture in the Humanities as the opening keynote for the conference Feminism and Classics 7, Visions, held in Seattle, Washington. Wiley's work advocates for a further infusion of feminist theory into archaeology as a whole. In the speech, Wiley focuses on interrogating the rejection of feminist standpoint theory and the influence of feminist politics in some circles of gender archaeology research, and argues that social constructivist analyses within archaeological methodologies bring richness to empirical study in a way. 110 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies that calls into question the notion of value-free research. Wiley introduces social constructionism and strategies and grades of constructionist analysis, talks about situated knowledge and its value to empirical research, and ends with feminist contributions and challenges to gender archaeology, rooted in standpoint theory. See https://youtube/ucem1t3drek. Deep dive, books and articles. Ancient Bodies, Ancient Lives, Sex, Gender, and Archaeology. By Rosemary A. Joyce. In this book, Rosemary Joyce explores the variety of ways in which social life has been organized by sex. She considers how ancient Greeks thought of men and women as different expressions of a single sexual potential, and how Native American societies understood sexual identity. The book explains how archaeologists use the material remains of ancient cultures to learn about gender and sexuality. Joyce asks us to think about how these understandings might challenge us to think differently about our lives now. New York, Thames and Hudson, 2008. Gender and Archaeology, Contesting the Past. By Roberta Gilchrist. In this book, Roberta Gilchrist provides a thorough overview of the definitions, interests, and methods of gender archaeology and evaluates the ever-expanding role of gender studies in archaeology. Gilchrist draws from the previous decade of research, and thus this work represents the midpoint in the 20-year span of interest in gender and queer archaeology in the 21st century. Gilchrist begins in the first chapter by situating growth in gender archaeology within the progression of feminism and continues in the next chapter to interrogate how archaeological knowledge is gendered. The following chapters consider the relationship between, on one hand, production and social processes of gender in the archaeology of labor and technology and, on the other, representations of gender identity, sexuality, and the body in art, space, and grave goods. The book concludes with a case study of a medieval English castle, putting into practice concepts discussed in the previous chapters. New York, Routledge, 2012. Gender and Power in Pre-Hispanic Mesoamerica. By Rosemary A. Joyce. Rosemary Joyce, who has made significant contributions to the materiality and archaeology of gender, sex, and sexuality, invokes Judith Butler's Queer New World 111 theoretical work on gender performance to situate this volume on gender in Mesoamerica. Joyce analyzes material evidence and gender depictions and roles dating from the formative Mesoamerica, Classic and Post-Classic, Maya, and then the Aztec periods. In this important work on gender and archaeology, Joyce re-examines the material record to reveal the contrasts between European and Mesoamerican gender ideologies in order to find alternative ways of understanding our material past. Austin, University of Texas Press, 2000. How to Do the History of Male Homosexuality. By David M. Halperin. Halperin takes a social constructionist or historicist approach to human sexuality, stressing the contextual variation of sexuality across time and space. The book challenges the use of current, taken for granted ideas about sexuality in historical interpretation. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2002. Queer Archaeologies, edited by Thomas A. Dowson. In this 2000 issue of World Archaeology, Volume 32, Number 2, issue, editor Thomas A. Dowson introduces queer archaeology as a challenge to the normative ideas and practices entrenched in current archaeology. This peer-reviewed journal was the first in the field of archaeology to devote an entire issue to defining and discussing queer archaeologies, and this issue is frequently cited as representative of the origins of queer studies in archaeology. Dowson is a pioneer in the subfield of queer archaeologies. The articles include an anonymous autobiographical statement on the influence of sex and sexuality on a practicing archaeologist, homophobia, and women in archaeology, queer theory and its relation to the study of the material past, an exploration of autoarchaeology and neo-shamanism, and biotechnology as a site of queer archaeology. Notably, several articles focus on the interpretation, or in some cases reinterpretation, of the mate real record as inclusive of same-sex relationships and the non-normative. The issue as a whole gives the reader a rounded perspective of the shape of queer archaeology in the field at the end of the 20th century. Sexuality Studies in Archaeology, by Barbara L. Voss. In this article, Voss offers a comprehensive review of the state of sex usually studies as of 2008. a well-known scholar who focuses on sex. Usually studies in archaeology, Voss examines 5 areas: reproduction, management, sexual representations, sexual identities, prostitution, and the sexual politics of institutions. Of note is a section at the end of the 112 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies article on queer archaeologies, where Voss draws a distinction between sexuality research in archaeology and applying queer theory to archaeology, because Voss affirms the increasing influence and possibilities of queer theory in archaeological methods regarding sexuality and its wider applications to social identity. The article appears in Annual Review of Anthropology, Volume 37, Number 1, https://www.annualreviews.org/doi/abs/101146/Anureb Anthro 37081407085238. Towards an Inclusive Queer Archaeology by Dawn M. Rutecki and Chelsea Blackmore. The authors explore the challenges and opportunities faced by LGBTQ+ archaeologists in this short introduction to a 2016 special issue of SAA Archaeological Record, Volume 16, Number 1, http online dig editions. com/publication/I=87180 from the Society for American Archaeology. Glossary. Abjection. The state of being cast off. Post-structural explorations find the term's use inherently disturbing to conventional identity and cultural concepts. One who is abject has been rejected. Andes. The longest continental mountain range in the world, forming a continuous highland along the western edge of South America. Antiquarianism. The study of history with particular attention to ancient artifacts and archaeological and historical sites. Binary oppositions. Words and concepts that are considered to be direct opposites, such as man and woman, male and female. Bioanthropology. A scientific discipline concerned with the biological and behavioral aspects of human beings, their extinct hominin ancestors, and related non-human primates, particularly from an evolutionary perspective. Bioarchaeologists. Those who study human remains in archaeological sites. First coined by British archaeologist Graham Clark in 1972. As a reference to zoarchaeology, the study of animal bones from archaeological sites. Counter-hegemonic. A confrontation or opposition to a status quo or hegemonic power and its legitimacy in politics, but also appears in other spheres of life, such as history, media, and music. Critical theory. The reflective assessment and critique of society and culture by applying knowledge from the social sciences and the humanities to reveal and challenge power structures. Critical theory has origins in sociology and also in literary criticism. Queer New World 113. Ethnocentric. A term used in social sciences and anthropology to describe the act of judging another culture by the values and standards of One's own culture in the belief that one's culture is superior, esp. Chally with respect to language, behavior, customs, and religion. Feminism. A range of social movements, political movements, and ideologies that share a common goal, to define, establish, and achieve the political, economic, personal, and social equality of the sexes. Gender complementarity. Men and women, and other genders, if they are recognized, play similarly important roles but in different areas of social life. Gender complementarity more accurately describes general relations than gender hierarchy in some times and places. Gender fluidity. Cultural ideas about gender frequently imply that one's gender identity is fixed and unchanging. Gender fluidity describes situations in which a person's gender identity may change throughout the life cycle or in different contexts. Gender hierarchy. How genders are ranked. Men are typically ranked higher than women, having more power, prestige, and so on. Gender parallelism. Men and women, and other genders, if culturally recognized, have similar levels of power and prestige but in different areas of social life. Often used interchangeably with gender complementarity and as an alternative to gender hierarchy in some times and places, for example, in the Inca Empire. Heteronormativity. The belief that heterosexuality, predicated on the gender binary, is the norm or default sexual orientation. Intersectionality. Social identities, such as race, class, and gender, that overlap or intersect and the related systems of oppression, domination, or discrimination. Looted artifact. An artifact that has been removed from its original archaeological context, usually illegally, by non-archaeologists who do not record contextual information. Looted artifacts are often sold on the art market away from their place of origin. Archaeologists despise looting because an artifact without context is much less informative about the culture that produced it than an artifact with contextual information. Mesoamerica. An archaeological region defined by pre-contact cultural traits such as a distinctive calendar system, maize agriculture, and state-level political organization. It extended from northern Mexico through Belize, Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, Nicaragua, and northern Costa Rica. Within this region, pre-Columbian societies flourished before the Spanish colonization of the Americas. Normativity. Normativity is the phenomenon in human societies of designating some actions or outcomes as good or desirable or permissible, and others as bad or undesirable or impermissible. 114 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Performative. A linguistics term referring to utterances that do not just describe the world but change it. For example, I pronounce you husband and wife. Performativity. Popularized by the scholar Judith Butler in Gender Stud. IES, the term highlights the idea that gender is not a given but must be continually demonstrated through word, action, dress, and so on. The concept derives from the linguistics term performative positionality. The contexts that make up an individual's identity, such as race, class, gender, and sexuality, and how these affect the person's view of the world. Processual. The methodological study of cultural change and variability. In archaeology. Taxonomy. The practice and science of classification of things or concepts, including the principles that underlie such classification. Sochi was a feminine man who had a range of institutional roles in Aztec society. Notes. 1 L. Voss, Sexuality Studies in Archaeology, Annual Review of Anthropology 37, 2008, 317-336. See also this volume's Chapter 1. 2. For example, A. Pretzelis, Queer Theory, in Archaeological Theory in a Nut Shell, Walnut Creek, CA, Left Coast Press, 2015, Chapter 7. 3. J. McLaughlin, M. E. Casey, and D. Richardson, Introduction, at the Intersections of Feminist and Queer Debates, in Intersections Between Feminist and Queer Theory, ed. D. Richardson, J. McLaughlin, and M. E. Casey, New York. Palgrave Macmillan, 2006, 1:18. 4. A. C. Roosevelt, Gender in Human Evolution, Sociobiology Revisited and Revised, In Pursuit of Gender, Worldwide Archaeological Approaches, ed. S. M. Nelson and M. Rosenau-Yalon, Walnut Creek, CA, Altamira Press, 2002. 355-376. 5. T. A. Dowson, Why Queer Archaeology? An Introduction, in Queer Archaeologies, World Archaeology 32, No. 2, 2000, 161-165, S. Tarandy and N. Lyons, eds. Q. E. Reing Archaeology, Proceedings of the 37th Annual Chakmool Conference, Calgary, UB, Archaeological Association, University of Cal. Gary, 2009. 6. For example, C. F. Klein, None of the Above, Gender Ambiguity in Nawa IDE. Ology, in Gender in Prehispanic America, ed. C. F. Klein and J. Quilter, Wash. Ington, D.C., Dumbarton Oaks Research Library and Collection, 2001, 183-53. I. Silverblatt, Andean Women in the Inca Empire, Feminist Studies 4, No. 3. 1978, 37-61, I. Silverblatt, Moon, Sun, and Witches, Gender Ideologies and Class. In Inca and Colonial Peru, Princeton, N.J., Princeton University Press, 1987, I. Silverblatt, Lessons of Gender and Ethnohistory in Mesoamerica, Ethnohistory. 42, No. 4, 1995, 639-650. Queer New World 115. 7. T. D. Bulger and R. A. Joyce, Archaeology of Embodied Subjectivities. In A Companion to Gender Prehistory, ed. D. Bulger, New York, Wiley & Sons. 2013, 68-85. 8. For universals, see for example, P.L. Geller, Identity and Difference, Complicating Gender in Archaeology, Annual Review of Anthropology 38, 2009, 65. And for categorization, C.C. Blackmore, How to Queer the Past Without Sex. Queer Theory, Feminisms, and the Archaeology of Identity, Archaeologies, Journal of the World Archaeological Congress 7, No. 12, 2011, 79. 9. B. L. Voss, Looking for Gender, Finding Sexuality, A Queer Politic of Archaeology, 15 years later, in Tarandy and Lyons, Q. E. Reing Archaeology, 34. 10. For example, A. Fausto Sterling, Sexing the Body, Gender Politics and the Construction of Sexuality, New York, Basic Books, 2000. 11. Fausto Sterling, 7. 12. P. L. Geller, Skeletal Analysis and Theoretical Complications, World Archaeology 37, 2005, 598. 13. Our Story, Health and Lifestyle, Before and After Death, Among the Copan Elite, in Copan, The History of an Ancient Maya Kingdom, ed. E. W. Andrews and W. L. Fash, Santa Fe, New Mexico, School of American Research Press, 2005, 315-344. 14. E. M. Perry and J. M. Potter, Materiality and Social Change in the Practice of Feminist Anthropology, in Feminist Anthropology, Past, Present, and Future, ed. P. L. Geller and M. K. Stockett, Philadelphia, University of Pennsylvania Press, 2006, 118. 15. L. G. H. Isleni, A. M. Jordan, and E. Fucapril, Introduction to Binary Binds, Deconstructing Sex and Gender Dichotomies in Archaeological Practice. Journal of Archaeological Method and Theory, 23, No. 3, 2016, 779. 16. G. H. Isleni, Jordan, and Fucapril, 771. 17. L. Mescal and R. W. Pre-Ucell, Identities, in A Companion to Social Archaeology, ed. L. Mescal and R. W. Pre-Ucell, Malden, Ma. Blackwell, 2007. 122. 18. T. W. Laqueer, Making Sex, Body and Gender from the Greeks to Freud. Cambridge, Ma. Harvard University Press, 1990. 19. R. A. Nye, Sexuality, in A Companion to Gender History, ed. T. A. Mead and M. E. Wiesner, Malden, Ma. Blackwell, 2004, 16. 20. R. Gilchrist, Experiencing Gender, Identity, Sexuality and the Body. Gender and Archaeology, Contesting the Past, London, Routledge, 1999, 55. 21. J. Money and A. A. Earhart, Man and Woman, Boy and Girl, Differ. Encheition and Dimorphism of Gender Identity from Conception to Maturity, B.A.L. Timmery, Johns Hopkins University Press, 1972. See also A. Oakley, Sex, Gender, and Society, San Francisco, C.A., Harper and Row, 1972, and R. J. Stoller, Sex, and Gender, on the Development of Masculinity and Femininity, New York. Science House, 1968. 22 J. Butler, Gender Trouble, New York, Routledge, 1990, J. Butler, Bodies That Matter, on the Discursive Limits of Sex, New York, Routledge, 1993. 23. Laqueer, Making Sex. 24. Butler, Gender Trouble, 10. 25 J. So Far, The Body as Material Culture, A Theoretical Osteoarchaeology. New York, Cambridge University Press, 2006, 97. Butler's followers include 116 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. I. Fugelstvedt, Declaration on Behalf of an Archaeology of Sex, Journal of Archaeological Method and Theory 21, No. 1, 2014, 52, R. Schmidt, The Contribution of Gender to Personal Identity in the Southern Scandinavian Mesolithic. In the Archaeology of Plural and Changing Identities, Beyond Identification. Ed. E. Casella and C. Fowler, New York, Springer, 2004, 79, 108, and T. Ard. Wren, Studies of Gender in the Pre-Hispanic Americas, Journal of Archaeological Research 16, 2008, 1. 26. Fugelstvedt, Declaration on Behalf of an Archaeology of Sex, 58. 27 G. G. McCafferty and S. D. McCafferty, The Metamorphosis of Sochi. Quetzal, in Manifesting Power, Gender and the Interpretation of Power in Archaeology, ed. T. L. Sweely, New York, Routledge, 1999, 117. 28 L. H. Wren, K. Spencer, and T. Niggard, To Face or to Flee from the Foe, Women in Warfare at Chichen Itza, in Landscapes of the Itza, Archaeology and Art History at Chichen Itza and Neighboring Sites, ed. L. H. Wren. C. Kristen Graham, T. Niggard, and K. Spencer, Gainesville, University Press of Florida, 2018, 260-61. 29 K. Reese Taylor, P. Matthews, J. Guernsey, and M. Fritzler, Warrior Queens Among the Ancient Maya, in Blood and Beauty, Organized Violence in the Art and Archaeology of Mesoamerica and Central America, ed. H. Orr and R. Kuntz, Los Angeles, C.A., Kotzen Institute of Archaeology Press, 2009, 39, 72. 30 J. Nordblad and T. Yates, This Perfect Body, This Virgin Text, in Archaeology After Structuralism, Post-Structuralism and the Practice of Archaeology, ed. I. Bapty and T. Yates, New York, Routledge, 1990, 222, 239. 31. For an overview, C. E. M. Brumfield, The Archaeology of Gender in Mesoamerica, Moving Beyond Gender Complementarity, in A Companion to General de Prehistory, ed. D. Bolger, Malden, Ma, John Wiley, 2013, 574-575. 32 M. G. Looper, Women Men and Men Women, Classic Maya Rulers and the Third Gender, in Ancient Maya Women, ed. T. Ardren, Walnut Creek. CA, Altamira Press, 2001, 171-202, BJA Follansbee, Unsexed Images, General. De Neutral Costume, and Gender Ambiguous Costume Informative Period Gulf Coast Cultures, in Wearing Culture, Dress and Regalia in Early Mesoamerica and Central America, ed. H.S. Orr and M.G. Looper, Boulder, University Press of Colorado, 2014, 226. 33. Follansbee, Unsexed Images, 217. 34. J. P. Blomster, The Naked and the Ornamental, Embodiment and Fluid. Identities in Early Formative Oaxaca, in Wearing Culture, Dress and Regalia in Early Mesoamerica and Central America, ed. H.S. Orr and M.G. Looper, Boulder. University Press of Colorado, 2014, 107. 35. E. Hunt, The Transformation of the Hummingbird, Ithaca, New York, Cornell. University Press, 1977, 95, 109. For an expansion of this research, see KBAS. SIE Suite, Corn Deities and the Male/Female Principle, in Ancient Maya Gender. Identity and Relations, ed. L. S. Gustafson and A. M. Trevelyan, Westport, CT. Bergen and Garvey, 2002, 169-190, and S. Milbrath, Gender and the Roles of Lunar Deities in Post-Classic Central Mexico and Their Correlations with the Maya Area, Estudios de Cultura Nahuatl 39, 1995, 45, 93. 36. Klein, None of the Above, 19-21. 37. Milbrath, Gender and the Roles of Lunar Deities in Post-Classic Central Mexico and Their Correlations with the Maya Area, E. C. Mandel, A New Anal. Queer New World 117. Isis of the Gender Attribution of the Great Goddess of Teotihuacan, Ancient Mesoamerica 26, No. 1, 2015, 43. 38. F. K. Riley, Female and Male, The Ideology of Balance and Renewal. In Elite Costuming Among the Ancient Maya, in Gustafson and Trevelyan. Ancient Maya Gender Identity and Relations, 319-328, Looper, Women Men. And Men Women. 39. A. J. Stone, Sacrifice and Sexuality, Some Structural Relationships in Classic Maya Art, in the Role of Gender in Pre-Columbian Art and Architecture. Ed. V. E. Miller, Langham, M.D., University Press of America, 1988, 75, 76. 40. Rosemary A. Joyce, Dimensions Simbolizadas del Traje en Monumentos Clásicos Mayas, La Constitución del Género a través del Vestido, in La Intiman. Teria y el Tejido Mayas a través del Tiempo, Monograph 8, ed. L. Asturias and D. Fernandez, Guatemala City, Guatemala, Museo Ixchel del Traje Indigena, 1992. Rosemary A. Joyce, The Construction of Gender in Classic Maya Manu. Mentz, in Gender and Archaeology, ed. R. P. Wright, Philadelphia, University of Pennsylvania Press, 1996, 166-195. 41 Pu Bonomi, The Lord Cornbury Scandal, The Politics of Reputation. In British America, Chapel Hill, University of North Carolina Press, 1998, 15. 42 P. Sigel, Gendered Power, The Hybrid Self, and Homosexual Desire. In late colonial Yucatan, in Infamous Desire, Male Homosexuality in Colonial Latin America, ed. P. Sigel, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2003, 115. 43 M. Foucault, The History of Sexuality, Vol. 1, An Introduction, London. Allen Lane, 1978. 44 D. M. Halperin, How to Do the History of Homosexuality, Chicago. University of Chicago Press, 2002. 45. C. B. L. Voss, Feminisms, Queer Theories, and the Archaeological Study of Past Sexualities, World Archaeology 32, No. 2, 2000, 184. 46 E. M. Perry and R. A. Joyce, Interdisciplinary Applications, Provid. Ing. A Past for Bodies That Matter, Judith Butler's Impact on the Archaeology of Gender, International Journal of Sexuality and Gender Studies 6, NOS 1, 2. 2001, 74. 47 R. A. Joyce, Performance and Inscription, Human Nature in Prehispanic Mesoamerica, in Gender and Power in Prehispanic Mesoamerica, ed. R. Joyce. Austin, University of Texas Press, 2000, 191. 48 P. Sigel, From Moon Goddesses to Virgins, The Colonization of Yucatecan Maya Sexual Desire, Austin, University of Texas Press, 2000, 224. 49 R. A. Joyce, Gender and Mesoamerican Archaeology, in Handbook of Gender in Archaeology, ed. S. M. Nelson, Langham, M.D., Altamira Press, 2006. 800. 50 J. J. Amers, The Sexual Colonization of the Ancient Maya, Research. Reports in Belizean Archaeology 11, 2014, 157. 51 S. D. Houston and T. Inaida, The Classic Maya, Cambridge, Cambridge. University Press, 2009, 55. 52. Fugelstvedt, Declaration on Behalf of an Archaeology of Sex, 69. 53 S. D. McCafferty, and G. G. McCafferty, Powerful Women and the Myth of Male Dominance in Aztec Society, Archaeological Review from Cambridge 7. 1988, 45, 59. For Gender Parallelism, C. Rosemary A. Joyce, Archaeology of Gender in Mesoamerican Societies, in the Oxford Handbook of Mesoamerican 118 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Archaeology, ed. D. L. Nichols and C. A. Poole, New York, Oxford University Press, 2012, 663-672. 54 M. K. Stockett, On the Importance of Difference, Re-envisioning Sex and Gender in Ancient Mesoamerica, World Archaeology 37, No. 4, 2005, 568. 55. Blackmore, How to Queer the Past Without Sex, 77, Voss, looking for gender, finding sexuality. 56. Blackmore, How to Queer the Past Without Sex, 77. 57. R. Gilchrist, Archaeology and the Life Course, A Time and Age for Gender, in A Companion to Social Archaeology, ed. L. Mescal and R. W. Pre-Usel. Malden, Ma, Blackwell, 2007, 142-160. 58. Fugelstvedt, Declaration on Behalf of an Archaeology of Sex, 66. Fugelstvedt drew on Schmidt, The Contribution of Gender to Personal Identity. 59. Stockett, On the Importance of Difference, 571-572. 60. Pulque is a lightly fermented beverage made from the agave plant. It was a common pre-Columbian beverage that also had ritual importance. 61. Milbrath, Gender and the Roles of Lunar Deities, 46. 62. Klein, None of the Above, 195. 63. G. H. Isleni, Jordan and Fucapril, Introduction to Binary Binds, 770. 64. Alberti, Queer Prehistory, 95. See also Joyce, Performance and Inscription. 65. Gilchrist, Experiencing Gender, 73. See also L. Mescal, Riem, Bed. Ding Sex, Domesticity, Sexuality and Ritual in New Kingdom Egypt, in Archaeologies of Sexuality, New York, Routledge, 2000, 253-62, and Mescal and Pre-Usel, Identities. 66. Alberti, Queer Prehistory, 94. 67. G. H. Isleni, Jordan and Fucapril, Introduction to Binary Binds, 777. 68. S. E. Holliman, The Third Gender in Native California, Two-Spirit Undertakers Among the Chumash and Their Neighbors, in Women in Prehistory. North America and Mesoamerica, ed. C. Clausen and R. A. Joyce, Philadelphia. University of Pennsylvania Press, 1997, 183. 69. C. A. Vance, ed. Pleasure and Danger, Exploring Female Sexuality. Boston, Ma, Routledge, 1984, 17. 70. For the Study of Spanish Colonialism, C. B. L. Voss, Domesticating Imperialism, Sexual Politics and the Archaeology of Empire, American Anthropologist 110, No. 2, 2008, 196, and for Ethnosexual Conflict, C. Jane Nagel, Race, Ethnicity, and Sexuality, Intimate Intersections, Forbidden Frontiers, Oxford. Oxford University Press, 2003. 71. Sigel, Gendered Power, 104, 108. 72. Sigel, 109. 73. For Sexual Imagery Linked to Politics and Power, C. M. Weissmantel. Mosh Sex Pots, Reproduction and Temporality in Ancient South America. American Anthropologist 106, No. 3, 2004, 495, 505, J. M. Jarrow, Sexpots of Ancient Peru, Post-Gender Reflections, in Combining the Past and the Present. Archaeological Perspectives on Society, ed. R. Holland, T. Ostegard, N. Anfin. Set, and T. Cedarstall, Oxford, Archeo Press, 2004, 322, and S. Bowerget, Sex, Death, and Sacrifice in Moche Religion and Visual Culture, Austin, University of Texas Press, 2006. See also Voss, Sexuality Studies in Archaeology, 322. 74 M. J. Orwell, Toward an Andean Theory of Ritual Same-Sex Sexuality and Third Gender Subjectivity, in Infamous Desire, Male Homosexuality in Colo. Nile Latin America, ed. P. Seigel, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2003, 43. Queer New World 119. 75 P. Seigel, Queer Nahuatl, Sahagins Faggots and Sodomites, Lesbians and Hermaphrodites, Ethnohistory 54, No. 1, 2007, 23. 76 P. Seigel, The Quilani, the Patlach, and the Abominable Sin, Homosex. Eulogies in Early Colonial Nahua Society, Hispanic American Historical Review. 85, 2005, 577. 77. Seigel, Gendered Power, The Hybrid Self, 123. 78. Seigel, From Moon Goddesses to Virgins, 249. 79 P. Seigel, Gender, Male Homosexuality and Power in Colonial Yucatan. Latin American Perspectives 29, No. 2, 2002, 25. 80. Theodore D. Bryce America, University of Houston Libraries Digital Kernel. Lections, https://idlib.edu/arc/84475/do5460qt16k. 81. Foucault, The History of Sexuality. 82 T. A. Dowson, Archaeologists, Feminists, and Queers, Sexual Politics in the Construction of the Past, in Feminist Anthropology, Past, Present, and Future, ed. P. L. Geller and M. K. Stockett, Philadelphia, University of Pennsylvania. Press, 2007, 89, 102. 83 J. Solomito and J. Moss, Picturing the Past, Gender in National Geo. Graphic Reconstructions of Prehistoric Life, American Antiquity 78, No. 1, 2013. 123. Part 3. U.S. Histories. 121. 4. U.S. LGBTQ+ History. Clark A. Pomerleau. Learning Objectives. Upon completion of this chapter, students will be able to do the following. Explain the social construction of sex, gender, and sexuality. O. Summarize the history of non-normative genders and sexualities, including homosexuality, bisexuality, and transgender identity, as well as queer identity and activism. Describe intersectionality from an LGBTQ+ perspective. O. Analyze how key social institutions shape, define, and Enforce structures of inequality. Describe how people struggle for social justice within historical contexts of inequality. O. Describe several examples of LGBTQ+ activism, particularly in relation to other struggles for civil rights. Identify key approaches used in LGBTQ+ studies, including the study of LGBTQ+ history. O. Define key terms relevant to particular methods of interpreting LGBTQ+ people and issues, such as history and primary sources. Describe the relationship between LGBTQ+ history, political activism, and LGBTQ+ studies. O. Summarize the personal, theoretical, and political differences of the homophile, gay liberation, radical feminism, LGBTQ+ rights, and queer movements. 122 Introduction to LGBTQ+ Studies. Introduction. Political organizing by oppressed Americans in the 1970s helped create lesbian, gay, bisexual or pansexual, trans, and queer history as a field of study. Why would people's struggles for rights and freedom include wanting to be represented in historical accounts? Inclusive histories reflect the diversity of people in the United States, expose institutional discrimination against minorities, and outline their contributions toward the American democratic experiment. Like women's history, LGBTQ+ his story has developed through 4 stages that Gerda Lerner first identified: compensation, contributions, revision, and social construction. 1. LGBTQ+ historians first compensated for heterosexism and cissexism by finding LGBTQ+ people to reinsert into historical narratives, then determined how LGBTQ+ people contributed to history. As they analyzed primary sources, they slowly revised historical narratives through testing generalizations and periodization against evidence found by and about LGBTQ+ people. Finally, the field understood that sexual orientation and gender themselves are social constructions. By the mid-1970s, Joan Nessel and Deborah Edel had founded the Lesbian History Archive, Figure 4.1, collecting evidence of lesbian exits. Tense for the public, and Jonathan Ned Katz published a thick book of primary sources, Gay American History.